into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ruthless Showdown Season 13 for PUBG Mobile. This is going to be your boy Bullet, the crazy gamer on this. With me joining us is going to be my friend Mr. Raider. Raider, you have been here on the desk for this showdown for a couple of more times. What do you have to say about a lot of these teams coming in for this epic showdown? Because this is going to be the grand finale.
Yeah, it is going to be a grand finale, but I'm so happy to be back on the desk of Ruthless Esports. It has been like around 2 years since I've been here. But yeah, it's always pleasure. It's always a pleasure to cast here. And as you rightly called it out, it's the grand finale. That means those 3 days of playoffs are pretty much over. And now we are talking about the grand finale stuff, which is going to be even more interesting. So we have our set of 16 teams who are there in the grand finale. And this particular fight, this particular next 3 days of a journey is going to be very amazing. And I'm glad to be here.
110%, because when it comes down to the epic showdowns, we have kind of like seen a lot of this teams, especially I was there on the desk for the 13th or the 14th of on the 12th of November actually, and I've definitely seen, you know, teams like Team Alliance, teams like IC in control, teams like definitely when it comes on side of Dplus, some of these teams struggling by a margin even to take a particular I would say a one-on-one gunfight, or I would say a 2v2 gunfight, definitely not being able to just surpass a lot of the strategies coming in from the opponent team. But also coming down to the side of the point system, the first place team will take home 10 points, the second place team will take home on the team card 6 placement points, the third place will take home 5 placement points, but per elimination, which is going to be of course that the teams have to maintain a perfect balance of elimination points and placement points. Every other team for one elimination, one confirmed elimination to be exactly speaking, Raider, will take home 1 point per map.
And you talked about eliminations. I think Rondo is one of the perfect maps where we're going to start, where these elimination points are going to be absolutely important for a lot of teams as you get that recall till the first stage of the play zone. So that's exactly where the teams are going to chime in. But this is the calendar that, guys, we were talking about. 3 days of playoffs, and now we are stepping into the milestone of grand finale. From today, 14th of November, the grand finale will start. On 16th, you will get to know who is the best one in this Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. The roadmap is pretty clear that in the grand finale, from 14 to 16, you'll get to see the top 16 teams from the playoffs. There are 2 invited teams as well. 3 days of action, 6 matches per day. 1 champion will be crowned at the end. So absolutely amazing day. And talking about the invited ones, it's again super amazing to see such grand teams coming here to represent their own nations and actually grind for the best.
Sure, and particularly when I was talking about, you know, teams like Viper, teams like First, teams like Virtus Pro as well, I would like to, you know, point out some of the teams like Papara SuperMassive, teams like DK Esports, and because some of the teams have kind of struggled, because as far as I can remember, yes, some of these teams were struggling a lot. Teams like IC as well, on map number 1 on there when the entire day started on the 12th and the 11th of November, they were one of the super aggressive teams. They were taking fights like anything and winning those gunfights actually. But after the third map kicked off, Raider, it was just the struggling phase, which kind of never got ended, I would say. But for now, folks, as we talk about the squad roster, Alpha 7 Esports has Carlio, Guzayo, Revoke WK7, Obscure, Mafioso, 7K. From the side of Influencers, we have Law, Lil Boy, Diego, Federal, and Razes. Vampire Esports, we have Wiped, Red Skull, Lazarus, Sungjo Wu, Nuzi, Meow Lag, and Gui. From the side of Team Flash, we have Zeus, Bao Stops, Elwin, Alpha Hades, and Elmouse.
Remember guys, we talked about two invited teams, it's Alpha 7 and Influence Reach, who have joined the party. 16 other teams have qualified from the playoffs. So these are those 16 of the other teams that we always have to talk about. Virtus Pro, we have I8 Esports, and then we have the Xavier, Papara SuperMassive. Pretty amazing teams coming in from their own region, but I truly believe that once again we'll get to see Paragen and Nati performing at the pinnacle of an esports matchup. We have players like Lost coming through and Kamikaze coming through from the other particular team, Supermassive. So I'm looking forward to see how that entire action is going to go. Meanwhile, Loops Esports, T2K Esports from Nepal, then we have Alliance coming in, Geekay Esports. A lot of amazing names, a lot of amazing individuals who have got their own, should I say, performance to like portray. Loops Serafina is going to be a very interesting individual to see how he's going to perform. Not just that, Nino is out there from Skyforce. I have my eyes set on IC, Godless and Riley, how they're going to perform today. From Alpha Gaming, we have Doc, Top, Zeol, Baron, East, Refuse. All these amazing names in the entire scenario of PUBG Mobile. They have their big names, they have their legacies to talk about, but then again, this is the season 13. That means bigger and better competition is due, as Dplus KIA will be joining us along with Thundertalk in the last remaining 2 slots as well.
Let's see. I mean, at this point of time, as this is going to be the grand final showdown, which means for the fact that they have a limited set number of maps. It's not about the qualification at this point of time. It's all about getting those elimination points, getting those winner chicken dinner, and of course our map schedule for the day. We are going to start things off on the map of Rondo. Yes, when it comes down to the side of Rondo, some of these teams, teams like IC, teams like Geekay Esports have completely outgunned their opponent. But when it comes down to the 3 back-to-back ERANGEL, it also comes down to a process of rinse, repeat, and just washing away your entire opponent. But the real action, from my perspective, also comes down to the fact on the map, on the last 2 maps of Miramar. But what do you have to say about this one, Rita? 3 back-to-back maps of ERANGEL. Do you think this particular kind of like the set play of the maps kind of gave the enough opportunities or the ample amount of time for a lot of the teams sitting at the bottom of the table after the first map itself? Or do you think it also kind of like gives a small bit of advantage to the teams at the the top 3, the top 4 teams after the first map gets over?
Honestly, I believe ERANGEL as a default and difficult map, you get to have that momentum. Back-to-back 3 good games of ERANGEL, that means that momentum will be coming through. And after that, to end of the day, there's a spicy Miramar also being added into the list. And of course, with Miramar, a lot of rotational clashes, drop clashes will be there. But trust me guys, it's season 13. We have seen these teams perform for the past 12 seasons. We have seen the shuffles, we have seen the changes in the teams as well. Rosters have changed quite a bit. And at the same point, do not forget that at the end of the day, it's the grand finale that we are talking about. Of course, these 16 teams who have qualified from the playoffs are here. They have played against each other in the last 3 days in playoffs as well. So they kind of know where the drop locations are going to be, how the fights are going to be there. But answering your question in just one single way, that who is going to like dominate and is it possible for top 4 teams to get that advantage? I do believe if you have that top 4 spot already by performing good in Rondo, that aggression, that momentum can be carried forward in a default map. Talking about predictions, my prediction for this particular matchup is going to be the invited one, Alpha 7. I'm going for you.
Alpha 7. I will on the first map. I'll probably go for IC. Coming in from the region of Pakistan, I definitely feel for a fact that when it comes down towards the very first early games, whether it's the qualification stage, whether I've seen them in performing some other community tournaments as well, they have a very good control when they are starting off the entire day.
Interesting. And eventually our production team has also decided to go with the prediction, and it's going to be Team FL who they are going with. Team Flash, I believe. So it's going to be interesting to watch how these set of teams that we have predicted are going to perform. But at the end guys, you as a part of our chat, our community, our family, you can also comment down and let us know which particular team you are supporting, which particular individual you are supporting. It can be that case as well. But yeah, at the end, now we are super excited to see how the first game of this entire day is going to pan out, as it is starting on Rondo. A double flight path approach or a single one. A lot of recalls are bound to happen. A lot of drop clashes will be there. Intentional drop clashes will be there, as you get to have the recall. The only map with recall is right here in the esports scenario. So I'm looking forward to see how the teams are going to utilize, cherish those recalls so that they can play in a split. It's pretty usual, to be honest. The split will be there. And one particular guy of that particular team is going to go for a recall tower. 30 plus recall towers to be precise in the entire map. So he has more than one recall towers for every single team if they want to play passive. So they can go to the recall towers. The other 3 players, they can go in areas like New York's factory, test track, or maybe Jatena City, where a lot of hot drop is going to be there. And then they can put up a good fight over there. They can go for the frags. The other guy can actually get them with the recall. And yes guys, coming up next, the map of Rondo. This is the first one in the grand finale.
Okay, I mean, the first map here being the Rondo, and also Rondo gives, I would say it has a certain part of the compounds which does kind of like gives us very small, I would say, very tiny bit of advantage if you actually know the inside and outs of those compounds. It also comes down to the fact that yes, we have seen teams in the past in this tournament only struggling to take fights on the map of Rondo. Trust me, you'll see. I mean, you'll see accordingly as we get things started off on the very first map of Rondo. This is the day one of the grand finale. It means for the fact that again the same question that is going to be right there for a lot of the fans joining on the broadcast for a lot of those teams. But for now, the flight path coming in from side of Longo, starting off all the way going in between the side of Valin, Test Track, Bamboo, and the stadium. Yes, I don't see a problem of a lot of the teams to even go towards the side of Jouten or Yuangu, but ending all the way towards the side of Konzia. I mean, for the side of Rondo, it has a mixture of the urbanized area as well. It has a mixture of the very deserted area as well, especially on toward the side of Stadium, Bamboo, Test Track, and Longzhou Zing, and Meran as well. It also comes down to the fact that yes, we have seen teams in the past being very, very aggressive on the long range gunfights. I was kind of like when I was casting this entire tournament for the very first time, I was expecting some other teams to take very aggressive fights and very, very short range close quarter combats, but that was not exactly the case. They were taking long range gunfights. They were not even trying to do a third party. We saw fourth party and fifth party being deployed from so many teams. So also comes down to the fact that yes, because this is going to be a kind of like a day where we have a 6 map set play in terms of the map schedule. Let's see who and which teams actually take a lead since the beginning of the map number 1.
Alpha 7, they have decided to go for a very interesting drop location. There's a hot drop which is due over there, and eventually the circle is also shifted over there only. So I'm definitely looking forward to see how that entire picture is going to be painted. But on the other corner, in Hangzhou City, we get to see a lot of other teams fighting back. Alliance, let's see how they're going to play. But T2, they are facing the wrath of Team Flash up against Alpha 7, and I can clearly see the first knockout is already here. Let's see how that particular player is going to perform. But Rev is pushing through. Loops, they are also losing a bunch of their players. A lot of chaos, a lot of bloodbath is happening in the finish feed. Eliminations are coming through, but Wayne wants to cook up a smoke, maybe probably give a cover to his teammate. But Rev is going to push through. Not just Rev, but his teammate is also going to push through. But that's not good. Win with the S12K connects. He has taken down one. Rev will retaliate with the M4 as Win goes down. Team Flash is under siege. Dplus KIA, Nolbu. Now other players are also getting taken down, but the first elimination is already here. Dinsong Xavier. The entire team is done and dusted. It's so early. And that too in map of Rondo where we usually expect teams going for a split approach. It's just not happening. And Tops on the other corner is also getting shut down. Here's that guy. The only one left. No, actually there's one more left from the team of Team Flash. But the problem is he was here to go for the recall tower and bring his teammates back. It's just not going to happen. T2K rules. One of the players who has been phenomenal from Nepal has performed once again. Good spray, good trace.
Yes.
But I8 Esports, let's see what they're going to do. I mean, at this point, they have got the first frag. I think there's a small technical difficulty that Casanova is facing. He's kind of AFK at this point. But the other players who are there in the fight, they're absolutely putting up a bloodbath over here. But Loops once again on the back foot. Rafina goes down. T2K going ham just as what Alpha 7 was doing on the other corner up against Team Flash.
Yes, sir, and we have seen this early gunfight initiation coming in from the likes of teams like A, teams from the likes of Train2K, and even from the side of Team A7. At this point of time, we do see 3+3 and +3. A lot of the teams taking that 4-on-4 gunfight and being actually successful on these maneuvers. At the same point of time, it's going to be that one team, particularly I see on the bottom of the table, is getting completely eliminated. SM with a very brilliant play coming with this assault rifle. He takes one of the guys getting knocked out as Kurisar Ingenious. He's actually just marching on toward the same direction. Just towards around the 150 meters or 200 meters area. It's going to be another third team waiting in for the same opportunity to actually come in for a third party maybe.
Venom, he's super low, but there goes the grenade from Huzaifa. Absolute on par. Venom goes down. There's a domination that I8 Esports is cooking. 5 great eliminations and they're not yet ready to stop. But what happens to the other one? Oh, look at that lovely nade. Red Bull goes down. Bit of a problem over there, but Falak, one of the best in the lobby with his grenades. He's just putting up a lot of pressure on his opponents. And now that IC has also started to perform in a circle, they are in the aggression area. Dplus KIA. For them, there's a big problem. Geekay Esports, Ragnarok. He has been taken down, but Savji is going to go for a very quick rotation and take the recall tower as an advantage for his teammates. Ragnarok, he has been knocked out. He got a finish. But that's not going to be it. Noxy, he's out there fighting back. Falak gets the first frag. On the rooftops, he can clearly see all the rotations that are happening from the sides of I8. But the biggest question is, what will they do, as there is a EMP zone already on top of them. On top of Crypto, actually, who is there in the circle with the recall tower in his favor. Remember, guys, EMP zone, one of the best perks that you get to have in the map of Rondo, where the scopes are not going to work, where your vehicle is not going to work, everything electrical is going to be toast. So that's exactly why teams have to be like in a very different spot, and at that point you kind of are stuck in a very open spot. So we have seen teams faltering down, but Virtus Pro, so far they have gained 3 amazing finishes, and Malor yet to find the opening. But yes, I8 Esports, K2, 3 good frags, absolute carnage up against T2K and the other teams who were there in the area. Now look at Papara Esports, Sung Jin Woo, patiently waiting with the pump action shotgun. One good shot, and that's it.
We have to wait for it, because at this point of time, after the first initiation, after the first entire gunfight, I would say wave that we have seen in this particular fight, in this particular map, we do see a little bit of that passive gameplay coming in from a lot of the teams. But for now, from the side of Alpha, we do see a great getting Kuga from the side of DDK. They're actually marching down towards one of the last guys remaining in from the other team. They're trying to just sweep the entire house out, the entire compound out. They're trying to possibly find a look on the peak on towards every other angle. They just want to complete any kind of mistakes coming in. They have seen the last guy firing out with the shotgun. There you go, have it, folks. Crypto goes down, and that will be the side of Crypto to get finished off as well. The first, I would say, the opening elimination coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming. But on the other hand, we do have Dplus as well, being on towards the 2 elimination pointers as well. On the other hand, we do see a D-fight, IC taking a fight against the side of ACR8, and we did saw them actually getting out of that entire spot as soon as possible. That's not going to happen exactly being the case now. Inner Circle gets the first frag, probably looking for the second opening as well. They're trying to just cook up the nade in the same direction, and look at the entire read on the opponent team coming in from some of the players like Falak. Now he has the information, he has the intel. One of the guys trying to just rotate around on the rooftops, trying to just make sure that he get a possible and correct line of sight so he can take him out on the very first spray. Almost getting that knockout, almost getting that particular elimination.
Oh, this grenade.
A particular nade, and that's going to do the job particularly. Yes, sir, it is. Falak getting that beautiful nade, getting that beautiful elimination. It will be the side of Inner Control, making Inner Circle, just making sure they have the control on this compound.
A lovely fight so far, but Team Flash, they have faced the wrath of Alpha 7 as soon as they dropped in, and now Bose wants to fight back. T2K also another particular team who have lost a lot of control with their recalls. 3 of their players were already recalled, and now that we can see Rules is knocked out. Bit of a problem for them. Venom, he's already done and dusted, but Tops, he's taking the rich control. But remember, guys, Zeus, Bose, when these 3 players are already out in a very wide open spot, now the only option that Tops is left with is to evade from this particular fight and then move on to a recall tower, maybe get some recalls done for the team. But trust me, that's a big drastic disadvantage now that Team Flash is having. T2K, they started off way too well, and this is the second time where T2K is in a fight, initially with the ASI8 and then eventually with the Inner Circle as well. They got retaliated, but 6 good finishes. It's a big number that we are talking about right now. Although EA Sakura, he's not willing to stop. There's so many fights happening. But on the edge of the play zone, in the eastern sides, I can see Crypto and his teammates holding off. Oh my god, they're in the parachutes. This could be good for INF. They can easily land some good shots onto them if they are willing to take up the fight outside the circle. Again, it's the question of their own mentality. Are they willing to take the fight outside the circle, or are they just going to move in the circle? But look at Alpha 7, Obscure, Rev. Zhao, they have got a very decent control right now. Rev started off good with 2 finishes. They are being patient at this point. But Joker, unfortunate for him, as he goes down. EArena is now in trouble as they've lost one of their own.
Yeah, this entire urbanized sector of this particular compound of the map, it comes down to the fact that if players are trying to take up a rotation from the vehicle, yes, they have to be very, very careful, because a lot of these teams will try to just make sure that they keep the entire scenario and get those elimination points at this point of time. Skyforce being that also that one team that we have seen in the past qualification stages, being super, super good on the long range gunfights, but on the close quarter combat, they have struggled by a mile. On the side of Virtus Pro, we are able to see 5 elimination getting racked up in the very first 10 minutes of the game. On an average, they are able to take down 0.5, but they have to be make sure that they be on the same pace for the further maps as well. Alpha Gaming, they have also the location and the intel coming in for their opponent team. They're trying to just make sure that they connect those shots. Thundertalk Gaming, he has the information that somebody just climbed up the stairs. Oh, he actually goes out in a very, very marching way. He gets that elimination, gets the confirmation with the shotgun as well. Using all of this healing supplies to make sure that he's being ready for Zoil, who is just making sure that he looks onto every other angle. Jumper across the board. He gets the second one as well. Oh boy, Alpha Gaming getting decimated. That's going to be a third party coming from Dplus, and I guess that's going to be the side of end of the story for the side of Alpha Gaming, getting eliminated at the 15th spot.
Dplus KIA nails the final guy out of the equation, and that's bad for them. But look at this, there are so many other teams who are still willing to fight back. EArena stuck outside the circle, influence Rage. Yet another basic team who has been invited in this action of Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. Sakura is cooking up a grenade, but the question is it going to connect? So far, no connections whatsoever. But influence Rage with these mollies, with the molotovs, with the grenades that are being cooked, vice versa. Trouble awaits for Sakura. He has to push back a bit. There comes another grenade, and now the player was super low. Sakura connects with the shots from AUG, and these connections were absolutely terrifying. EArena's domination comes through, and they have made sure that their momentum, their manpower still remains the same.
Yep.
Rem on the other corner will fight back against Viper, and it seems like that Ragoon, he will retaliate. Diana goes down, Ragoon fights back and shuts down Carrillo. That's a big loss, but Rev retaliates. As far as Alpha 7 is concerned, Rev is that particular guy who is going to find every single opening, every single clutch moment for the team. But Dplus KIA is not willing to go down. Now that once again Nolbu is in the action, we can see some more knocks happening. But this entire fight of Alpha 7 versus Viper is happening towards the Jouthin City. It's a big brutal fight. Alpha 7 has to come into the circle. Viper, they're willing to stop them. Oh, but is it going to happen? Viper, as the entirety of the team is going to go down very, very soon. Yup, there you go. The players are falling short of breath. And Alpha 7 will survive the fight.
Bro, Alpha 7 are on a roll right now. They are playing like a very different set of games. Trust me when I say this one. We have seen them playing in the different set of games that we have seen here at the Ruthless Showdown season in this particular tournament, and we have seen them definitely performing a little bit lower, a little bit on towards the lower side, taking up and losing up a lot of the gunfights. For today, as the entire map has started today, in the very first 12 minutes of the entire, I would say, broadcast, they are on a different aggression and actually quality control. Also comes on the fact that we have seen, other teams like Train to Kill. We have seen teams like IC as well. We have seen teams like Geekay Esports as well, to just come out of nowhere, do third party, fourth party, do second party, third party, and just making sure they get those placement points, getting the winner with a chicken dinner out of nowhere. We have seen them in the past. So that might be the case that a lot of these teams from now on, as the stage 3 gets kicked in, will play on the very passive role and just make sure that they get those maintenance elimination points, just making sure that they are staying alive, staying top 5 or top 6 in the entire scorecard after the first map ends, and starting off a day on a positive note.
Stage 3 is about to go down very soon. The recall towers are going to get deactivated, and with that, a lot of teams who are seeking for some good recall tower control or maybe possibly good fights, they're going to go down. But I'm super surprised to see that out of 18 teams, now that 13 teams are left, that means 5 teams were not able to push themselves in the circle, get the circle control. One of them was Alpha Gaming as well. Unfortunate for them, as Dplus KIA, and there was a combined effort from the other side as well, from the other teams. They were able to get the better out of them. But Train to Kill, as you talked about, T2K, another set of amazing team, have lost Venom, and his recall is also over. That's why he is not going to be back in the fight. But Alpha 7, now they're on the move. Loops, they can actually put some bullets onto them. Let's see if the connection is to be made. Good try from the sides of within, but none of the connections were made. Alpha 7 will be successfully able to get into the circle, but it seems like that Loops is on their way to track them down, to hunt them down. If that's going to be the case, we would love to see, absolutely love to see that fight happening. Obscure, it's super low, but the ammo has been drained. He's one of the last players from Alpha 7 to cross this area, and now I think there is a good possibility that he's going to go down. He's looking super low in terms of his HP. He has to patch off with band-aids and use boosters to be back with a strong percent of HP. Alpha 7 successfully crosses the entire area, entire threat. Now they're in the circle. But now Alpha 7 is gearing up to take up a fight against Loops. This is going to be fun to watch. And not just that, T2K is also super close to this Fountain region. That means we could be seeing a third party, a Bermuda Triangle being proved up very, very soon. But Influence Rage, and all the other teams who are trying to like get their control out of them. Inner Circle is the first one to take the circle control. Not just that, we have teams like Team Alliance who have also taken the circle control, which is good for them.
Let's see, man. It all comes down to the point where a lot of these teams just needs to make sure at this point of time they just want to lose. They just don't want to lose these close quarter range gunfights. But for now, really good a pick coming in from the side of Alliance. Oh, but at this point of time, it's going to be all for one being left out in a 1v3 spot because Alliance is on a DB, stay down but knocked out. Turning on the rest, making sure he gets the healing supplies. But there you have it. Rampage on back-to-back kill elimination coming in from the side of EArena and just making sure they're on the dominative stage as well. Alliance getting eliminated at the 13th spot with 0 elimination. I completely missed that. Alliance on 0 elimination?
Oh yeah.
This is something that they need to take care of on the second map. The Skyforce on the other hand, 2 of the guys have been already knocked out. God is going to be the lone player surviving. And I remember Goddess being the man with a golden hand in the previous maps and the previous tournament days that we have seen in this Ruthless Invitational Showdown, being so good with those grenade and molly plays.
Right now he has to not just reset his teammate but eventually survive for the teammate so that he can get some good placement points for the team. It's going to be problematic. Inner Circle, airdrop has been looted by Inner Circle's Falak. One of the beloved in this lobby has taken the control of the drop, which gives him the level 3 vest helmet and some good weapons to play with. It is going to be good advantage with Jay. He is stepping up. Loops finally into the fragging potential. We can see that they have secured 3 good eliminations. But Vithey needs to get the revival. Oh my god, look at that. Sung Jinwoo stepping up. Rev goes down with the most lethal weapons from Team Alpha 7 is now knocked out. But there's the retaliation that we always talk about. Alpha 7 knows to gear up. They know how to fight back. Papara Esports in shambles. Carillo. And on the other corner, Guizao, look at him. Shutting down every single player, every single retaliation that is coming in from the opponents. Is just not easy to fight back with Alpha 7. They themselves are the Alphas. And no one right here in the lobby can become the Omega if Alpha is surviving. And you can clearly see how that aggression is working out. Guizao wanting to connect the last dot, but that didn't happen. Carillo is going to give the backup. Guizao will be getting the revival. Alpha 7 with 9 good finishes in the top 9. So far have performed like a wonderful team. Train to Kill and many other teams are outside there. And look at this. The guy from Train to Kill was able to connect some dots. Some shots being exchanged. In a circle on the other corner, right there on the edge of the circle. He's fighting back. This is going to be a brutal 1v2, but he still connects. Lovely. Gets one more down. King has been taken down, but Nikotai will be able to retaliate, and not just retaliate, but shut down the player. Falak. He's in a different fight up against Virtus Pro, and that's exactly why the problems will rise. But that grenade from Falak will connect. Beautiful connections being retaliated, but it's just down to the last man standing. T2 OP. He has to get the revival. He has to get the reset for the team as well. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, with 12 eliminations, they're not willing to stop anytime soon.
Inner Circle, I have told you about this team, man. They are that one dark horse who can just be at the pinnacle of the entire tournament. Loops on the other hand coming in from Brazilians, they're trying to throw off a nade on towards the same direction where the Virtus Pro is, making sure they're trying to just stay alive. Rupert Dragon goes down. Watch 11 also goes down on the same wave. And there you have it. Now it's going to be a fight possibly between the side of Loops and the side of Inner Circle, just trying to just stay in behind the cover of the boulder. But there are more than actually 5 or 6 teams right now actually trying to get inside the circle and also making sure that they maintain their positional play on towards the western edge. Skyforce on the other hand, we do see the side of Goddess playing on a very different direction, and the other 3 guys are playing on a very different direction. This entire big split is not really sure about the fact that it's going to get connected or not. But Neko died with that one nade. It's going to take the side of Strato and Refidia both the guys out, making sure the second nade get that confirmation. Possibly the second nade will not get that confirmation, but on the other hand, it's going to be the side of Nilda trying their level best in this exchange of projectile-based warfare. It is going to be anyone's game at this point of time. Zelda just making sure that he get out of that spot as soon as possible, as he is going to be the lone player surviving from his team at the moment.
Nihil Zada, last man standing, probably from Loops. It's a bit of a problem. Skyforce, they're also losing a bunch of their own player. Inner Circle putting up a good amount of control against Skyforce, and look at that. Godless retaliates. You talked about Godless using a lot of good grenades. Man with the golden hand, but right now it seems like that his AR is speaking tunes, which are not easy to hear for Skyforce. They are losing a lot of players, and then eventually we have Igneous coming in from Train to Kill, putting up the final bullet on the last man standing. Inner Circle's domination is coming through. Skyforce, they are losing breath. Bit by bit, the players are going down. And not just that, we get to see Inner Circle also stepping up. T24 OP Still fighting back behind the emergency covers, but these grenades are being very problematic for him. As soon as he repatches himself with the first aids, these grenades are going in to bomb him out of the equation. And there you go. With that, Inner Circle is also out. Just a moment ago, we got to see domination coming in from Inner Circle, but as soon as that happened, Skyforce was like, gear switch. We are here to fight back, and we are going to do it in a fun way. Sunshir, he has spotted a player. Puts a bit of a burst damage onto him, but nothing significant. And oh my god, Godless goes down. Nico Dive, he's fighting on multiple fronts. Thundertalk Gaming is definitely talking in a thunderous way. And the teams have to take cover. But where is Alpha 7? They have been so patient about this entire fight. T2K is already in a fight. Alpha 7 is willing to take a win over Chakra. And hopefully, my prediction will also go right.
Let's see, man, at this point of time. Prediction is one thing that we are talking about, but it also comes down to the positional and the stakes here at play coming in from all of these teams. Skyforce, one of the last remaining guys, being so lonely, being so hard enough to just make sure that he get those placement points as well. He get some of the elimination points as well at this point of time. Thundertalk Gaming, another that one team who has completely surprised me at this point of time, my personal opinion, to just stay alive in this very, very reckless spot. Train to Kill, on the other hand, I have seen them play in this kind of like a scenario and situation, being very, very, I would say, professional about this entire scenario, being very mature about this entire, I would say, last 5 teams winning and last 4 teams winning scenario, that they are just right here to make sure where to take those fights and where to not actually initiate those fights. But on the other hand, it's going to be the side of Influence Rage as well. Being alive with the 4-man squad is going to give them a huge chunk of advantage in taking those fights in terms of the mad advantage, and just making sure they get the initiation fight right as well, and making sure that they confirm and win those gunfights as well. On the other hand, Neko Dive from the side of TT and the King on the side of TT are trying to take control of the higher ridge on the boulder side. On the other hand, it's going to be Train to Kill just below, down towards the side, the same ridge. So I feel in terms of the positional advantage being at the center and the attraction of the circuit, Thundertalk Gaming has a fair bit of chance to actually take this winner and chicken dinner in their bag.
Influence Rage on the other corner is now popping off 5 good eliminations from their corner. They are in the top 6. They have got their manpower working. And that is a bit of a problem for the sides of EArena. Not just for EArena, but I would say the entire lobby. Grenades getting cooked off. There you go. Turn 1 to fight back. He will get a knockout. But Lil Boy, his teammate, is willing to retaliate. And that's exactly what happened. Law. He will be able to put up the 0 resistance. But on the other corner, Fetcher will fight against Alpha 7. Rev goes down. Bit of a problem over there, as now Influence Rage is fighting on 2 different fronts. This could be a problem for them. This could be a problematic equation. But still, EArena decides that let this fight happen. We are going to just take a sabbatical from it, hold back, get in the circle, get the play zone control, and then eventually we'll retaliate. That could actually work for them. Sakura and the other guy have already moved forward, but there you go. Federal goes down, and Federal was far away from his teammates. Obscure will finish him off. Nico Dive, he is not looking forward to slow down. A rampage coming on from this lad. Grenades, mollies being utilized, but that nade from Igneous was super on point. Diego goes down from the sides of SKF, that is Skyforce. So much is happening, and down to the last thin wire, down to the last few teams, last few players surviving. King giving up the cover. Thundertalk Gaming, I don't think so they're going to survive for long, as his kingdom is going to get snagged. There you go, Igneous, absolutely amazing with that AUG. Good connections being made. T2K from T2K's rampages right here from corners to holding off now one of the major chunk of the circle. This is how T2K loves to hold off the angles. But trust me, Skyforce, Alpha 7, EArena, all these teams are going to put a lot of pressure on Influence Rage, as they have decided to come in with a late rotation. That could be a problematic stance for them, and I do believe from here, surviving till the top 3 is not going to be a case for Influence Rage. That's what my prediction is for now with regards to Influence Rage.
Okay, I mean, at this point of time, we have to just wait and watch, because in terms of the projectile players, as we look at the side of Influence, they have 14 grenades right in their inventory. On the other side, it's going to be the side of A7, who has around 12 to 13, and they have ample amount of smoke nades as well. These smokes are gonna pave the way to actually block all the possible line of sights coming in from 3 different directions. Skyforce and the side of INF just exchanging those projectiles to make sure that they get those knocks as well. But for now, it's going to be the side of SMG play coming in from the side of Goddess, actually coming in one of the guys from the side of Skyforce. On the other end, it's going to be the side of EA, actually taking on the side of Lil Boy, and getting the confirmation from the hands of Joker as well. Sanchir almost getting the nade on the face, but on the other end, it's going to be the side of Joker. Joker to take down the last guy from the side of Diego. And there you have it, folks. 10 elimination coming in from the side of Train to kill. 10, another one coming in from the side of A7 as well. Boy, oh boy, this is a rampage coming in from these both teams.
As I said, it will be a sandwich situation for Influence Race to get into the circle as they rotated super late. That's exactly what costed their own elimination. They were in a fight again. That's exactly what I believe Sancheer was able to utilize in these close quarter fights. But now that Skyforce is still surviving, they're still out there willing to take up a fight. Look at the win prediction at this point. Alpha 7 has got the highest amount of percentage in their favor, as they've got the manpower, they've got the angles to work with, and their utils are also not yet depleted quite a bit. They have fully boosted themselves around the way, and I think they are now building up a play where they can easily establish a lot of control. Although, just like Influence Rage, if similar situation comes where Alpha 7 will rotate late and get eventually to be the center of attraction, and eventually teams will build a flank onto them, then there is a good problem. Otherwise, I do believe that Alpha 7, the way they are playing calm and composed, holding off their angles, it's a winner chicken dinner for them. I think so.
Let's see, man. Let's see. At this point of time, I don't want to change any of my predictions. I mean, I'm already kind of like lost onto it, but I don't want to make any kind of assumption at this point of time. It's going to be the side of the best compound control based on team being on the play. It's going to be the team who actually just make sure that they play on their advantageous terms. At this point of time, Genius just making sure it's just popping off the smoke screen right on the face of the crate over there, making sure that Sancheer has the cover of the nade, the cover of the crate here as well. Sancheer getting that. Ooh, did he just confirm? Or possibly was one of the knocks. But on now 7 eliminations coming on from the side of Skyfall, where Goddess has just make sure that he gets 5 of them, being the gunner at this point of time. For now, Genius gonna pop off that smoke onto the side of Ajaya. On the other hand, it's gonna be a side of Revok, making sure he gets this long range gunfight initiative as well. But no, Joker is gonna get on that retaliation play out of nowhere. Revok goes down, and Glozario is left out alone in this situation.
There's a backup. Rev has got a backup, and eventually he's the third man from Alpha 7 who was outside the circle, is now going to come close to Rev. And there's another fight that is happening. Oh my god, Glozario is going to take that frag for the team. Team Train to Kill now pretty much in trouble. There you go, Sancheer will land charge from that P90 once again, and with these connections being made, Skyforce is now in the top 3 along with EArena. And while Rev was trying to fight back against Team T2K, got landed from Joker from EArena. That was a third-party connection that was being made. But look at this, Rev is back on his feet. Obscure, Rev, gives out 3 players from Alpha 7 still surviving, super strong, looking absolutely like a carnage. But I love the way EArena is also playing. A big split coming in from their corner as they've got the circle control. One of the players, Joker, has gone outside the circle trying to possibly backstab Skyforce, which might not work. But then again, that's exactly how you establish control in such a difficult equation. But Joker, he's pushed in deep. This could be problematic. Joker is positioning. If it gets revealed, shots can land on him. But Sakura is giving a good amount of cover. I want to really see what Sancheer is going to do. From Skyforce, that guy is going to come up with a very big rotation. Look at this. From the extreme northern western side of the circle, as we can see in the minimap, there's that 15th number team known as Skyforce who is pushing rapidly towards the sides of Alpha 7. And if that push is successful, if they are able to spot these players in a very off-guard equation, that would be it. That would be the best opening Skyforce needs. But at the same point, Sancheer's position, is it compromised? Gyuzao, does he have any idea that there are players crawling closer to him? Oh my god, Gyuzao spots, but the P90 with the higher fire rate will always be on par. There's a backup that is coming. Obscure connect, Sancheer goes down. Now a fight against EArena has turned out to be a fight against Skyforce. 2 different set of teams fighting in a 2 different type of battle. EArena will get that chance to push in. Look at that, Sakura without wasting any time will be pushing in. This is the moment where fights can change, where the tones can be changed. Sakura is going to cook off a grenade. Joker, he gets tossed with a grenade as well. But Rev, he's just constantly quick with his punches. Oh my god, that grenade from Joker was absolutely on point. And with this, Alpha 7, the strongest in this contendership in the top 3, with the highest amount of manpower, is now on the back foot. But that gives the time for Skyforce to push in and get their fight in the favor.
Bro, EArena are playing this like they're a 4-man squad. Sakura, he gets the dig connected on towards side of Sancheer. Gets the confirmation. Goddess cooking one more. But it's gonna be, he has to change up his position because of the Molotovs coming on in the same direction. For now, Sakura, he gets in. Boy, oh boy, he just almost in a 1v2, practically and technically in my opinion, but for now he has to just now do a 1v3 at this point of time, which is going to be a very hard situation for him. Back-to-back hits, the rain of the grenades going to come up from the side of Alpha 7 Esports. Alpha 7 just making sure with the 14, actually 11 plus 1 more now coming onto their side, they're going to get the placement point advantage as well. EArena at going out of this entire scenario with 14 points in their hand, but here it is going to be the side of Alpha 7 Esports. So right up at the start of the grand finale on the map of Rondo, taking that sweet and salty winner chicken dinner for their team scorecard. Now it comes down to the fact that they have got such a beautiful start right here in the grand finale. They just have to maintain this. But also comes down to the fact that teams like EArena, teams like I would say Loops Esports, teams like Influence Race, teams like Inner Circle, they have also good and ample amount of elimination points coming right off on their team card.
Small mistakes, I would say, from the sides of Influence Rage that decided to take up a fight against EArena. They were able to damage one from EArena. I think that was Lil Boy. But the problem that I faced with regards to them was basically that they rotated super late. But yes, I'm super happy that Alpha 7 was able to get their first winner chicken dinner. And thanks to Riv, the way he opened up, the way he retaliated in the very first fight. Look at the damage that Riv was able to create. Not just that, Gyuzao with 786 of a damage. Carillo on the back foot as he was the first one to go down from the sides of Alpha 7, and after that we got to see Obscure, Gyuzao, Rev getting knocked out every now and then. But still, overall, if you see damage that they were able to take and the damage that they were able to retaliate is amazing. The ratio of these two things, these two stats, looks pretty amazing. But yeah, 22 points on the board. As you can see, the knockouts that they were able to get were also pretty amazing. Rev got 4 knockouts, Gyuzao 3, Obscure 3. Carillo, unfortunately for him, this particular first match was not that big, but trust me, his teammates were able to fulfill his shoes. Healings, as you can see once again, is a bit more for Rev as he was the frontline attack every now and then for the sides of Alpha 7. Whenever he was pushing in, sustaining a bit of a damage, going for the heals, and everything really worked out well for them. Like the way they were able to hold up the circle control, playing on the edges after they lost Carillo, not losing their own composure as what EArena did, as what Skyforce did. Yes, Skyforce was looking phenomenal when they took up a fight against T2K, but the problem is you cannot really push through in such situations, be like a behemoth. You have to time your attack in a good way. That's exactly what Alpha 7 did, and you can see the throwables that they used. You can see the difference of tactics, the difference of rotations, and the difference of time survived. It's pretty clear how Alpha 7 was able to compose the game from the very get-go. The first fight that Alpha 7 had was against Team Flash, and then they slowly pitched their way to get some frags, get some zone control, and then slowly come into the circle rather than like being a berserk like what Train to Kill was doing, like what Skyforce was doing. They have frags, they have good amount of plenty numbers in terms of the finishes, in terms of the eliminations that they were able to secure. Problem will come whenever you compare them with regards to the amount of placement points, amount of total points they will have. Yes, EArena, as you can see, has got the higher number of finishes.
Let's see, man. At this point of time, we do have a head-to-head counter coming off. 1958 damage from the side of Alpha 7 and EArena 2350. So, man, I would say for the side of EArena, they are something I would say that they have definitely figured out on what were going wrong in some of the previous play days that we have seen in this particular tournament as well. Also coming down to the fact that you know, them being at such a sweet spot to actually initiate, win, then dominate the entire compound, dominate a particular set of an area of a map to just make sure they're the #1 team. For the side of MVP of the game is going to be the side of Godless. I mean, at this point of time, whenever I'm here at this with whatever co-caster, Godless is going to be the guy. Godless 39 from the side of Score4 is going to be the guy to actually get the MVP on the first map and second map. So let's see if I'm going to be lucky for the side of this guy or it's going to be a caster's curse, as I have now kind of like jinxed it. But for the side of Godless, in terms of the stats, 13 utilities plays, more than around 1100 damage being done, 1164 damage being done, 6 elimination. But top performers, it's going to be Cyber Pragloon with 7 eliminations, 912 damage, team contribution of 58.33%, 66.67% from the side of Godless. Sakura with 6 eliminations, 848 damage, team contribution till of 42.86%. Tasing coming in from coming at the fourth number of the top performers, 5 elimination, damage of 926, and team contribution of 41.67%.
Brilliant stats. Now let's talk about the match leaderboard. Alpha 7 with the winner chickener will be able to secure 22 good points on the board. EArena with 14 finishes, they were able to bump up their position quite a bit with regards to the points. Look at this, 20 good points on the table. Skyforce for them again, brilliant fights. Thanks to Godless, the MVP of this particular matchup. He was wonderful with the stuff that he was able to portray onto the table.
Yeah.
Other Nepali giant known as T2K Esports, they also outdid themselves like with 10 finishes. Thundertalk Gaming with 12 of their own. Virtus Pro, all the points that they were able to get on the table were because of the finishes. Yes, they went out early by the hands of Thundertalk Gaming itself. Nicodive's grenade, I still remember that moment when Nicodive tossed in a grenade, and that grenade was absolutely on point with regards to where Virtus Pro was holding off. These are the match stats, and the longest elimination distance was coming in from the sides of Alpha Gaming Stop with 386 meters of a distance where he connected dots, where he connected shots and got the value.
Yeah, definitely the value proposition coming in from a lot of these guys from the side of Alpha 7 as well, coming in from the side of I would say Inner Circle, and how we can not forget the side of EArena has been on a different level. 150 knockouts being in a cumulative overall figure being added from a lot of all of the teams playing in this tournament in this the first year of the grand final. It comes down to the fact that yes, the side of Rondo has always proved on to be beneficial for those teams who actually wants to initiate and win those gunfights. We have seen a lot of those teams in the very first set of the initiation and the early fights when we kind of landed on the map of Rondo, actually leaving down the gunfight, leaving down the warfare, and leaving down to just kind of not contribute on these team gunfights.
Having said that, guys, we'll take a short break for now. We'll be back with the second match of ERANGEL. Stay tuned.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Give me what I want. Give me what I
Hey guys, after a quick short break, as promised, we are back on the desk of PUBG Mobile Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season number 13. This is the grand finale. Match number 2 is bound. And of course, in the first match, we got to see Alpha 7 doing something amazing. EArena on the other corner went on ham with the aggression. Not just that, I would have to talk about some other teams like Virtus Pro as well, who were able to be super aggressive in that particular game with 12 amazing finishes, 0 placement point. It's super clear that how aggressive they went down. And yes, guys, the next match that we are going to see is going to be the map of ERANGEL.
Yes, sir. And now it is going to be the season of ERANGEL, which is going to get started from map number 2 all the way till map number 4. Back-to-back 3 set pieces of ERANGEL is going to get played here in this Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13, my friends. But also comes under the fact that, as we did saw the map number 1 scorecard, a lot of teams kind of like struggle to take up that elimination card right on their team scorecard. But also comes under the fact that teams like EArena, teams like Alpha 7, teams like different set of teams have just paved the way for themselves to kind of like stand strong. So let's see on how a lot of these teams will actually clear their way to actually secure more points, or it is going to be some new teams who have not kind of like performed in map number 1 will pave their way to actually to the crown of the table to make sure that they perform really well on map number 2.
It's a small change in the participating teams as well. There are 17 other teams who have performed in the previous match, but we have Weibo Gaming joining us for this one. And from here, in the spree of next 5 matches, the entire platform is going to be Weibo Gaming representing themselves as a team. So it's going to be fun to watch how Weibo is going to initiate some good battles out here, as their first match was not to be seen. But now, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, 2 of those amazing teams have been invited. All of them. The first one has already secured a winner chicken dinner. And that's exactly why you get to see one up against my name. And that's Alpha 7 getting a winner chicken dinner. It was a pretty phenomenal game. But now I want to go for a different team. I would like to say it's going to be EArena, as the way they were super aggressive in the previous match. I think EArena could be that particular team who is going to get possibly the next winner chicken dinner.
I want to go with the ERANGEL, but as now it is going to be a different map. Yes, momentum is something that is going to get carried from the map number 1, but I want to go with the likes of Influence Rage. Influence Rage kind of like playstyle was something which kind of appealed to me on the very superior side, so I will go for the side of Influence Rage.
Hey, production team, I just want to have one correction. Why is one written behind your name? You were guys, I think, going for Team Flash, if I'm not wrong, in the last match, and Team Flash went out super early. How is that one right there behind that number, guys? That should not happen. But yeah. Now talking about the entire equation. Oh, actually, we have got an update, guys. It's the score from the playoffs itself. Unfortunately, I was not the part of playoffs, so I'm still the one who has got just only one prediction correct. But looking forward to see if EArena is going to perform once again with a banger of a game in the second match of ERANGEL. And as Bullet said, it's the entire season of ERANGEL that we're going to see up next. There are 3 back-to-back maps of ERANGEL that are going to come through. And in this virtual world of ERANGEL, we'll get to see if the teams are going to find their own momentum or their footing will be dismissed.
Let's see, man. It all comes down for us being the cast on the dress. I'll say again, the best team kind of like wins the entire tournament and kind of like start on the same page. But also comes down to the fact that the entire, as there's going to be a set of 6 matches being played in the first of grand finale, they have to also kind of like maintain the balance between the elimination pointers and the placement pointers, because we have seen in the previous tournaments as well, coming in from the side of Ruthless and in the other community tournaments as well, that the teams who have the kind of like have 2 out of like 6 map have just like 2 winner chicken dinner placement pointers, them actually losing a good set of, I would say, the tournaments part. Before that, we have seen like teams who are kind of like just maintaining and just getting the best of the best elimination pointers on the team scorecard actually winning the entire showdown. For now, folks, our next matchup will start very shortly, as you can see on the screen. Do you have any thoughts, Raider? As it is going to be a different map, it is going to be one of the OG maps. Do you have anything to add? Because again, it comes down to the fact that it is going to be back-to-back 3 set of ERANGELs. It's going to be the rinse and repeat process for a lot of these teams to actually have an upper hand advantage or have a disadvantage. But it comes down to the fact that yes, it is one of the OG maps. Everybody knows every inch where other compounds are, where particular suburbs are, where the particular hubs are. Also comes down to the fact that we can also anticipate some of these bottom place teams from map number 1 to actually show a very different level of gameplay on map number 2.
So now that RONDO is done, I believe every single team is going to play a passive and a very calculative battle, because of the fact that no recalls are available whatsoever. So if you miss an opportunity, you get knocked out, you get finished. There is no backup available. Of course, there is a chance that you might get revived if you are in a proper cover and there are teammates who are giving up the trades. But looking at the flight path, starting from Sosnovka military base down south to all the way the northern western corners, where we have Georgipol, Northwest City, Zarki coming into the entire picture as a rotation area. But I can see a lot of teams have already jumped in. In military base, we have Alpha Gaming, we have Skyforce going to Novoripno, and not just that, there's one more team out there, Thundertalk Esports. They are going to go for the Milta region, Virtus Pro. They have also pushed in. Inner Circle, EA, all these teams are jumping towards the western part of the map. But there is a clash, there is a fight that is already happening. Skyforce Sunshare in the last match with the P90, this match went on ham. But right now with a UMP45, again making some good possibilities, getting the first blood for the lobby. And there you go, Skyforce looking absolutely strong once again, building on the momentum that they had in the previous game. And it's trouble awaits for the other side. It is going to be difficult for the other side to like really step in, get the job done. Oh my god, looks like the players are now cornered. It's Team Geekay Esports, who is now in some big trouble. But Influence Rage, you talked about them. It feels like that, Bullet, you are the caster curse at this point.
Dude, don't do this with me. Seriously, don't do
Look
this
at that. Look at Petrol, man.
For now, the side of ES, I'm really surprised to see Influence Rage at this point of time. Actually, kind of that Influence Rage. Yes, just make sure they get the spray connected. Really good spray control and just making sure that the last guy also goes down. Let me remind you, folks, and let me actually inform you guys. It is going to be the side of Vivo Gaming who has been replaced at the place of Papara SuperMassive, and for now it will be the side of Vivo Gaming to continue from this map. 2 eliminations getting added up, and now they just want to initiate and actually win the gunfight up against the side of Influence Rage at this point of time. On the other hand, we do see one of the players going in from the eastern direction. One of the guys, just 2 guys actually being ready for the shotgun on the doorway. On the other hand, Boy has no west. I mean, this is an entire dry and steady loot up against the both sides, where at this point of time it is going to be a kind of like a 4v2 scenario where Influencers have 3 eliminations and they just want to get out of this scenario as soon as possible, but they can't. Every other angle has been secured, like a wolf pack coming in from the side of Vivo Gaming. There you have it, takes from the side of Lil Boy. Now it's going to be just one guy remaining in the trenches, right here in the small house where he has an SMG in his hand. At max, he can take down 1, take down 2, but doing a 1v4 with this particular gun, not going to happen. There you have it. Sticky nade comes onto the face. Influence Race goes down with 3 elimination at the 17th spot. And I kind of agree. I kind of agree to the fact that you said I'm the real caster curse onto this. Again,
I think point goes to me as well, because even my prediction, EA Sakura and the entire team of EArena is out, and they were the 18th team, the first one to go out of the lobby. So I think I'm also part of the same community, maybe.
I mean, I don't want to add anything. I just want to say sorry.
But yeah, on the other corner, Geekay Esports, let's see what they're going to do. Ragnarok, first frag already available, but Skyforce, they are willing to fight back. Kevin has been taken down. Then we have Nized, Savji, Ragnarok. And in the previous match, we have seen Ragnarok putting up some good sprays. But the thing is, Skyforce have got a larger area to perform with. Icy, he's building up a flank of his own. Sunshade, he gets spotted, some bullets being pelted onto his way. But still, the connection is yet to be found. And I think in this particular fight, a passive battle is going to get initiated. Some smoke so that they can play on angles. But Sunshade shots are going to put Ragnarok in an off-guard equation. But there you go, one from Vivo Gaming is down. Not just 1, but 2. Oh my god, 3 players have been taken down. What is happening? Is it Viper who has sting the particular entire team? Yes, it's Vampire Esports actually. Lazarus will connect the final dot, and there you go, 1v4 by Lazarus. A 1v4 like that. Vivo Gaming, you talked about their substitutions in the grand finale, but it feels like that is just not happening for Vivo Gaming anytime soon. Yes, they were able to get 4 frags out of the other particular teams who went down, like EA and Influence Rage, but at the end, Vivo also gets surprised by their opponent. Lazarus with a 4K. Beautiful stuff from Vampire Esports.
Oh boy. On the other hand, it's going to be the side of Skyforce, almost on the close proximity against the side of Geekay Esports. Comes down to the fact that one of the guys has been knocked out. Other 2 guys are trying to just stay alive and actually initiate the gunfights. But for now, he has an pull up out of information that because that particular guy just fired up his entire thing. Oh! What a need from Icy! Sending back that particular guy back to the Ice Age. But no. I kinda jinxed it, folks. I kinda jinxed it.
You always do, Bullet. You always do.
No. Stop it at this point. I'm Geekay Esports. We're gonna get eliminated at the 15th spot by just 1 elimination to a wrong range fight. It's going to be sort of Alpha Gaming to also contribute to the entire scenario. And there you have it. They are taking the rotation and paving their way towards the same spot and just making sure that they win in this entire situation and get those elimination pointers right on the back. There you have it, Skyforce making sure that they are out of the lobby, and domination coming up from the side of Alpha Gaming. They have already secured more than actually a double point elimination start in the map number 1, and also winner chicken dinner in map number 1. I mean, imagine them securing another one on the very first map
That's
of
actually
lineup.
Alpha 7. This is Alpha Gaming.
Alpha
Totally
Gaming,
different
yeah.
team. Yeah. So Alpha 7, as you can see on the Northern Territory, Cusack, Thrilio, Obscure, Rev, they are actually on their move to take down Severny or probably some Rage's control. But I absolutely agree with the fact that in the previous match, Alpha Gaming was looking great. The way they were able to be aggressive, I mean, their aggression points were coming through. I think they had a total of 7 frags. That's exactly why in the previous match they had a total of 7 points. But right now, Virtus Pro, this is going to be bad for Diana. Has no clue that there is sighting sitting in those compounds, and that too with MK47 Mutant, a burst weapon. Such spray. Basically, it was kind of like a spray, to be honest, the way this guy performed sighting. In the previous matchup, he was in the list of top fraggers, I believe, down at the 4th spot. And once again, this guy performs. Nicodive, one has to be fearful with this guy. Not just that, we have AJ. We have King, we have Sighting coming in from the sides of Thundertalk Esports. In the previous matchup, they went all in with their aggression, with their fighting potential, and they performed quite a good way. But problem was when you talk about the last final circle control, similar things happened to I8 Esports as well, as they performed in the New York strike area, and retaliations were coming through. They were getting frags, but at the end, when you talk about zone placement, the control that one needs in the circle, that's exactly where Casanova and his entire team went down.
Let's see, man. At this point, from Alpha 7 are also looking very, very strong on how they have secured that winner chicken dinner in the last one. Them trying their little best to carry up that momentum in the second one as well. Let's see on how some of these teams can actually make sure that they get the best of the entire scenario, just making sure they get the best of these elimination pointers as well. On to what the side of stream range area is going to be the side of Alpha 7. On the other hand, we do have the side of Loops Esports coming in from the Brazil region, making sure that they just analyze and observe the entire situation right off of this card. But it's going to be a very northern shift of the entire zone as well. Every other team who have taken a drop point toward the southern western side and southern eastern side. Oh, a complete northern shift toward the side of Severny area. That's going to be a huge trouble for a lot of those teams who have taken a drop toward the side of Pochinki, toward the side of Katka, toward the side of Yasana Poliana. We're trying to just make sure towards the other teams like, Loops as well, KIA Plus as well, and also toward the side of, Team Flash, who has a little bit of that opportunity to actually gatekeep a lot of these teams and get almost, I will not say an easy frag, but a little bit of that frag in their pavement scenario.
Flash. Win goes down, Tops goes down, I8 Esports, Josefa is going to finish off Win. Barrage of fights are coming through. That's bad. That's really bad for the sides of Team Flash. There you go, one more spray, K2 connects, and Zeus has been taken down as well. That's not at all looking good for the sides of Team Flash, as in the previous matchup they went out super early. They had just a single point on the board from the first game. And right now on the second note and the second game, to be honest, as you can see, they're once again on the way to get completely shattered. It's just Bose who's surviving. His position is revealed. There are so many other teams who can be pushing on to him very, very soon. I do believe that for Team Flash, this entire journey of the first 2 matches is not at all comfortable. And as I can see, K2 and one more from the sides of I8 Esports is they're already in the vehicle. I think they're already looking forward to slam onto this compound, get the final frag as well, so that they can completely wipe out the existence of one particular team. Josefa is in the vehicle. Oh, there goes the spray. There goes the knock. Ooh, the knock never really came through. Some good shots indeed. Both the players are super low, but it's like both of them have divided the shots, the damages in between each other, and none of the players were taken down. But Dplus KIA is maneuvering in the right spot. They can push in. They can easily hunt down this lad, and this is actually a very decent, okay-ish compound out here in this northern play zone.
Okay, for the side of Team Flash, they're going to be side of Bows. Lone survivor from this team. Flash to also make sure you get the best of the elimination points and the best of the survival and the placement points as well. On the other hand, it's going to be none other than some of the teams are trying to just make sure that they are at the best spot. Is that Esports Casanova? Does have a little bit, actually I have a confirmed information and I intel that there's going to be one particular guy trying to hold of that compound. On the other hand, is going to be none other than a side of Team Xavier taking a lot of fight, taking a lot of beating from some other teams as well. That's going to be a nade. It's going to be actually a clash coming in from Alhamdulillah from the hands of Alliance. Takes the slam, gets the knock. Gonna get out of the vehicle to get the confirmation. The zone gets closed in less than 4 seconds. Now Xavier has a very, very disadvantageous spot to actually take down the entire opponent team. And it's going to be another side of Alliance.
Alliance versus Xavier. It feels like that Xavier is running on a thin ice. Oh, the last man standing goes down behind the tree trunk, and that's it. Alliance in the previous match went out super early. But in this match, it feels like that they are performing. Their aggression is coming through. They're getting the points. On the other corner, Vampire. Now they're here to suck the blood, get the finishes. Oh my god, that was just lovely stuff. For one has been taken down from Team Alliance. So more space. I think Villa will be taken down as well. Exactly. Papara Esports, they have brought in the domination in the lobby. And the last man standing from Team Alliance will be running away for his life. It's 6-0-4-8. Last man standing. Super far away, has figured out a track. It could be his next home. But Alpha 7, even them are just getting thrashed. Rev is down. Obscure is out. He's out. He's out. Carillo, the man who was taken down earliest in the previous matchup, is still out there fighting back. But this is not looking good for the sides of Alpha 7. In the previous matchup, they were able to get a winner in chicken dinner. This match is turning out in a very different note, and Loops will be connecting the final dot of this entire picture. The final nail into the coffin of Alpha 7. As Alpha 7, they went out super early without securing even a single point, I believe.
Let's see. I mean, for the side of Loops as well, they have kind of, I would say, played in a very commanding spot in the previous play days. But on the other hand, if we do see some nades being exchanged between the side of Thundertalk and between the side of Loops as well. On the other hand, it's going to be the side of KIA Plus. Oh, one of the guys from the KIA Plus has actually been knocked down. Okay. Dplus KIA needs to make sure that they remain on the best of the spot, because the map number 1 has not been on the best of the state for their particular team. It's going to be the side of Alpha Gaming to actually initiate, who are right now on 5 eliminations. And on the other hand, it's going to be the side of Dplus KIA, who are on 0 eliminations.
For the sides of Dplus KIA, the last few games, even in the playoffs, were not that great for the sides of Dplus KIA. And once again, Nolbo is on the back foot, receiving a lot of damage. He gets taken down. But Ships on the other corner will be connecting some dots. Some good damages are coming through. Nothing really significant, I would say. Knocks are yet to come. Alpha Gaming, they have secured a good decent amount of fights. 6 good finishes in their banner. Zeol, Top, Doc, Refuse. These are the 3-4 members who are still out there hunting for the glory for Alpha Gaming. And to be honest, Train to Kill looks very, very passive in this particular matchup. Loops, they have taken a fight, a good one to be honest, up against Alpha. And Strato Boy has actually spotted Venom. Even Venom was one of the first one to go down from the sides of Train to Kill, as was Carillo from the sides of Alpha 7. So a lot of teams have actually kind of found their own footing in the game, which is great. But the circle has shifted once again towards I8 Esports. Now the question is, are there so many teams who are willing to slam directly on the compound, or are they going to just play on the edges? I mean, whatever is going to work, teams are going to go with it. T2K is still to find the circle control. Dplus KIA, they are in their vehicle trying to find a rotation. And then you talk about Alpha Gaming, they are on the way to find their own rotation. Top, and the other guy has already taken the compound control down in the southern part of the circle right now. But there you go. Papara Esports Lazarus will connect initially on Vibo, and now Lazarus goes ham on yet another team. Dplus KIA, unfortunate for them that this one particular match was again not a round for them.
It's going to be the side of Dplus KIA to one more time being eliminated with just 3 pointers. Now it's going to be side of Inner Circle. Oh, taking a 2-way fight. It's going to be side of Virtus Pro, who are actually being very close to side Noxy and T2-4 OP, paving the way with the nades. But at this point of time, they grab the vehicle at the right amount of time. But Falak and everybody needs to make sure that's going to be a back stab as well coming in from the side of Virtus Pro. But on the other hand, it's going to be side of Ruthless Esports, being very close. Falak almost getting that shot connect, but not going to be. A little bit of that lingering the rose is getting in play. But Strat Boy misses the shot. T4 OP connects it. Shadow Boy goes down. Retaliation in play. Zaza gets one, but Falak coming in from off angle, trying his level best to confirm up. Falak being the lone guy, trying his level best to connect that nade. Possibly a little bit of that distraction can be made. But Zada comes out of the window. Oh, look at that smart play. Would you look at that movement? Both of them extending shot. And Falak clutches it out, but nope. Through a long range shot from the side of Pragun. Inner circle gets eliminated.
Virtus Pro. They just waited long enough. They were like, yeah, let that fight happen. They're going to strike at the perfect time. That's exactly what Virtus Pro did. Lovely from their corner. Top 7 teams, 24 players still surviving. That means every single team that is out there have got at least 2 to 3 players in their favor. Yeah, I know Team Alliance is one of those particular teams who have got just one 6-0, 4-2, 6-0, 4-2, whatever you want to call him out. He's the last man standing from that particular team. Bit of a trouble. He's going to hold off the Shaq, but train to kill. So far, they have been very, very patient regarding their entire play style. And not being super aggressive can actually benefit them quite a bit. Alpha Gaming, meanwhile, has also taken a good chunk of fights. They have taken a good amount of circle control. Although I believe Vampire and Virtus Pro, these are the 2 teams which you have to be scared for. These 2 teams can easily strike and hard and eventually take you down. Lazarus, to be honest, and a lot of fights have been phenomenal. Look at this. Oh yeah, is going to connect. And with that connection, there's one knockout coming through Venom. He's pushing in closer. But Gui, sir, he has to be back. Oh my god, Lazarus! He was putting a full stop on a lot of rotation, but unfortunately it's his own rotation which is now going to get cut short. Red Bull is going to fight back. But the problem is, it's just 1 or 2 players that you have taken down. What about the other ones? Venom, he's pushing through. Kaya has been taken down. Igneous has been taken down. And this gives Vampire Esports a good momentum, a good retaliation, and a good moment to fight back. Oh my god. Eagle slam, Sungjin Woo.
Look at that.
Yeah. But I think this nade would be the final one. This could be it.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Almost. Almost
Maybe this
getting
one?
survived. Just a little bit overthrown. For the side of Rules OG. One mono getting cooked up just behind the one. Getting tossed up in a different direction. Getting bounced off with that way kill. Sungji Wo gets it. Vampire Esports survives. 14 eliminations in the bag. And Vampire Esports just want to make sure that they get this winner chicken dinner as well. On the other side, we have Thundertalk Gaming as well, who were actually very close in map number 1 to secure that winner chicken dinner in map number 1.
I8 Esports, to be honest, a very fruitful compound for them. Flash, they pushed in. They got reciprocated. Virtus Pro, they have pushed in deep. And look at this, Ragoon once again finding the opening one. But out here, Mailer, he needs to fight back. He did. Brilliant retaliation. Ragoon now gives the backup to his teammate K2 and Crypto. They're stuck on the other side from the crossroads. They cannot really do a lot. They can actually put down some bullets, but then if you see, it's not looking good for I8 Esports. As Josefa, he's down. But Alpha Gaming's stock, he has connected. Oh my god, is this a third party that is about to happen? It feels like that. There is a very good chance that the third party will be there. Ragoon is the last man standing from the sides of Team Virtus Pro. He needs to get the revival, but even before that, he wanted to finish off the player who was giving up all the information. It was Josefa who has been taken down. Some revivals are due. There you go. Nico dive from Thundertalk Esports. He's going to steal a finish once again. Pretty cheeky with his play style. But Ragoon will be able to revive one of his teammate. Josefa is still out there in the compound. Look at him giving up all the information while being knocked out. He is telling his teammates that where the players are lining up, from which angle you can fight back, and K2 is benefiting it from it.
Oh.
Look at this. He shuts one more down. This could be the moment where K2 and his teammate Crypto can push in. Although Crypto is down to very thin wire with regards to his HP.
Yeah. Domination coming in from side Virtus Pro. Surviving that one. He needs to make sure he gets the revival right on the clock. On the other hand, Crypto also needs to make sure that he actually take control of this compound and this particular compound. But on the other hand, it's going to be the side of Jingwu from the side of Vampire Esports. Get one of the guys just behind playing on the wiggle over here from the side of Thundertalk Gaming. Lightning and the thunder can actually pave the way. We have to just find it out momentarily. But TD King right behind the drop crate over here, making sure he has the optimal cover. to just be protected from all of the possible line of sight. On the other hand, smoke screen and entire smokes have been deployed from the side of Nicodive. He has not, I would say, an ample amount of cover or ample amount of time, but he needs to change his positioning momentarily. But at this point of time, in my opinion, Raider, I think it's going to be a possible winner chicken dinner coming in from side of APG or possibly from side of Empire.
I think Alpha Gaming has done wonders, no doubt in that. I have no doubts in my mind regarding that. But honestly, they still have to find the footing in the play zone. And that's exactly where they will go wrong. Look at this. Dog goes down. Top retaliates. But now that their position is revealed, it's a pretty easy target for Thundertalk Esports to like shut down. They have done wonders in the past match as well. Nicodive specifically talking about him. He has been wonderful. Stage 6 will be shrinking in just a few seconds. 3 more seconds to go with. And after that, once again, Alpha Gaming will have to make a move. They have to rotate back to the circle. That's where I8 Esports Crypto is holding off. And the other guy from Virtus Pro are holding off Alpha Gaming. They're outside the circle. The only team, to be precise, who are outside the circle right now is Alpha Gaming. And that gives the benefit of doubt for Thundertalk Esports, who can easily spot from which location the players will be moving in and then can land some good shots. Look at this. The vehicle has been spotted. Sprays are going in. Very soon the finish will read something of the amazing. Oh my god, Ragoon on the other corner with a mortar. It's trying to connect. Refuse goes down. That's exactly what I was talking about. Stuck outside the circle. When you push, your position is exposed. You are exposed. Your entire rotation is exposed. And now Top is down to the last thin wire. He's super duper low. One good grenade could be finishing him off. And that's it. Alpha Gaming's notion of taking a winner with a chicken dinner is down the drain. And it's going to be Thundertalk Esports who is going to make the talk possible. Thundertalk Gaming so far have secured 7 finishes. They are in the top 3. A total of 7 players still out there in the lobby. 2 from Virtus Pro, 2 from ASI8. And now all of you guys who are there in the chat can give us your prediction once again. Whose chicken dinner is it going to be? Is it ASI8 Esports, Crypto K2? Or is it Virtus Pro, Ragoon getting a winner in the chicken dinner? Or Nicodive finally nailing what he failed to do in the previous game?
I don't want to jinx it. I'm just going to do my classic play by
But
play.
you'll still do.
Oh my gosh, Raiders, just stop it. Stop it. Top 3 teams winning right now, folks. And at this point of time, I think ASI8 have a good compound in hold, good entire house in hold, which they can play on their advantage. But on the other hand, if a fight gets started, a fight gets brewed in between the side of Virtus Pro and the side of ASI8, things can be, say, in the same factor for the side of Thundertalk Gaming as well. But this is going to be more of like who actually paves the way to commit a faulty play from either of these teams. So the third team can actually take an advantage. The only team who has a man advantage is going to be actually both teams have both teams have 2 guys remaining alive. It's going to be the side of Thundertalk Gaming and it's going to be the side of ASI8 as well. It's going to be just the side of Virtus Pro remaining alive with 2.
Virtus Pro and King, look at him. He's using mortars to pin down the players. It will be fun to watch if some connections to be made, but this next circle shift can actually determine a lot of stuff. If the players will push out of the circle or they have to. Specifically talking about Virtus Pro, they have to cover the circle. That's the only option they're left with. Now a lot of smoke paths have to be created or they can use vehicles to rotate in. But I think #3 is something that they have to be good with. Honestly, I believe right now for Virtus Pro, it's very difficult to take the circle control. But with these smokes being utilized, now they're trying to push in. You have Boston and Ragoon. Both of them trying to push in. Crypto and K2 cooking off their own grenades so that they can block off this entire entry. Grenades being tossed from the other side as well, but this grenade, no connection whatsoever. They were not able to like place the grenade correctly. But Crypto, he is now getting flustered with the molly and had to push back. He's gonna go for a heal himself. Oh, that another nade on K2 was absolutely on par. Boston finds the opening and that's it. Virtus Pro will be pushing in. Crypto, what can he do? The last man standing from his team getting pelted with grenades and all. Warzone will go down. Brilliant grenade. And at the end, Crypto will connect. And Crypto goes out by Molly. Super low. And the final connection comes from the last man standing from Thundertalk Esports, Thundertalk Gaming. Then there's the winner chicken dinner that Nicodive and his teammates will be able to seize. In the previous matchup, they went close enough to take that winner chicken dinner. They failed to get it. all thanks to their reckless move into the circle. But this time they decided to play safe. This time they decided to play on angles and build their own game. Yes, they were lacking in terms of their finishes, but look at the way Thundertalk Gaming held their composure and got a winner chicken dinner. A phenomenal one, to be precise, a good one. And the total eliminations that they were able to secure were precisely 8 and 18-pointer winner chicken dinner coming in for Thundertalk Gaming. Brilliant stuff from these 4 lads. Sighting, King, Nikadive, AJ, amazing stuff.
A lovely coordinated gameplay coming in from the side of Thundertalk Gaming. And again, man, they were like really close in the previous game as well. Just that, you know, sometimes around every other scenario just cannot be paving the way for your advantage Esports. They were just a little bit unlucky in the last matchup, but for now they have definitely shown one of the best I would say positional play, some of the best gunfire, because they were just left out with 3 guys up in the corner, and they were just waiting in for the other team to kind of like take the fight and duel about third party. But this time around they have also gotten a good amount of elimination pointers as well. So for now we have to just wait for the overall scorecard, which is going to appear momentarily, to see where a lot of these teams are placed up, whether they are in the top 5, whether they are in the bottom 5 up till now.
Yeah, their positioning definitely matters with regards to the leaderboard. That is something that every single team is eyeing for, having that control on the leaderboard, as this is the grand finale, remember folks. And winning the grand finals is the utmost priority for every single team. The teams to watch are these one. I8 Esports, good chaos from their corner. Yes, they were able to get a lot of frags, specifically on Vibo. Lazarus from I8 Esports was amazing with regards to how he was pushing down all the rotations from the teams, be it Skyforce or some other particular team. Every single team was just getting pinned down by the sides of I8 Esports on the talk. They got the winner chicken in them. So yes, we definitely have to watch them, talk about them. I8 Esports, Crypto and K2, they survived for long, but at the end the compound control was never really their forte. I can see in the chat that people are talking about the beautiful way how I8 Esports controls the compound areas and how they hold their own positioning, but that never really worked out for them up against Virtus Pro. They know how to break in such situations, and head-to-head between Thundertalk Gaming and I8 Esports tells us a clear story. Number of finishes is higher, number of heals is higher on the sides of I8 Esports, as they was just getting pelted by the damage, by the bullets, by the grenades coming in from the other side from Virtus Pro and all the other teams who were there out there in the circle. But Thundertalk Gaming, 1355 is the amount of damage that they were able to relay on their opponents. They got the winner chicken dinner. They used 424 heals, and then you talk about the eliminations is 8. So a total 18-pointer. Beautiful game from their corner. The man who has got the MVP of the match title is gonna be I8 Esports. Sung Jin Woo, as the last man standing, as being the last resort, he still performed and got a lot of frags for the team.
And dude, this was the guy who was unstoppable with the nades as well. Since I would say in the last matchup as well, Sung Jin Woo was using all of those utilities, the secondary utilities that you see way too brilliantly. So for now, definitely a well-deserved MVP of the game coming in from the side of Sung Jin Woo. But I just want to take a look at top performance as well. There you have it, 2 of the lads coming in from the side of Viper. We then have the side of APG, then we have the side of I8 Crypto. I mean, I8 has also kind of played really brilliantly in this game as well. They were so close to actually confirm up the winner chicken on their side. They had a good ample amount of, I would say, elimination pointers as well. But there you have it, 4-star performance right on your screen. 8 eliminations from Sung Jin Woo. Lazarus with 6. I mean, another lad who was just way too brilliant with those projectile hand in play. Plus from the side of APG, it's going to be side of WTOP with 5 eliminations, and of course Crypto with 3 from his side. Match leaderboard, there you have it, Thundertalk at the second with 8 eliminations, almost a double right there, and nobody else is on a double pointer mark. Nobody has crossed the double-digit mark in terms of elimination, except the fact that Vampire Esports have crossed up that mark. I8 with 6, Alpha Gaming with 8, Virtus Pro with 6, Alliance with 4, Loops Esports with 5, T2K with 2, Inner Circle with 3, Vibo with 4, Influence Rate with 3 eliminations, Skyforce with 2, Geekay Esports with just 1, EArena, who were so dominant in map number 1, just securing 1.
Yeah, they went out super early at the Indian spot. There were so many other teams who went down with 0 frags on their board. Skyforce is one of them. I think Alpha 7 is one of them. So that's bit of a problem for them. Honestly, the most consistent team so far that I've seen in these 2 matches is going to be Thundertalk Gaming, as they have constantly built on their points. And with that, of course, the overall standings will tell us the true story. There you go. Thundertalk Gaming sitting on top with 32 total points. Reverse that, 2-3. That's Virtus Pro, where they're sitting at 23 points without a chicken dinner. Alpha 7, their first game was a winner chicken dinner, but the second one, not at all great. As in the second match, they went out super early. Look at the amount of position dispute that they are now facing. They are dropping down to the third spot. So is EArena. Their position has also been significantly impacted, but Papara Esports, for them, there's a big jump of 8 positions from the leaderboard. So big, huge jump for them. Vibo, again, they also have joined for the very first game in the previous matchup, but they still perform. Vibo was able to go ham up against EArena and also Skyforce. So they've secured 4 amazing good finishes. That's great. There are still a lot of teams like the Xavier, Team Flash, Geekay Esports, Dplus KIA, who still have to figure out something better in the next few matches. As the table toppers have got 32 points, but the team who's sitting on the bottom, they have got 0 points. That's the Xavier. Team Flash sitting with just a single point on the board. So these are the 3-4 teams who have to really figure out, crack the code to do something amazing on day number 1 of the grand finale. As the next 2 days are going to be very, very interesting to watch as well. Day 2 will be the day of comeback. Day 3, the Judgment Day. Having said that, we'll take a short itsy bitsy break and we'll be back with the next map of ERANGEL. Stay tuned.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. Never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend. Turn it up again, I lose control. Give me everything, it's what I want. Best I've ever been, I see the glow. Feel it deep within my soul. Give me what I want.
Welcome back, folks. In the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season number 13, Grand Finale is underway. And as we have seen in the first two games, there were so much chaos. But Thundertalk Gaming, they were talking with Thunder. They were performing like a thunderous one. And they have secured a total of 32 points in these two games. So an average, which is uncanny to talk about, 16 points per game of an average is super amazing. Although the thing is, the next few matches are going to be very interesting to watch, as the teams who are toppling down for now, like Team Flash or D Xavier, they could pop up from the bottom of the leaderboard, and that could give us a new storyline to talk about. All said and done, next match is again ERANGEL, which is going to be underway in just a minute or so.
Yes, sir, and we have to just also cannot we can also not underestimate teams like Alliance, teams like Virtus Pro have been very close, and also teams like Alpha 7 as well, who have secured up the first win with chicken dinner. It also comes down to the fact that now it is going to be another time where we're going to talk about the predictions, where Raider has already been successful for the first time. Production team has also been successful, and I'm the loner guy over here who have 0 in his bank account.
So go on with the prediction. Tell us which particular team you're going to support this one, or which particular team do you think is going to take the chicken dinner?
I'll go with Inner Circle once more.
Okay. So for
Because
Bullet, it's Inner Circle. Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's going to be side of Inner Circle.
Okay, for me, I do believe that in this particular matchup, Vivo Gaming could do wonders. So for me, it's Vivo Gaming.
Vivo.
Yeah, Vivo team. Yeah, we'll come to that, but I really want to see what our production team is going to predict. Which particular team are they going to go with? Oh, Alpha 7. Yes, their rotation was good, but the problem that they faced was basically their rotation, and then eventually when they came into the 70 compounds, there was loops. There was another team who just slammed onto them, and eventually Carelio was the last one standing. He also got grenaded out of the equation. So let's see if Alpha 7 can pull through. But for me, it's definitely Vivo, because they showed that kind of strategic gameplay in the previous matchup. Yes, Lazarus was able to spot them, surprise them from the sides of Vampire Esports. But other than that, up against Skyforce and EArena, Vivo was phenomenal. So for me, that's the reason.
I would say, yeah, Vivo does have a strong, in control when it comes down to, initiating the gunfights, winning those gunfights, and also just particularly deciding where to just annihilate your opponent when there's the right, positional placement, positional kind of like disadvantages being given away from the side of the opponent teams. We have seen them actually doing that. But also coming down for the side of Alpha 7 Gaming, they were almost right up with a close proximity for some of the top performing teams who have paved their way on the level best in the map number 1, map number 2 as well. But now it is going to be again, folks, map number 3, ERANGEL once again. Yes, it can be the same storyline in terms of on how some of these teams can initiate and actually lose those gunfights, but it can be a very completely different tale, because we have seen the momentum exactly not being carried from the teams who have performed way too good in map number 1, not being able to do the same in map number 2. So that can be almost the exact case in map number 3. But it all comes down to the individual plays coming in from the teams, and also comes down to the individual decision making process from a lot of these teams.
Definitely have to see how adaptability comes into the factor, how they have adapted along the way, that Vivo is now that in the mix, and eventually we have Alpha 7 as an invited team. So yes, the other 16 teams who have qualified from the playoffs, they have played for a long battle. They have played some interesting matches. That's exactly why they're here. But Alpha 7, Vivo, these two are now part of the equation. Influence Rage is part of the equation as an invited team. So definitely have to see teams are going to adapt or maybe falter short. But for Team Flash, I honestly believe their rotation is something that is just messing around with them. The drop clashes that they are taking are not really helping them. Team Flash, even in the first match, they went out super early. If I talk about Ragnarok from Team Geekay Esports, again, they also faltered down. Yes, their fight was good enough against Skyforce. They started in a good way. Skyforce Sanchir was able to get the first blood of the lobby as well in the previous map. But the problem arises when Alpha Gaming, they pushed in as a third-party team. So they just started to pour lead onto them in the Nova Reply region. It was just phenomenal stuff from their side. They heard the audio cues, they acted on it, and that action gave them the leeway, gave them the idea, that advantage, that momentum to push through till 70 from Nova Reply out down south on the southern eastern banks of the entire map to a situation which is on the extremity of the northern area of the map. That's exactly a wild rotation coming in from the sides of Alpha Gaming. Although Team Thundertalk Gaming, they held their own composure. They knew whatever the case scenario is, we are the one who have got the zone control. We are the one who can easily shut down a lot of rotations, and that's exactly what they did. Despite the fact that they were on the down the ridge type of area, Alpha Gaming had that upper ridge. They were coming from the upper ridge. They had the better idea of where the opponents could be, but they still were completely flustered by the sides of Thundertalk Gaming. That's the kind of adaptability that I always talk about. So I'm looking forward to see if that similar storyline can be created in the next map of ERANGEL or not, as we are now on the way to embark on a journey where maybe this ERANGEL could give a new face, a new team an advantage. So far, Thundertalk Gaming has been the most consistent one, but I really want to see if there is a possibility that Team Flash, the Xavier, Vibo, teams like these who are stuck on the bottom of the table, they perform.
I mean, we talk about the the map after the starts we have seen after the map number 2. It comes down to the fact that teams like EArena are at the 4th spot with 21 points, A7 with 22. Virtus Pro have definitely made a huge, I would say a lead in terms of the elimination point, especially in map number 2. Now they are at 23. The only team who has kind of like on a bigger margin or bigger buffer is going to be the side of Thundertalk Gaming. Apart from that, everybody is on the 20-point marker. From the side of Viper to being at 20, the side of EArena at 21, A7 at 22, and then Virtus Pro at 23. So there's not going to be a whole lot of difference from the position number 2 till upside to the side of, I would say, almost towards the side of towards the placement of number 7, where Train 2K and the likes of ASI8 are. But yes, anything cannot be particularly said with confirmation on how things are going to get played since now, as the map number 3 has started. A very classic, a very, I would say, a normal plain path right on our screen, folks, coming all the way from the side of military base, going all the way towards the side of the stalker area. Going to be no kind of like a problematic situation for a lot of teams to go on their favorable top spots. But yes, again, can we see those early gunfights as we have seen in map number 2 and map number 1? That is going to be a bigger question right here.
The clashes are something that I'm also pretty much looking forward to. Alpha Gaming, they have gone for the military base region. Team Skyforce, just like the previous game, they have also decided to go for the Nova Ripnui, but there's a change in mentality and in rotation with regards to Geekay Esports, as they have decided to like leave the Nova Ripnui region, go for a different angle, go for a different area where they can fight back. Even Dplus KIA, I would love to see them performing. So far, Osal, Ships, and eventually Nolbu, these individuals, they are on the back foot, but the circle looks good this time. Being the heart of the circle will be Gatka 6 House Compounds. Vibo Gaming going for the Primos, playing for a safer game. But Influence Rage, last 3 games for Influence Rage, including this one, I would say, have not yet started in a very good way. And now Influence Rage is once again super close to a drop clash. EArena, they are in a very bad spot, but Bose goes down. Team Flash once again in a pickle. But look at that. Influence Rage. Oh, they find one more. It's Federal who is going to find the first blood of the lobby, I believe. And with this first blood, Team Flash is again on the back foot, as per usual.
And we did saw last time around also, it was EArena to actually go down very early. It was up against some other team, but it was very, very early. On the other hand, we do have the side of Team Flash, Influence Rage, and to be frankly speaking, I see personally the side of Influence Rage actually winning this one. For the side of Team Flash, it was a very problematic situation in the couple of last maps as we have seen, and it was a little bit of that struggling situation in map number 1 as well for the side of Team Flash. On the other hand, look at it. On the very, very just off the edge, him trying to just not give any kind of like audio cues. On the other hand, it is going to be side of law, using all of the healing utilities to just make sure you're on the best of the HP. But at this point of time, both of these teams, just apart the side of one of the guys who are trying to lurk on the other compound, is going to be side of Federal. Apart from that, everybody from side Influence Rage and Team Flash are just standing on a particular angle, just making sure they don't give away those audio cues and give away those information.
Diego, super patient with his approach. When Geekay on the other corner will be stepping up, trying to be the aggressive one, and it seems like that their own players are faltering short. EArena, they faltered out in the previous matchup, but this one looks like a game where EArena would like to step in. Joker is the trump card at this point with regards to the deck of the entire lobby. As we can see, Joker performed a 1v3 up against his opponent. Geekay Esports has done and does it super early. But on the other corner, I8 Esports K2 is going ham up against T2K, but T2K is retaliating rules. He is stepping up a notch. Oh my god, he shuts down both K2 and Crypto. But when is he going to win this 1v1 up against his opponent? Bose goes down, Tops is knocked out, Win becomes the last man standing. Influence Rage is on the way to completely put a final score onto the table. Oh, Diego goes down. This is bad. Diego could be finished off, but no, Diego goes in cover. Law goes down. What is happening? The last man standing from Flash is not willing to go down that easy. He is just putting up pressure. He is mounting up pressure on his opponents. Win gets a S12K in his hand. His weapon is reloaded. Lil boy, it's countered. But at the end, there's the spray with the micro Uzi, and the connection from Federal was on par. Influence Rage, they are super low with regards to their HP. They have to get a reset, and EArena knows that this is the best point. This is the best moment to strike and get the entire team out.
Yes, sir. On the other hand, it's going to be the side of ERANGEL getting close on to the side of Influence Race. Do have Oregon and Law being very low on HP. Just have to make sure that they stay alive. Federal, it's knock on your Sugara. But Federal is looking very, very determined to pave the way and go marching on towards the direction of EArena. On the other hand, a few of the players from the side of EArena are just being ready with the shotgun and the projectile being ready in his hand. Look at the jump! Superman or what? Oh, look at Diego! Look at Diego and Lil boy. Diego has taken the control on the rooftop. Few of the shots getting fired. And on the other hand, Federal and Lil boy will just make sure that they remain alive. Nah, Joker! Being the trump card, being the guy to actually get outside of Federal, Lil boy goes inside, gets the trade, makes sure that he gets the revival on point. He has to just wait for a while. But one of the guys from the side of ERANGEL getting down with the staircase, not gonna happen. ERANGEL has been taken down at the 15th spot from the hands of Influence Rays, with just 4 eliminations coming out the bag. Oh boy.
One of the biggest games so far for the size of Influence Reach, as they were able to get 7 good finishes without, underline this guys, without losing a single player. Now that's the best part for them. But what is happening to Vibo? Suk, he's in the water body, knocked out. Is that a technical difficulty that he's facing, as his teammates, they are a bit far away? I believe that revival is not going to be easy, even if they go for the revival. But Suk is on the move. As per the circle, it feels like that Suk is moving along towards his teammate, trying to go for the revival. Alpha 7, they are going from the extremes eastern part of the circle. Influence Rage is super close to them. Carilio in the vehicle, Obscure and Rev, Kinzao, they're all on the backward angles. Carilio is going to be the one who is moving in, trying to find the information for the team so that they can push through. But Thundertalk, oh my god, Vibo Suk is out. He was in the water body. I think there's a technical difficulty that he was facing, and that's exactly why he's now drowned in the water body in the sea. But Thundertalk, super close to Alliance. Question is it Alliance who's going to initiate the fight, or Thundertalk who is going to initiate the fight, or maybe a passive game? It feels like that Thundertalk wants to build on their consistency. Like in the last 2 games, they have a average of 16 good points under the table per match. So they want to like work on it, maintain that, or maybe increase it. And that's why Thundertalk has like decided to skip away that particular fight. But there's yet another fight that is brewing, that is bound to happen, and it's gonna be King who has been taken down. The crown has been snatched thanks to Inner Circle. Falak, he and his teammates will be pouncing on him. IQ will take one down. That's the start for the Pakistani Giant.
Yes, sir. On the other side is going to be the top place team right on the leaderboard after the map number 2 start squad shown on our broadcast right now, folks. The side of Thundertalk Gaming, 14 on map number 1, 18 pointers on map number 2, match number 2, and with that winner chicken dinner, they are looking very, very confident to kind of like start and also end their day on the right note. But on the other hand, teams like EArena, as you can see on the overlay as well, the 25 pointers, they are now out of this map number 3. On the other hand, it's going to be the same kind of scenario for the side of Geekay as well, Team Flash as well, being at the 18th and the 16th spot. Not a very, I would say, a favorable spot to be at, not at the placement point where you want to be at with your team. And this was almost the same story I do remember for the side of Geekay Esports in the previous qualifying stages as well. They were struggling a lot when it comes down to day number 1 and day number 2. Actually, on towards map number 1 and map number 2, you know, towards the very initiation of the entire broadcast. They struggled to take gunfights. They struggled to actually win those gunfights. They struggled to actually even stay and remain alive for the long duration in the game. So they have to think of something. But again, there's going to be the day 1 of grand finale, as we all know, folks. The second day and the third day is still, left out. And they have ample amount of time to make up a comeback. And we all know day 2 is the day of the comebacks. But this entire day 1 of Ruthless Invitational Showdown for PUBG Mobile can actually pave the way to just make sure that you have the ample amount of lead, build a huge buffer where the teams will struggle to counter it out in day number 1 and day number 2.
Now that team Flash is on the back foot, like they were trying to fight back. Unfortunately, it was just not an easy case for them. Flash is out. Dplus KIA and Xavier have got a very good chance that they can build on their own lead. Look at this, the bottom of the table. Xavier is very, very close to team who's on the top of the table. Thundertalk Esports, Thundertalk Gaming, I would say. But the question is there a fight that is getting initiated very, very soon or not? Loops close to Alliance, Alliance close to Inner Circle. So much is happening, but there you go. Team Thundertalk, they're now losing bunch of their players. Oh my god, 3 of them are down. King was already out. Jay has been taken down. Now Siding is also done. Not looking good for the sides of team known as the mighty Thundertalk Gaming.
Waiting in for a while for the side of Alliance as well, and I mean, I'm kind of like, how do I say it? I don't want to just say and kind of like disappoint the fans of Alliance, but I'm kind of shocked to see Alliance at the bottom, not exactly at the bottom of the table, but not in the top 5 or top 4. Alliance was way too brilliant in the group stages, way too brilliant in the previous stages of this tournament. They were the one who were actually creating havoc all across the map. So I'm just a little bit shocked, to be very frankly speaking, to see them at this momentum and this level of gameplay. But anyways, folks, it all comes down that this is just a day 1, and things can be a lot different when the second day and the third day gets started. For now, it's going to be a little bit of that silent stage right up in the map. A lot of teams are just going to take up their favorable spots, just trying to get inside the compound, just trying to get inside of the safe zone, just trying to secure some of these spots where they can actually play upon that passive gameplay as well. On the other hand, Vivo Gaming have secured this range, and just few meters away, it's going to be the side of Loops Esports.
It's the Everest, where Vibo and Loops will be going head to head. Neilzada, he decides to back out a bit. He's in the vehicle. Vibo has taken the top area of this particular circle right now, but there's yet another team, Vampire Esports. They are also lining up. They're also gearing up for a good fight out here. Oh my god, one of the Vibo Gaming has been taken down. This is not at all looking good for Vibo, as initially we got to see Sook getting ground due to technical difficulties, and now Vampire Esports just hunting one by one the players of team Vibo Gaming. Grenades going in. Order wants to fight up close and personal. It will not happen. And the last man starting from Vibo. Let's see how far can he go. He gets one knockout. Can he get the second one? Nope, not at all. It's denied. Vivo goes out super early at 14th spot without even a single frag. Unfortunate for them, unfortunate for me, unfortunate for all the Vivo fans that the equations are not really tallying up for them. Alpha 7 with the rotation going to go for the Water City squad house area. And it's a very good area to hold off. But Loops, they have heard all the commotion that was happening on the Everest, and now they are willing to fight back. Now they're here super interested in this particular fight. Look at the mollies, the grenades that are going in. I think for Lazarus and his teammate, it's going to be tough. But Lazarus, he's still out there going to go with the revivals. Oh, one of the grenade comes in. Red Bull once again goes down. Loops within, gets the opening. And this one could find Lazarus as well. But Lazarus will be able to regain his own HP. Sung Jin Woo and QE from the other corner will be giving him the backup. Lazarus, will he connect? No, unfortunately, not at all. 2 of the players from Empire Esports, actually 3. Mind that, 3 players have been taken down. Last man standing is going to be out there with the grenades, with the shotgun every now and then, switching the gears, trying to find an outcome. But it's karma getting repeated. It's the fight back getting retaliated. The last man standing could be connected with the shotgun, and that could be it. Yeah, there you go. Entire team of Vampire Esports is now out. In the previous matchup, Lazarus and his teammates went on ham. But this one is not looking comfortable, and Alpha Gaming is making things difficult for Alliance. All for 1 and 6042 have been taken down.
Oh boy, this is a havoc right here for the side of Alliance. They have to defend this ridge at any cost, but at this point of time, it's looking really hard for them. One of the guys has been already knocked out, and all for 1 has been kind of confirmed. But oh, Inner Circle is also a few meters away. It's going to be the rain of nades. This is going to be real bad for the side of Alliance. But on the other hand, it's going to be the side of Alpha Gaming as well. Just a few meters away, trying the little best to stay alive. Smokes have been powered off from the side of Alliance. 2 of the guys have already taken care of from the opponent teams. Now this is going to be kind of like anyone's compound. IC is coming in from the eastern edge. Right up here is going to be the side of Xavier's as well towards the northern west. Northern west, yeah. From the perspective of Alliance, it's going to be a havoc from all possible angles. They have sufficient amount of smokes, but the problem is if they pop one, the rain of nades are gonna just come up on their spot and they just cannot do anything at this point of time.
Bit of a challenge for now. The Xavier. It looks great that they have started off. They have found their own footing in the game. In the last two games, they were down at the bottom of the table, but right now they are fighting back, which is great. A flash for them, things are not working out. But Loops versus Inner Circle could be happening at any time.
Yeah.
Oh, this fight can be tough for the sides of Loops as they are going to get sandwiched. But out there, Influence Rage is not willing to stop. Virtus Pro on the back foot as one of the players have been taken down. Let's see how Influence Rage is going to act on it. Dplus KIA, Alpha 7 have taken the Water City area. They have taken the compound controls, which is good. They are playing on the eastern edge of the current circle, current play zone. But Influence Rage, for them to like push in into the circle, having 8 finishers, having so many good plays out together, all together in this entire match number 3, it's going to be difficult, trust me. Alpha Gaming are also gearing up. Alliance trying to get the reset done. The players who were down are out of the equation, but the players who are upright, fighting back, are prone right now just to heal themselves, just to be back at a good amount of HP, so that they can surprise their opponents whenever there is a necessary fight coming through. Loops versus Inner Circle, yet to happen. But to be honest, both the teams are just showcasing their presence every now and then, that yes, we are here in this compound. If you try to push in, or if you try to step in, it will be problematic for you. But Loops, a big area to cover. On the other corner, we have the Xavier's Nade, who is going to push in.
Oh boy. On the other hand, we do see the side of Train to Kill as well. Left out with just one single guy. We have a couple of other teams as well. The side of Virtus Pro being left out with 3. Netyai. Oh, what a brilliant spray. Takes one of the guy out from the side of Train to Kill. And there you have it. The last guy was standing up here, trying his level best to, keep his team in the top 5, top 4. Yes, he will go out. Loops Esports, on the other hand, they have to take up the rotation to the side of Dunes towards the safest side. That is going to be a bigger problem because Inner Circle is just right up there present with a 4-man squad. They have set their eyes out. IQ and the side of Falak are trying their level best to deviate the focus of the entire team. Rafina trying to chase it down. On the other hand, Putino will come in very close. Takes the peek. Oh, he gets the knock on Noki. Now Inner Circle takes the frag on Rafinha. A little bit of that trade play, a little bit of that hot pursuit between these two lads. Falak on the other hand connects those shots. IQ goes out. Coutinho on the other hand. It's going to be really bad for the side of Inner Circle now. T24 OP left out in 1. Oh, it's actually the side of Shadow Boy also left out with just 1. Oh my god, it's going to be a 1v1 at this point of time. A long range 1v1. But nah, the final frag comes in from the side of IQ. From the side of the last guy remaining from the side of Inner Circle.
It's actually from Alpha Gaming who was able to connect its top last bullet. The last player from the sides of the other particular team has been taken down by Xavier. They have got that domination working up. Dplus KIA, last few games not at all great, but this one looks like a game which Dplus KIA would love to maintain their own aggression on. IC will be getting finished off probably. Oh no, Law is in big trouble. That grenade that is getting cooked up, Law can be flustered with it. But Skyforce, they are losing players. They're losing players rapidly. The finish feed is telling us that for now, Skyforce is in big trouble. Law still maintaining his composure, still being super calm and composed. His positioning is yet to be made aware of. But the vehicle that are being parked close to him, that can expose his position. Alpha 7, they are willing to take up a fight. But the Xavier, they have done wonders. In a circle, they have done wonders. And the entire team of Loops is out thanks to Inner Circle's retaliation. T24 was super close to taking down the last man Strider Boy as well, but it was Alpha Gaming who got the shots connected. And now, even from the other sides of Skyforce, Sancher goes down. The last man standing from Skyforce is out. Brilliant slam by the sides of Dplus KIA, and it's actually Snow who has taken down 3 frags so far. But the grenades that are being cooked up from the sides of Alpha Gaming could be a very big problem. Look at the grenades going in. Not just the grenades, but the sprays. It's like basically in this crater, small area in ruins, Dplus KIA is now pretty much pinned out. Nolbu, Sal, Snow, ships. It is going to be very, very difficult for them to like do anything amazing at this point. Look at these grenades that are coming through. 1 toss, boom. 2 toss, boom. And still connection to be found.
Yeah.
Alpha Gaming, they're putting up a lot of pressure, but I still believe that Dplus KIA can survive. But for Law, it's going to be a problem. For Influence Rage, Law is going to be a big problem. He's the last man standing from Influence Rage. I mean, if you see on a note where initially Influence Rage was so chaotic, they were going so aggressive. Right now, I believe very soon in finish feed, you'll get to see Law getting out. And that's exactly what happened. Thanks to Alpha 7, Influence Rage is them.
For now, I do see maybe Dplus KIA putting up a maneuver where they can actually win up this entire thing. I do also see the same kind of like a gameplay coming up from Papara Gaming as well, because they have actually done it in the previous maps as well. In terms of securing the winning chicken dinner, in terms of also making sure that they are at the top 3 with 22 points. Alpha 7, Azio just trying to take a small little peek on towards his left hand side. He has kind of like got the info on towards side of Alpha 7. So it's going to be a kind of like a triple threat gauntlet over here. On the side is going to be Alpha 7, upon to the southern it's going to be Alpha Gaming, and left out in a crater it's going to be the side of Dplus KIA.
Oh, lovely grenade. Nolbu goes down. Zeol putting up the pressure. Ships also goes down. That's bad. Alpha Gaming has now got just not the opening, but also the control of this entire fight. As Osal, he had to push back to his teammate. Nolbu is already on the ways of his reset. Revival is being done. But Doke, Zeol refuse. They cannot really push in that easily. They know that it's going to be very problematic if they push in rapidly. That can actually cause their own demise. Osal, he'll be stepping in to put up a pressure on Zeol. Refuse, he has changed the angle as well. Zeol's vehicle is super low. Alpha 7 is also very interested in this entire fight. So Alpha 7, Alpha Gaming, and Dplus KIA, 3 of the biggest giants in this entire lobby, are going head to head with each other. But let's see who's going to make the connections. Alpha 7, they are coming closer. But Alpha Gaming, they have got the circle control a little bit better than what Zeol, than what Osal and his teammate from Dplus KIA have got. So that is the benefit of doubt that Alpha Gaming is going to have. In the previous match, they were very, very close to taking the winner chicken. And unfortunate for them that Refuse and his teammate went taken down by Thundertalk. This time, these grenades that are being cooked up. Look at the amount of grenades that are coming in. Every single vehicle is either smoked out or on the way of getting burst. Oh, Nolbu once again gets tagged. Remember, guys, it's going to be a second or third knockout for Nolbu. He's going to bleed fast if he goes down. And that's exactly what Alpha Gaming needs. Oh my god. Look at the circle. It's not in the Water City area. It's not even in the ruins. It's basically in the middle of both the areas, which gives Alpha 7, the Xavier, a very good chance to get this winner chicken. But they are isolating Doke. This push is going to be good. This push is going to be great. Alpha Gaming, they were trying to line up and isolate the players of Team Dplus KIA, but they have done vice versa to them. They have isolated one from the sides of Alpha Gaming. And with that finish, with the player going out, and now Alpha Gaming showing their backs to Dplus KIA, this is a brilliant opportunity for Dplus KIA to like retaliate.
Oh, what a net coming in from side of Fusel. Kaushal goes down. Exchange one more from side of Noblu. Oh my god, would you look at that? Both the teams exchanging projectiles like anything. At this point of time, to provide that cover, sprays are being initiated from the side of Nolbu. Fuse B is still down, but not all. Vigini on the other hand gets the nade on IQ. One of the guys from the side of IC goes down. It's gonna be a huge problematic spot for the side of Alpha Gaming as well.
Nolbu connecting the dots, so Stal goes down. That's bad. Dplus KIA, they are in trouble, but the grenades that are going in are amazing. They are working out brilliantly. That's it. The story for Alpha Gaming ends once again. They went super close to having the top spot in the game, but unfortunate for them that one good slam, one good rotation from the sides of Dplus KIA changed every single thing. Virtuous Pro right now are getting flustered by the sprays from the sides of IQ. That's Inner Circle for you guys. Inner Circle is performing. The Xavier, they're trying to put up a lot of pressure. Knocks are coming from the Xavier. The finishers are going in the hands of Inner Circle. That's the brilliance of Inner Circle. Timing their attack, building up a third party. There goes another grenade. Super close to where the vehicles were parked, but it's still not going to be easy enough to take down the place of Inner Circle, IQ, and T24 OP. Still continuing the fight. I really want to see what Alpha 7 is going to do, because so far they have been so calm and composed. And our production team's pick rate and the prediction is also with regards to Alpha 7. I do believe that Alpha 7 can pull this off, as they have got circle control, they have got the manpower working with them. Two on the other corner will be pushing in with the sprays. Oh, Ships retaliates. IQ goes down. That's one more lethal blow on the sides of Inner Circle. Unfortunate for them, but I think Xavier could be the one finishing this off. That's exactly what happened. Xavier landed a lot of shots. Playzone did the last remaining rights. And with that, Inner Circle is out. Top 4 teams, 13 players still surviving.
For now, I do see, maybe, don't get me wrong, I do see the side of Dplus KIA actually taking it home. But it can be a side of Xavier's as well. Needs getting exchange. Almost takes down from the side of Boston. Going to be the side of Fang getting close quarter combat with Miller. Fang gets one, possibly gets the confirmation at the same time as well. One more nade getting cooked from the side of Fang. Trying to find out the last remaining guy from the side of HS Pro. One nade getting cooked up from the side of Boston. Oh! Actually gets a little bit of the damage. Now he's just getting surrounded from the Wolfpack. Coming in from the side of Xavier's from all different directions. He can't do anything at this point of time. Right up on the face coming in from the side of Defang. One of the guys will just make sure he gets the confirmation as well. And there you have it. Top 3 teams right up here in this devastated spot. Guzayo takes down from one of the guys from the side of Dplus KIA. Nolbu takes a very slight amount of damage from one of the nades. But where is A7 at?
A big split for their corner. Look at this. And Levi's, he is going to take one down. Unfortunate as Snow goes down, and now it's all about Nolbu. His positioning is also pretty much revealed. Grenades are going in, has to switch with the shotgun. But Shen will connect the Xavier. Look at the way they were at the bottom of the table, guys. And right now they're going head to head with the team who was invited in this action, who is Alpha 7. As their name suggests, they are the Alphas, but the Omegas are grinding. It's Xavier that I'm talking about. Let's see if they can finish this off in style with a winner chicken dinner. So far, Alpha 7 has been very, very calm and composed. Like just 3 frags on the board, and it's most of the frags coming in from the sides of Dplus KIA. Ships was taken down, and then eventually Snoo, Alpha 7, Q's out there on the edges. The rotation and the kind of flank, the kind of angles that Alpha 7 is holding, that in itself is going to be a very, very big problem for the sides of one and only Xavier. Sorry, Dplus KIA is already done. My bad. Now Fang cooking off the smokes, trying to push in onto the next area, on the next angle. I think once again what Dplus KIA did, that can work for Xavier. I am talking about excluding the angles and then isolating the fights. Unfortunate. Look at the spray. Oh my god, lovely spray from Levi's. He connects, Obscure goes down. This could be brilliant, but Rev's positioning is still unknown. Oh, Rev comes out of the cover. He strikes hard, but there's the vehicle switch coming through. Rev goes down. It's a seesaw ride that we can see at this point, but Dplus KIA, they got taken down. Now Xavier, they are on the verge of getting decimated. Obscure's revival is something that is possible, and I feel, yes, it is happening. Corelio is going to go on the back foot. Revival is happening. The Xavier have taken the zone control. Shin, his positioning is going to be absolute importance. Grenade goes in, Shin loses a bit of his HP. Levi's, he also pushes in where Rev was holding off. It's a fight of 2v3 action. Oh, if Shin goes down, that will be it. He has to play better. He has to choose better angles. Corelio constantly using the grenades to pummel him down. Oh, look at that board flying. It does not happen that easily, guys. You have to use a grenade for that.
Oh my god, this is going to be a very troublesome spot for the side of Xavier's. They are yet so close, yet so far. But I think it is going to be, because of the man advantage, it's going to be a winner chicken dinner for the side of ASM. What do you think about that, Trader? Do you think, or do you think like it can be the side of Xavier's to turn this table around?
I mean, so far it has been a seesaw, right? So I do believe that things can change. But look at this grenade that is going from Shin's corner. Corelio is like a sitting duck for now. He is pinned down, but Corelio switches his momentum, moves out. Unfortunate for him that he gets caught off guard. And behind this small crane, Shin is still fighting back. It's a 2v2 fight, and that's exactly why I said it's a seesaw ride. Anything can happen at any moment. Yuzao cooking off the grenades. He is looking forward to see if the placement is accurate, if he can find that opening. Obscure, he's stuck in the compound region. Yuzao is stuck behind a small ridge, and that gives the Xavier a very good chance to pop off, to figure out, to retaliate. But these are small broken walls, small metal sheets behind which right now a story is to be written. Right now a glorified fight is to be written. I think the next circle shift could do a lot. But still, the Xavier stuck on the edges. Obscures, this nade can be important. Oh, Obscure goes down. This will be it. Alpha 7, they have lost one of their more important players. Obscure is out. This gives a very good chance for the Xaviers to step in. But the shots that are coming in from Gyuzao are just not that easy to tackle with. Gyuzao retaliates. Shin goes down. It's a 1v1 equation. Levi's will connect. He's down to a thin wire. One good shot and Gyuzao could end the story. And that's exactly what will happen. Alpha 7 so close to a winner, but a chickener will go down.
Oh
The
my.
team will go in the favor of Dinzong Xavier. The Xavier secures a brilliant winner by the Chickenera. What a hard-fought victory. For the first two games, they were down at the bottom of the leaderboard with 0 points under the table. But this particular match, it will turn the tables, it will turn the tides, and it will showcase the entire lobby that they are not just good enough, but an absolute perfection. When it comes to zone control, when it comes to taking the end zone fight, when it comes to controlling the entire play, pacing down, or maybe aggravating the action, Dongzang Xavier can do it.
Oh boy, that was a beauty from Dongzang Xavier. That was a beauty right there, to be very frankly speaking. Just how two of these guys were so calm, so composed, did a 2v3 all across the board. Way too brilliantly executed from all of these guys. Nate T with 287 damage, Tishan with damage taken 370, Livizo with 111, and Defang with 390. Knockouts, Livizo with 2, Nate High with 2, Exene with 3, and Defang with 1. I just want to just take a look at the overall scorecard, because that is going to be a huge turnaround. Last time, after map number 2 ended, we were at what? I guess it was the side of Viper at 20. Then it was the side of EArena with 21. It was a very just like a 1 or 2 pointer difference from the position number 2 where Virtus Pro was at, till the side of Train to Kill where they are at the 7th spot. So it's going to be a huge turnaround in terms of the overall scorecard.
I'm so happy because of the fact that now that the teams who are on the bottom of the table are performing, they are getting the points. Teams to watch, you get to see Dinzong Xavier sitting on the top with some good amount of frags, and it was a long battle that they fought. Good usage of utils, those grenades were absolutely amazing. Getting Obscure down was one of the most important picks. Carillo, he got taken down with the shotgun, and then eventually the last man standing, Levi's, he was able to tackle him down as well. Head-to-head up against Alpha 7. They were also very close to a very good game, but look at this, 14 eliminations from the sides of the Xavier, Dinzong Xavier. That clearly tells us that the team was aggressive, but at the same point they were strategic enough to control the last fight in their favor. And with these 14 points of elimination, 10 for the placement points, 24 points of a game, Dinzong Xavier is going to have a jump of their lifetime for sure in the leaderboard. This was the third game, and that's exactly where you get to see the tides changing, tides shifting. Shin becomes the MVP of the match with 5 good eliminations, 15 neutrals used, 978 of a damage. Good play. And the MVP points to be specific are going to be a little bit more favorable for him. 5.45 to be precise, as he was acting good with regards to the eliminations, with the damage, with the survivable time, and the MVP points that he was able to portray. Top performance of this game is going to be Shin, and then comes Inner Circle's IQ as well, as he was going ham on his opponent as well. Federal from Influence Rage, T2K's Rules OG, a guy who has changed a lot of notions for Nepali giants, to be honest. He is one of the most phenomenal lads from Nepal. And to be honest, in the entire PUBG scene, we have seen Rules doing something dominating in the last few years. So yes, looking forward to see if T2K is going to bounce back, because yes, T2K is struggling quite a bit for now. And you can see that even in the match leaderboard. Just 4 points, and that too for the finishers. Nothing for the placement.
Yeah, there you have it, folks. Right on our screen is going to be the match leaderboard. Dplus KIA actually this time around paving the way for themselves with 8 elimination, 14 elimination with the Xaviers, Alpha 7 with 5, Influence Rage with 8 elimination, Inner Circle at the 5th spot with 5 eliminations, Alliance with 3, Alpha Gaming with 4, Virtus Pro with 0 elimination, but yet with 4 placement point there will be securing the 8th spot. Now it's going to be the time for the match stats. Total elimination 68, total healing being another 7,132. Total knockouts have taken a lot of dip, a whole big dip since the map number 1 has begun. Map number 1 we had around 100 plus, around map number 2 we had at 90 plus, and this time around just 70 knocks coming in from all of the teams. Throwables being used 228, that's a massive number, but there you have it. All of rank is on right on our screens. Alpha 7 with 33 It's going to be the side of the Thundertalk Gaming with 32, versus Pro with 27, and EArena with 25. And the Xaviers, yup, this is what I was talking about. The Xaviers have taken a huge turnaround from on the overall scorecard, all the way from top 12 now in top 5.
Massive jump, 13 positions jump coming through from the sides of Ding Zong Xavier. Lovely play, no doubt. Absolutely amazing. But for Team Flash, things are not really working out, as they're still stuck at the bottom. Team Geek, again, problematic. Vibo really was thinking that Vibo is going to seal the deal, but no, that's just not happening. Alpha Gaming in the last 2 matches, to be honest, I would say have gone super aggressive. They've tried their level best to get some good frags out of the table. Things are not really working out for them as well. Skyforce, Rondo was phenomenal, where we got to see Godless performing at the pinnacle of esports, pinnacle of his aggression. But after that, if you want consistency, Skyforce is lacking in it. In a circle, they are lacking in terms of consistency. Yes, some of the matches that they played were phenomenal. No doubts that they are one of the most lethal from the entire lobby. But just the zone control and the placement and the rotations are not really working out lately for them. For Thundertalk, first 2 games were phenomenal. This third one, they went out super early with 0 points. So that's again a small problem that they can work on. We'll give a short break, guys, and after that short break, we'll be back with the last map of ERANGEL today. Then 2 more Miramars are due, so stay tuned, we'll be back shortly.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. I'm never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest for the weekend.
Hey folks, we are once again back with PUBG Mobile Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season number 13. The grand finale is underway. We have seen 3 good matches for the day. That means 50% of day number 1 in journey is pretty much over. And with this, Alpha 7 have taken the top spot with total 33 points. Second spot is with Thundertalk Gaming. A lot of things have happened, but to be honest, for me, the best part in with regards to the last game is basically the jump of Ding Zong Xavier. The Xavier, the particular team who was sitting on the bottom of the food chain, have jumped 13 spots and have taken a very good chunk of points, 24 points to be precise in that particular match. It was phenomenal stuff. But now, guys, we have the next match of ERANGEL, or should I say the last match of ERANGEL today, coming underway.
Yes, sir. And we have seen the crown getting up change one after another. I mean, the very first map of ERANGEL was a brilliant execution coming in from side of Thundertalk Gaming, and it was way too brilliant also coming in from side of the Xaviers as well. From the bottom of the table now at the 5th spot with around 24 points. Just 2 points ahead, it's going to be side of EArena, which is poised at 27, and it's going to be side of Thundertalk at 32 overall points. So top ERANGEL performance are right on your screen. Ding Dong, Xavier with average rank points of 5, Papara Esports with average rank points of 1.5, Thundertalk Gaming with average rank points of 5, and also for the side of APG it's going to be an average elimination of 6, and with all across the highest on the board on the top ERANGEL performance going to be side of Papara Esports. I mean, Papara Esports were absolutely crazy in the very first map of ERANGEL as well. So I'm looking forward a little bit more, I would say, and keeping expectation in terms of elimination points coming in from the side of Papara Esports. And if you talk about the side of predictions, I might as well go with Papara Esports.
Interesting. I mean, I completely agree with the point that Papara Esports so far have done wonderful stuff. For me, I would like to go with a very different team at this point. It's T2K Esports for me. I really want to see them performing. I would really want to see Rulza getting the points for the team and eventually getting that game that has been lost in the last 3 matches. It's the last map of ERANGEL, so I would love to see if T2K is going to do something magical out here. Their rotations, their drops, their fights have been conventional, but overall, if you talk about the impact in the lobby, it's not here yet. I think they're still at 10th or 11th spot in the overall standing, so that's not looking good. But our production team going for a prediction for Alpha Gaming, I kind of feel that it's justified as well, because in the last 2 ERANGELs, Alpha Gaming has done something wonderful. The fights that they're taking, the retaliations that they are making are looking sweet. But still, 19 points on the board, where the table toppers have got 33 points. I believe Alpha 7 has got 33 points to 19 points, where Alpha Gaming right now is sitting at. I think there is a good chance that they can also pull off a winner chicken dinner. So there's that, guys. These are our predictions. Comment down your predictions and do let us know which particular teams you are supporting, you are rooting for. There will be a lot of people who will be supporting, I believe, Inner Circle for sure, because they have Falak, of course, and pretty amazing performances from their corner. Virtuous Pro is at another team. I8 Esports is at another team. I believe a lot of individuals would be supporting. So let us know. Our mods are there. Do let us know. And even in the break, we tend to go ahead and scroll the chat and get all the information from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of time, Inner Circle has definitely been almost very close to it, get in the position of top 5 and top 4. There have been a little bit of that unfortunate scenarios very early in the game, especially on map number 2. Apart from that, they have played and executed their team fights really, really well. But can they take home one winner chicken dinner? That is going to be the question. But again, comes on the fact that this is going to be the very first day of the grand finale here at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and we still have other 2 days with other almost 12 maps remaining in to get played. So I feel like, yes, when it comes down to day 1, a lot of the trial error method is kind of like being get played from a lot of these teams. A lot of experimentation is also being shown, I would say, especially from the likes of Team Alliance. So for today, it is all going to be on how some of the teams can actually take over lead or build up a buffer or not. But if that is not going to be the case, we have to just wait for a while to just find out who and which team is going to pave the way and be the team to get the larger chunk of the scorecard, a larger chunk of the points on the scorecard.
Let's leave all the talks behind and focus on this particular match. The last ERANGEL for the day. Most eliminations so far in the grand finale have been secured by Papara Esports Sung Jinwoo, so nothing to take back from him. The most knockouts that have been there is from within, and eventually we have Joker and Sung Jinwoo also in this list. Let's talk about the flight path. It's starting from the northern areas, from the regions of Severny, going all the way towards the Sosnovka military base. It's a very interesting flight path, almost cutting this map in a 50-50% ratio. Then when you talk about the fights, when you talk about the retaliation, the utmost chaos, Train to Kill has decided to drop in Severny, and along with them there is another team who have decided to do the same. That means we have an early fight that is bound to happen. I really want to see Train to Kill do something amazing out there. Rules, Venom, all the other individuals from Train to Kill. Let's see if they can pull up this fight, pull up their socks, and eventually get something good on the table with regards to the points table. T2K Esports do not have good amount of weapons. Oh my god, there's one who is already down, who is already out, I believe, on the way of getting out. And yes, that's exactly what happens. And that's I8 Esports actually. was there with the third party. Oh, with the drop clash, sorry. Yeah.
For now, we do see a little bit of that early engagement between the side of I8 and also here against the side of Esports. Oh! An opening for another opening from both the sides, but it's going to be a back-to-back counter from both ends. Mash it in play from the hand of Vibo, and it's going to be side of Vampire up against Vibo and some other compounds as well.
Crypto's grenade is going to be very important. It can find rules. It can actually knock him out. But Vibo, once again, a very early elimination for the entire team. Not looking great, man. Not at all looking great. Josefa, he's holding off. Oh, peek and fire, and Josefa will connect. Igneous goes down. Casanova and K2 from the other side have been taken down. It's all about rules. I've talked about this, that this is that man, the myth, the legend from Nepal, who has done wonders for the team. But right now, his entire team is in shambles, and Train to Kill feels like that they are now on the verge of getting decimated. Diego from the other sides has been taken down by the sides of FN. Oh, the pre-fire was not that accurate. Honey Badger in the hand, a weapon which has got decent recoil to work with. Bit of a fail over there. No weapons in the hand. This could be chaotic. This could be problematic for him. Oh, there you go. Crypto has spotted. Crypto has spotted, giving up the information. But Josefa goes down. Brilliant stuff. And now it's going to be a 1v3. Or probably a 1v4 by the sides of rules. You never know. But there was a revival already done. Crypto and K2, they stood tall in this fight. Took down Rules OG as well. That's it for the sides of Train to Kill. Another bad game for Train to Kill. The Nepali team unable to find their footing. 23 points on the board. 24 including this particular match. That's all they have secured so far. But still, a lot of stuff to be done. Influence Rage up against Team Flash. One of the first games where Flash has found their opening. Can they continue doing that? That's the big question.
And I mean, there's going to be almost the same scenario that we saw in map number 2. This was exactly the same situation. Team Flash were at the downward level of the building, but opens it, gets the one lock. Lock can actually get the second one. Not gonna happen. The two guys are gonna get the support. But on the other hand, down with the stake is going to be the side of Lil Boy. Pass on the smoke right now, but with the spray, everybody from the side of Team Flash goes out. And there you have it. The same result, the same scenario where Influence Rage will actually mow down everybody. But that is going to be the side of Geekay Esports to try to take advantage of this particular scenario. He's trying to find somebody, but nope. One of the guys from the side of GK will go down. That's going to be the side of Ragnarok. Kevin 88 jumping down from across the stone window pane. Back on the ground level. Sprays are being exchanged from both sides. Both of them are cooking up the snare at the same spot, but this time around be a successful one from the side of Savji. And Lil Boy goes down.
Brilliant nade indeed. And that opening will give another pressureful situation for the sides of Influence Rage. And unfortunate once again for Influence Rage that they start off good. In the previous match when we saw Yasna Poliana fight, Influence Rage was able to get, I believe, 7 frags if I'm not wrong, without losing even a single player. But then winner chicken dinner or pulling off the socks, getting the fights in their favor in the final scenario, in the final circles, was not cup of their tea. Again, similar things are happening. In the last match, Law was the one who was surviving till the end, but Alpha 7 was able to spot him out, shut him down. Alpha 7 this time has actually changed their drop location as well. They've gone for the entire Chorchipul Northwest compound. They are going to play super slow out here. A passive game indeed. Even in the previous matchup, they were super passive with regards to their play style. Like, if you specifically talk about the amount of points they were able to get with regards to the positioning and eventually with regards to their finishes, it was around 9 or 10 points at max. So yeah, they can work a lot. They can get more points on the board. For that to happen, Alpha 7 has to be a little bit more aggressive as they were in the previous map of Rondo. But this is the last ERANGEL, and the circle once again shifts on the northern territory. So we might get to see a rinse and repeat happening.
This again, dude, this is the exact similar scenario in terms of the team fights as well, and almost the same scenario in terms of the circle shift as well. It's almost the same shift that we have seen in map number 2, all the way towards the northern ridges towards the side of 70. This is exactly the same scenario which is happening in almost the copy paste meta. I just want to call it out. Not exactly the right term to call it out, but it is what it is. For now, some of the teams will have to take a very hard shift rotation onto the side of the northern edges, and we have to just wait for a while to find it out on how or do they get in some of the right spots. For the side of Ruthless Esports as well, I mean, they were the actual team to not only just dominate, but actually create havoc on the play day of the 12th or 11th of November. But today itself, as the lobby has changed, as the scenarios have changed possibly, I don't see them performing at the same side. They are nowhere in the top 5. They are nowhere in the top 9 of the overall for today.
Bit of a struggle for them for sure. But Inner Circle, another team that everybody's eyes are set on. I really want to see Inner Circle doing something great out here, because if you talk about their current situation in the leaderboard, it's at 11th spot with just 19 points on the board. So a lot to be done, to be honestly. To be honest, I believe there are so many fights that they can take, but Alpha Gaming, they're here with just 3 men. Dog, Refuse, Zol. I don't really understand this decision, as Alpha Gaming is not up on the northern territory of this entire leaderboard. They are still out there in the mids with just 10th position and 19 points on the board. They still have to do a lot. Dplus KIA, their last game was also great. Dplus KIA was also one of the teams along with Dinzong Xavier who was struggling to get points. But out there, Thundertalk, for them, once again a lot of backlash with the M249, with the generator. Snow wanted to connect, shut him away. Didn't happen. But Dplus KIA have made aware that they are here. They have told their opponents that yes, we are here. You cannot really rotate on our compounds, on our territory. So that's okay. I think those information relays, as the trades, the judgments that are being done, will give them the better idea of where the opponents could be coming in from, or where the players could be flooding in from. There's still quite a few teams who are outside the circle, to be honest. Vampire is outside the circle. Alpha Gaming is outside the circle. Skyforce, they're outside the circle. And 4 teams who are outside the game as well. Namely, Vibo, Flash, T2K, and then of course one and only Team Influence Rage as well.
For now, it's going to be the side of Skyforce, taking a little bit of a rotation on towards the western edges of the map. The next round closes in less than 4 seconds. At this point of time, also talking about the side of Skyforce, mate. Skyforce, we're also that one team were very, very strong, especially the side of Godless, especially as other teammate as well, just being so dominant and being so in control of the entire play day for the previous qualification stages. But today, again, a lot of teams have completely shown a very different tale and a different narrative. For the side of Inner Circle, they're taking up H12 rotation from its team toward the side of Yasna and Poliana. Probably they will come in from the northern edge. We have to just wait and find out. I8 Esports on the other end, they are not almost very close, but rotating almost onto the same vicinity where the side of Loops Esports is at. Sorry, D Xavier is at. Just behind them is going to be the side of Loops Esports.
Previous match where Dinzong Xavier was able to get a winner with the chicken, and I want to see that glimpse coming through once again. But Kevin goes down by the hands of Virtus Pro. It's a wide open fight. A rotation that was happening from the sides of Geekay Esports, and slowly, bit by bit, they are losing players. Alpha 7, they are going ham on the other team known as Loops. This could be a beneficial stance for the sides of Alpha 7. Let's see if they can go all guns blazing out here. Grenades are getting cooked. Shotguns are making connections. They are whistling. Death Note. And there you go. Starter Boy also goes down with the DBS. Carillo will find the finish as well. Kyozao in the compound. Grenades being cooked. Within. For him, it's going to be a very difficult fight. But I8 Esports is also looking forward to take a part in it. And if they push through, if they take up the fight, it will be problematic. But Loops! Nah. This is not looking good for them. They have lost 3 of their own. Witten becomes the last man standing. I8 Esports, they're fully committed to this fight, I believe. They're also pressurizing, but Alpha 7, they'll be the Alphas. Carillo, the guy who was failing to mesmerize every single audience in the last 3 games, is performing right now, has secured a total of 3 frags. And from the backlines, Alpha 7 is getting the cover from their teammate known as Rev, the man whose sprays are absolutely lethal. And with these smokes being cooked, they know that they have to formulate a good cover. And I8 Esports, despite the fact that they know where the opponents are, they will not really commit to it. There's a hovercraft that is roaming around. It should be in the water body, but it's roaming around in the Rozak region. Virtus Pro, Alliance, Skyforce, a lot of heads are turning. And even Dplus KIA wants to take a part of it.
It's going to be side of Alliance being very close to the side of none other than we have the side of Skyforce. Vigani and one of the players from the side of Skyforce are also accompanied at the same time. The Nace connects can be a 1-to-1 for trade. Kudo Staircase is going to be side of Lance for 1, making up a move right here. Vigini connects one, Real goes down. that disadvantageous spot right now, but it's going to be a trade coming in from Salvador 7 as well. But back-to-back nades are getting considered. So I think both of them will go down from the hands of All for One. I'm not really sure about it. You have to wait for a while. Adrenaline shot being deployed from the side of Vigini. Trying to go out of the window pane. Vaults out. Now he's just pushing for it. The guy is going in for the revival, and Vigini is being super aggressive with this one, to be frankly speaking. Gets an idea that one of the guys is cooking up a nade. Gets out of that spot as soon as possible. Look at the smart play. IC goes out. Being taken, being deployed as soon as possible, and really is going to be the one last guy from the side of Skyforce.
Riley becomes the last man indeed. There's a grenade that has been cooked. All for One. He's in problems, but he'll still survive. 6-4-2 is going to repatch. For One is in a big pickle. But look at these angles that they're playing with. Riley, I believe he's running super thin with regards to his first aids, but there comes another grenade. It will not connect. Riley has dropped down. That's the information that they needed, but Riley will connect on the other guy, Vigini. Brilliant connection being made through a small gap, through a small angle to play with. The player pushed. He thought that he's going to take the frag. Actually, he got the frag, but the problem is Skyforce will not be able to portray their force in this particular match anymore. The last angle is also done, and performance is yet to come. Skyforce, the best game for Skyforce so far has been the first one, where in Rondo, they were aggressive, they were effective. Godless went on ham. He became the MVP of the game as well. But after that, if you see, there is a serious dip, a significant dip in Skyforce's performance. But Dplus KIA out there, after losing Snow, Nolbu, and the other players, they are also being very passive. Alpha 7, they have taken the center compound in the circle. Let's see how far they're going to go in a circle. They are also coming from the northern eastern corner. I8 Esports, both the Pakistani giant I8 Esports and Inner Circle could be in a very big fight very soon.
Definitely. At this point of time, as this is going to be one of the last map of the angle in this triple set. This is also one of the key points that needs to be mentioned, that a lot of the teams who have performed way too brilliantly in the last two games, and then the side of Team Thundertalk Gaming, teams like Virtus Pro as well, who have actually got majority of their points in the last two games. But yet again, I mean, all you need is just kind of like one map, just like how DA Xavier's paved their way from the bottom of the table to the 5th spot. They were at 0 points in match number 1, 0 points in match number 2, and out of nowhere, not exactly out of nowhere, but they were showing the signs of retaliation since map number 2 got started. 24 point up plus the winner chicken dinner that they secured. So for a lot of teams who are not in the top 9, top 6, they all need is just like one brilliant game in their entire day, especially on day number 1, because day 2, as we all know, day of comebacks.
Virtus Pro, they're getting flooded. Extreme Alliance, who is trying to retaliate, but no, it's just not going to work. Thundertalk, they're knocking out. They are putting up the pressure. It's a 3-way trifecta that is forming up. Virtus Pro up against Alliance, where 6-4-2 is the last one standing. He's outside the circle. He's looking forward to cut up a long rotation and then be in the circle. He's on the gas station for now. But Thundertalk Gaming, for them, it's a revenge matchup at this point, because in the previous fight, they went on super early with 0 points on the board. And the knock that they were able to get, finish came in from the other corner. Even Dplus KIA is now interested in that exact fight. The Xavier, Inzong Xavier, from the other compounds, they are also putting up a lot of pressure on Nolbu. Look at those pre-fires that Nolbu is in right now, are being able to like really correct. Bit of a distraction, and it feels like that Dplus KIA is now interested in a fight up against the Xavier. That gives Thundertalk Gaming a very good time to easily rotate back, head home, back to safety, get in the covers, get the circle control, and then hopefully put up a great fight in the near future. But Alpha 7 is right there where Thundertalk Gaming wants to really go. That gives an opportunity for Alpha 7 as well to strike hard.
$11 teams remaining. 15 minutes of the game has been played. A couple of teams have been eliminated, and I'm surprised to see teams like the teams of Vivo getting eliminated too early. Inner Circle gets the intel on ASI8. Casanova goes down from the hands of T4OP. Confirmation will come up very shortly from the same hand as well. At this point of time, it's going to be battle of two giants from both regions. I mean, Inner Circle have paved their way from the regional championship to this one. Alliance, on the other hand, getting eliminated from the hands of Thundertalk Gaming. Few of the nades. Oh, that was a nade from A7. Rev gets it at the spot, knock, and gets the confirmation as well. Domination in play from side of Alpha 7. And this is looking very bleaky for the side of Thundertalk Gaming to actually maintain this position.
Inner circle going ham. Ragoon running super thin with regards to his HP. It is going to be difficult for him to survive for sure. But Falak, the last man starting from inner circle, the only ray of hope, the only player who can bring the team back to safety. Unfortunate that IQ. And now Noxy is also out. Virtus Pro is striking hard. Falak, super thin. He's walking on a very thin bridge. A bridge between elimination and survival. What do you think, guys? Is it going to happen? Is it Falak's survival that we are going to talk about? Or an entire demise of Inner Circle's entire reign of terror? Domination from the sides of Virtus Pro, no doubt in that. 5 good finishes altogether. Alpha 7, they're sitting on the back lines just watching all the action happening. But ASI at K2, what a brilliant shot! Rev goes down, small pixel that was visible. And K2 striked on it. He striked hard. And with that connection being made, now that Alpha 7 is on the back foot, trying to go for the revivals. Dplus KIA, they have pushed it. Obscures nade, finds ships. Brilliant nade, but look at this. Multiple corners, multiple angles to play with. Nolbu, he's surviving, but Osal and ships have been taken down. Nolbu goes down, Alpha 7 fights back. It's Carilio once again. Will take the final shot right at the head of his opponent. On the torso to be precise. The Xavier, they've heard all the commotion. They want to take a piece of it. They want to fight back against Alpha 7. It's just not happening that easily. Look at the retaliation. Levi's is super low. Oh, Levi's goes on. Gyuzo retaliates. Actually, Levi's is fighting Obscure. He's cooking off a grenade. Levi's goes down. Brilliant connection by Carilio with the mollies. He's burning the hopes alive of Team D Xavier to survive in this game. Not just the grenades, but eventually the mollies also coming through. Obscure out there in the balcony, gathering all the information. Nolbu, he's out. His teammates are out. And now that D Xavier, they're trying their level best to survive. Virtus Pro, they have slammed in. Oh my god, third parties, fourth parties, what is happening out here? Now Virtus is here. Alpha 7, they are distracted on 2 different fronts. I think this is it for Alpha 7 for sure.
Oh yeah, one of the guys gets getting almost burnt alive. Obscure. Also on the other hand gets the nade. There you have it. From the long range shots as well. Alpha 7 getting eliminated at the 9th spot with just 8 points. A huge bummer. That's going to be Virtus Pro setting their eyes on the side of these Xaviers. Where the team could just shut up the entire comeback. Virtus Pro just making sure all the sprays get connected. Diana out in the open. Alpha 7. Xaviers left out with one guy. That's going to be nade. Few of these shotguns getting almost connected. Window pane. Through the window pane is going to be the nade. The guy almost getting down out on the staircase. Nade TI goes down. There you have it. Rampage back-to-back 10 elimination pointers from the side of Virtus Pro. And what a brilliant, I would say, chemistry being shown from the side of Dostin, Diana, and Aragon to analyze and oversee the entire situation and just get that elimination pointers right in the bag. I'm pretty sure now Virtus Pro, as of this point, after this particular fight, are very close to securing the #1 spot.
I do believe that there is a very good chance that Virtus Pro can make their way up on top. But I8 Esports and even Falak from Inner Circle is still surviving. These two teams running on a very thin line. It's going to be difficult for both the teams to really do something great. Savji is getting pinned. A lot of mollies, a lot of utils being tossed from the sides of Thundertalk Gaming. Yet a big connection to be made. Look at these mollies and utilities going in. Oh, Falak goes down. There you go. Virtus Pro will spot and shot him away. It's should I say revenge up against Inner Circle from the last few games. Inner Circle has been chaotic enough to crossroads with Virtus Pro and shut them down. But the biggest revenge for this particular matchup for Virtus Pro is going to be taking down Crypto and K2. Remember, guys, the first ERANGEL today, we got to see such a good fight between Virtus Pro and the other particular team known as I8 Esports, Geekay. Let's see if they're going to survive. Well, there's the knockout, but there's a retaliation as well. Thundertalk, they will take a small shack. But the last man standing, Savji, was surviving from Geekay Esports, and Nikodai will get that reset done for Jay. Virtus Pro, they are setting their eyes on Alpha. Alpha Gaming in trouble. Grenades being cooked off, utilities being tossed. Oh, this is going to be difficult to Maylor. What is he going to do? Shots being taken. Diana goes down. Not just Diana, but I believe the next one could be coming in soon. Oh, there's a retaliation. This is the way The team known as Virtus Pro will bring this virtual grounds of ERANGEL under their way. But Papara Esports, they are willing to take up a fight.
Oh boy, it's going to be a big one. Vampire last time we saw they were at the third spot, at the sixth spot, apologies, and Virtus Pro after the last map and they were at the second. Third, oh! Josh 11 goes down from the hands of Fury. Raccoon trying to just maneuver around the smoke through those. Not gonna happen. Now this is a very bad scenario for the side of I8 as well. Rampage coming in from the side of Empire Esports. 10 eliminations back to back now. And Virtus Pro has been eliminated at the fourth spot with 14 points, and now this is going to be the top 3 teams.
And I8 is once again a part of the top 3 teams. Good consistency. Oh my god, Thundertalk, what are they doing there? Right there in the dead center of the circle. They have got finishers. They've got 2 players to work with. And I do believe that they're going to repeat history as to what happened in the second game of this grand finale. The first match of ERANGEL, to be precise, today. That's exactly where Thundertalk was able to get their first win in the chicken, and I think they can replicate that again. They came out, now with flying colors. They're looking forward to be the aggressive one. Crypto, he can surprise Giwi, and that's exactly what he's doing. Shoots down some bullets, although the vehicle was backing out, so there was a ridge that came in play. Still, I8 Esports is in contention. It's a 2v2v2.
Do you think either Thundertalk can take this almost again, because in the same spot they were at the same spot in map number 2 and they did the unthinkable. Agent Nova, oh, slam! Oh my god, I trust me when you say I always jinx it. I sometimes feel I'm the biggest bowler.
Sometimes that's, I believe, an understatement.
Oh wow, this is what I get for being your co-caster for such a long time. Nice, man. Anyways, folks, jokes aside, for the moment, 2 of the guys remaining alive from the side of Empire Giwi and the side of Sungjiwo. Both of them are using the vehicles to rotate onto the same sides where I8 and the Thundertalk are holding on. But for now, both of them will probably try to just target the side of the last guy remaining from the side of Thundertalk.
Take a dive, had to cancel the need to toss in the grenade, and now it's a 1v2 fight. Kiwi, he'll get the better out of it. This gives I8 Esports a brilliant chance to take the winner with a chicken, and K2 is going to push with the angles. Not just K2, but on the other corner, Crypto is also just pouring lead onto him. Oh my god, beneath the buggy, there was connection being made, and now it's a 1v1 fight, and oh my god, Crypto goes down! That's it, Empire Esports, they'll suck the blood out of I8 Esports and get this winner with a chicken dinner done and dusted. A brilliant game from the sides of Empire Esports indeed. For a moment I was like, yeah, this is done. But what a play from the last man standing from Empire Esports. A small gap between the tires, the grounds and the buggy's lower body, and that's exactly from where the connections were made. He's down to like 10% HP, but he still was able to retaliate. Good connection from the shotguns, and at the end, I8 Esports, it was basically that they were getting served with a winner with a chicken dinner on the platter, on their table, without doing anything. But unfortunately, it's just not going to happen, as Papara Esports QA is going to just take every single equation down the drain and have this winner with a chicken dinner for themselves. What a lovely way to fight back. What a lovely way to step up a notch.
But for now, it's going to be the stats right on our screens, folks. Damage number 314 from Savjin, almost 300 plus for the side of Red Skull as well. Damage taken 295 from Skull, he with 300, Singjin Wu with 294, Lazarus with 188. I mean, Lazarus has been at a phenomenal run as well. In the past few games, we have seen him always being in the top performers at map number 1, map number 2, and map number 3. And continuing that same momentum is gonna pave the way for his teammates as well. But for the time being, we have to also not ignore the fact that on how some of these, stats are gonna affect the overall scorecard. Last time when we saw the overall rankings after map number 1, map number 2, and map number 3, we did saw the side of Vampire to be at the number 1 spot in terms of the overall points getting secured, not in terms of the winners you're going to talk about first. That was at map number 2. Now, almost with an alternate pattern, they have secured winner chicken dinner at map number 4. Now, teams to watch out for was your one travel distance with throwable getting used right on our screen, folks. Virtus Pro being one of the dominant figures, dominant teams in terms of how they have massively improved since the beginning of the entire day. full squad time of 20 plus more than 20 minutes, and head-to-head combat which is going to be shown with perspective of Empire going up against the side of ASI8. 1551 damage, 360 damage from the side of ASI8, 14 eliminations getting secured from the side of Empire. And that is going to be almost 4 eliminations. I mean, okay, he yields the 267 from the side of ASI8 and 191 from the side of Empire Esports. MVP of the game is going to be the side of UE from the side of Empire Esports. 911 damage, 1 utility is being used, 8 eliminations, survival time of more than 20 minutes. To be exact, to be precise, 23 minutes and 47 seconds.
He was running low on util usage, but look at this. The MVP points, the survival time, damage, eliminations, and even finish contribution for the team is great for the sides of QE. So yeah, wonderful game for sure. Top performance of this particular match. On the top position is going to be for sure QE, and then on the second spot you have another amazing player known as Voston. Lovely performance from his corner, 7 good eliminations, damages a little bit on the higher side. Then you talk about Alpha 7's Carillo. In the last 3 games he was struggling, but this 4th matchup, embarking on a new journey, he was able to get 5 good eliminations for the team. And then we had from Virtus Pro, another amazing player known as Diana. He also secured 4 amazing eliminations, and to be honest, Virtus Pro was a team who had secured one of the highest amount of finishes in this particular game. Vampire, they have got 14, and that's exactly why they were able to be secure a total of 24 points under the table. But Virtus Pro is not that far with regards to the finishes, and that's why they have like dethroned AIT Esports, despite the fact that AIT Esports was securing 6 placement points. They survived till the 2nd spot. Thundertalk, they survived till the 3rd spot, but still on the match standings, on the match leaderboard, you'll get to see Virtus Pro sitting on the 2nd spot because they had a huge amount of finishes under their banner.
Yes. Brilliantly executed from a lot of teams. Again, I mean, the total knockouts number from almost 90 plus now getting to 64. It's almost, how do I say it? Probably a testament of that a lot of teams are a little bit playing on the passive side. Not really sure about to say that one. Thurible is also getting used and deployed from 200 marker to almost 180, then now to 150. But there you have it, folks. Empire Esports securing the #1 spot. And just behind it is going to be the side of Virtus Pro. After that, it's going to be the side of A742. Again, not a lot of huge buffer from the #1 position all the way toward the side of number 5. But after number 5, there's going to be a huge buffer from 27 to 25, from 25 to 24, 24 till 24 to almost 40 point is going to be a kind of like a benchmark which has been set from the side of Team TT.
For Team Flash, Vibo, Geekay Esports, Alliance, performances are still not coming in. I mean, to be honest, Alliance is still there with the double digits, but if you see Geekay, Vibo, Flash, these are the 3 teams who are still struggling quite a bit. Points that are not really coming in for them. Train to Kill, I really wanted for them to perform in this particular matchup, never really happened. For a lot of teams who are still there upon the northern territory of this entire leaderboard is because of Rondo. Look at Train to Kill, look at Skyforce getting 14 points each from these maps of Rondo. So that clearly tells us that when there was an opportunity to go all guns blazing and still have that recall, these teams performed. But when it comes to having a strategic play, they are struggling. Hoping that now that the rotational clashes will be coming in with even more retaliations, that means Miramar is coming, guys. The 5th match is going to come underway very soon. We'll take a short break for now. We'll be back with Miramar.
Step into the ring. Come on. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Well, folks, as promised, after a short little break, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13. Yes, after a brilliant action of back-to-back of what ERANGEL, where, again, for the last ERANGEL, it was the start of Empire Esports to show their way back to claiming that crown. Now it's going to be the action of Miramar to get started with. Raider, as we have talked earlier, the momentum is completely getting shifted all the way to different teams, one after another. I mean, before that, it was the start of I8 Esports to shun everybody out with an exceptional comeback. Before that, on the very first map of ERANGEL, it was the start of Thundertalk Gaming to out of nowhere claim it out on a 2v3 spots. 2v3 in a situation for more than two teams. In match number 1, yes, it was the side of Alpha 7. Now, as it is going to be the Miramar, which is going to be for the last two games, as going again the same fight is going to be the very first day of grand finale. What do you think it is going to be the kind of like scenarios which can be expected on map number 5?
I think with Miramar, a lot of drop clashes could be there. Not just drop clashes, but eventually rotations are going to be even more important with regards to how the teams are going to like convert their rotations, be at a better spot with regards to their entire zone control and all. So yeah, I think these two things are going to play a very vital role in map of Miramar. Having said that, I think there will be teams who are going to play super strategic. So for sure, I will get to see Alpha 7 playing super safe, calm and composed. Maybe getting a very chicken as well, as they tend to maintain their manpower at the end. So for me, my prediction in this particular match is again going to be Alpha 7 as it was in Rondo. So yeah, I'll go with Alpha 7. What about you, Bullet? What's your prediction for this one?
I'll probably go with the side of Virtus Pro. They are almost every time around since the beginning of map number 2. Every time around they're getting very close to securing that winner with secondary, but something goes wrong and they get completely devastated by the entire opponent team. So I feel for this particular game, it is going to be side of Virtus Pro to secure the winner with chicken dinner, as this is going to be the second last game for the day, folks. Again, day 1 of the grand finale, still a huge buffer or a huge lead is something that we are expecting from other teams to kind of like go on a rampage, to be frankly speaking, which was the case in map number 1 for two of the particular teams, but not exactly the case which has been played in map number 2, map number 3, and map number 4. But in the last two maps of Miramar, as you said, we might expect some early clash, might expect some coincidental drops being deployed. But in my opinion, I feel like the last two games will be something of a kind of like a passive play from a whole lot of teams. I feel like I could be wrong.
I think specifically this 5th map could be one of those maps where a lot of teams are going to go quite strategic, and that's exactly why my prediction is Alpha 7, because from the very first match we have seen Alpha 7 playing a very calm and composed game. They have always tried to like prioritize the zone control and then eventually go for the fights. So maybe due to those reasons, I think there is a good possibility. But Vampire, in the last match, they have surprised us quite a bit, like the way they were performing, the way they were fighting back. In ERANGEL, to be specific, Vampires have been wonderful. They have gained some good fights. They have retaliated quite a bit. Lazarus coming in from that particular team has been phenomenal. But when you talk about Geekay Esports, again, out of the blue, they tend to perform, they tend to fight back. So there are so many other teams who have still not yet performed in a very big way. For example, if I talk about Dplus KIA, a team which is phenomenal, by all means, going to the PMGC pretty soon. So a lot of things are bound to happen in the near future from these particular teams as well. But fact is, T2K is failing. They still have to find their consistency from their own angles. Alliance, they do not have a lot of points on the table. For Virtus Pro, it has been a wonderful day. Their aggression is really working out. Their fights are really working out, thanks to Diana, thanks to the other individuals that are there from Virtus Pro. So I think, yes, they are capable to get more onto the table. Although for the Xavier, first two games were not good. Third one, a winner chicken dinner. Fourth one, again a struggle, as they once again failed to get just 3 points. I think they were able to get 3 points. That's all they were able to secure in this fourth match. So overall, if you see, teams have struggled. Situations are going haywire for a lot of teams. But the next two matches can tell a new story, and I'm looking forward to it.
Let's see, man. I mean, at this point of time, again, I'm expecting kind of like a similar start play coming in from a lot of teams, again from the side of Empire, from the side from the likes of the other teams as well, who have kind of like paved their way towards the top 5. But coming in and talking about the side of bottom 5 teams, for today, it's going to be the last two games. So either it's going to be a kind of like a do or die scenario, because again, if you don't have that momentum since the beginning of the grand finale, I'm not really sure how day 2 and day 3 can be set for these teams. Miramar is going to start off very shortly, Raider. Again, I want to come back to you and ask, do you expect any of these bottom 5 teams to kind of like, show some very reckless and some amazing gameplay, or do you think it's going to be the same kind of like scenario which has been going on for a while? The top 5 teams, the top 6 teams will definitely gain in those maintenance points, gain in those fights and win those fights and make sure that they get 5-6, an average of like 6 to 7-8 points on the last maps as well, and they will just secure and lock in their position for the top 5. Or do you think like some of these bottom place teams can actually surprise for a little bit?
I think for sure they can surprise because of the fact that it's a new map that has come today, and Miramar for sure in the last 4 games have not been the part of the entire action. So the first game of Miramar in the grand finale can actually put up a lot of surprises on the table for sure. But having said that, remember that this is just the day number 1 of the grand finale. 2 more days are left. That's why teams are not going to be super aggressive with their playstyle or eventually go just casual, just figure out that they are on the bottom of the table, so they are going to just take up the fights. That's not going to be the case today. I think today again is a day of initiation. So a lot of teams would like to end the day in a good note, where they have a decent amount of points on the board, so that they can start off good tomorrow, so that they can pick from there and then portray more onto the table from tomorrow. Having said that, guys, the fight part, it has started from the prison region going all the way towards the La Cobreria region. So I think with this, fights could be initiated pretty soon. It seems like that Los Leones is that reason where Dinzong Xavier, and along with them there's one more team that I8 Esports is jumping. Dplus KIA going for a safe drop. At the same point, if you talk about Virtus Pro, they also have decided to go for the Valle del Mar region. Hacienda del Patron and Pecado. These are the 2 locations where once again drop clashes will be there. Inner Circle versus Vampire. It's bound to happen as we have Win 94s coming through. Oh my god, the circle, extremely southern circle, which will give Dplus KIA a very good benefit to rotate and easily take the control.
Dude, this was the same scenario when I was at the desk for the last time here for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown for PUBG Mobile. Miramar circle going all the way toward the southwest, towards a very southern side. But for now, we do see a clash happening between the side of Los Leones I8 and the Xaviers. On this way, it's going to be the side of Inner Circle up against the side of Vampire Esports, almost down to the same proximity area, proxy area, and things can be said in a different way. But for now, Geekay Esports have taken a fight, initiated a fight up against the side of Train to Kill, and we have seen Train to Kill not being able to perform the same scenario where they have performed in the qualifying stages as well. On the other hand, it's going to be the same scenario yet again. Team Flash going all the way against the side of Influence Rage. This time around, maybe Team Flash can show a very different gameplay up against the same team who have eliminated them back to back for 2 maps.
Yeah, you never know how the things are going to pan out. Look at this. Federal retaliates. He's going to pull up a 1v2, a magical 1v2 to be precise. What a way to fight back. Zeus goes down, the other guys goes down, Blows is out. But Tops, he's going to still fight back. Law becomes the last man. There's a grenade being poked. But the question is Federal going to go out, or maybe Tops? You never know. Explosive arrows. Good combination of utils and one of the newest weapons. But Tops, he's running super thin with regards to his HP. Yeah, there you go. Easy peasy frag for Law as Tops was stuck. He was unable to climb that small ledge. And then we get to see T Xavier putting up a fight against ASI8, where Casanova has been taken down. Nate from the other side has been taken down. So 3v3 fight for now. A face sharer fight. Josefa and the other guys will put up a cover. Let's see if Kato is doing something magical. I think Shin's position is pretty much revealed for now. These mollies, these utils might be a lost cause.
Let's see. At this point of time, I was kind of expecting a passive gameplay from a lot of these teams. Not exactly the case, which is over here now, which I feel like start and promising gameplay after the second match and third matches as well. Every time around after the when we see like the overall scorecard, they are in the top 5. So the point is like if they can get couple of winner chicken dinner, even if like they get at 1, they can definitely be in the top 3.
There's a good chance. I completely agree with that. But consistency is the key at this point. Like they have to consistently build a good game. For now, drop clashes. With regards to drop clashes, I feel that every single team have actually parted ways. They've gone for a different drop location. Yes, Influence Rage is in trouble, as Law is one of the last man player who is still surviving from the team. Look at Thundertalk. In the previous game, they were super close to having a winner chicken dinner. Then they got taken down. Initially Jay and then eventually the last man as well. But all said and done, Geekay Esports, what can they do? For one from Team Alliance, he's also close to this compound. And it's a basically 1v1 fight. But Kevin, he backs out. He sees that there are certain weapons who are already looted. So he knew that there is a good chance that he could be the solo one out there. So he just backs out. That is the kind of presence of mind you need to have in such equations. And Ruthless Pro Invitational Showdown is one of the most phenomenal place where these teams can practice, grind for the bigger stages like PMGC coming in the near future. But Alliance, for them, situations have not been that feasible. Josefa finds one more again. And Team D Xavier once again falling short of players.
Yep. At this point of time, one of the players was trying to, take up an early gunfight up against the side of K2, or that was his Crypto, I guess. But falling short a little bit. Love the backpack skin from the side of K2. At this point of time, it's going to be a little bit of that moment where both of the teams are trying to assess the entire scenario. They're trying to find out the last guy. But I guess they know for a fact that one of the last guy will be very, very close towards the northern side, and they're just trying to, just take their time, loot on towards the empty compounds of this region, and making sure they have the best loot on what they can. Talking about the side of Livizo, he can actually do nothing at this point of time, to be frankly speaking, Raider. The maximum that he can do is just get out of the spot as soon as he gets the chance to do so. Look for a vehicle, look for some vehicles around this region. And if you can, just get out of the spot as soon as possible.
Virtuous Pro, they are going ham on Alpha 7. Yes, I8 Esports, they're definitely hunting for the last one, but I really want to see what Alpha 7 is going to do. Corelio, it's grenaded, had to back out. But the UMP can't do much. And there you go, Ragoon will strike Alpha 7 once again in shambles. Corelio, one of the best weapons for Alpha 7, is now knocked out and done. On the other corner, Obscure will be another lost cause. And that leaves Rev and Gyuzao as the last two players. With two players, a winner chicken dinner, I doubt it's going to happen. But Mailer, his position is revealed, his angles are revealed. Let's see what he can do and how fruitful can he be.
Let's see, man. At this point of time, we do see Sarabot just pro triangle level burst. One of the guys has been already confirmed up, but Boston goes down all out up against the side of Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 has been taken out so early in the game from the hands of Virtus Pro. I mean, two of the top teams were which we have seen in the top 5, or we can actually say top 3 spot after the map number 4 got ended, and now they have taken out one of the biggest opponents, and there's a huge vacuum gap on the number 3 and the number 4 spot, which can be actually claimed from the likes of the side of EArena Influencer Rage at this point of time, if one of the guys who is actually left out in a lone spot from the side of Influencer Rage, as we can see, just one guy remaining in. We did saw the very early fight up against the side of Team Flash. But again, that can be also claimed from the side of the teams who are at the 10th, 11th, and 12th spot. Because again, from the 9th spot till the side of the 13th spot, there's not going to be a huge difference. 24, then to 20, then 18, then to 17 in the overall points. That can be reclaimed in just one single map.
Circle shift is here, and it's forming down at Los Leones. Dplus KIA, they'll have to be quick with their rotation. Alpha Gaming, they're already on the move. Not just that, Loops, they're on the move. Team Vipo Gaming, so far, not at all promising with regards to their performance. This could be one of the games where even Vipo could step in and eventually do something magical. But Virtus Pro, Vampire, these two teams going all guns blazing throughout the last 2 games has been phenomenal stuff. And the first one to cross 50-point marker is going to be Virtus Pro for sure. With 4 amazing frags by taking down Alpha 7, one of the table toppers. They've cleared their way and made sure that their backlines are also pretty much crystal clear. But for Vibo, a start has to be there. So far, they're at the bottom of the table with just 5 points. Yes, they missed on the first action, as Papara SuperMassive is not at all the part of action anymore. Vibo is taking their spot, and Vibo has to fill in big shoes. Problem is, number of matches that are rare remaining onto the table are running thin. It's just 13 more matches after this one left in the grand finale. And in these 13 matches, there is a possibility that they can become the table toppers. I will not deny that. But for that possibility to occur, they can not let these fights happen that easily. They have to get their hands dirty. They have to fight back. They have to be in the fights.
110%, man. At this point of time, have to also make sure that they get the best of most of the scenarios at this point of time. You just cannot deny your way where you are not actually able to win those gunfights. And also comes down to the fact that, every day it's not going to be the same one for a lot of these teams, Raider. We have seen them performing well. Some of these teams who are at the bottom of the table performing well in the qualifying stages. So as this is going to be the day one, we can expect something better. I mean, now talking about the side of Lost Leons season, it's going to be a huge chunk of teams because the circle has taken a very hard shift towards the southern region of Lost Leons. So everybody's coming into the same big 4x2 compound, because this is going to be a huge trouble for a lot of teams who have taken up a decision to be at and take a drop towards another favorite spots. And now it's going to be, as we see from the perspective of Zafia, trying his way to understand where the side of APG is trying to take up a rotation. He's definitely pass on the coordination and the information to his teammates as well. Just going a little bit ahead towards the top of the ridge to gather some information or maybe initiate the gunfight as well. Zone closes in less than a second, but oh no! One of the guys from the side of Vivo Gaming goes out. That is going to be the side of Dplus KIA. Okay! Dplus KIA now trying their best to gain some advantage and momentum. And exactly like I said, the entire circle is actually going to shift toward the side of Lost Leons. I almost thought that was going towards the lower ridges of Lost Leons, but it's going to be on the northern side of the Lost Leons. Now it's going to be Dplus KIA up against that of Vivo Gaming. We have seen past his order clutching his way in a 1v3 and a 1v2 for a couple of times on the 12th November of the play day of this tournament. Nolbu, a little bit low on HP. Moving his way, one of the nades can go from side of KI. But Chips also being ready with the support play to provide the crate fire. It's going to be almost a 2v1. Not going to happen. Takes a side of order down. Su goes out, and that's going to be the end of Vivo Gaming at the 15th spot. Not looking really good for the side of Vivo in the overall as well.
Vampire, they are up against Inner Circle in a good fight. The Vampire, they have not yet lost a lot of blood, but Inner Circle, they are just getting thrashed left, right, and center. Just getting picked bit by bit. Falak, he is out there fighting back. Noxy, he is super low. And there you go. Sungjin Woo is going to bring a 1v3. There's a claim to fame. Emptying the entire weapon on the crates of his opponent. Now that's one way to start up a banter. 13 teams, 41 players still out there surviving. Vampire Esports, they have done wonders. Virtus Pro, they have done wonders by taking down Alpha 7. Biggest giants of the lobbies have been slayed. Influencer Rage, unfortunate for them that they're left with the last man standing, but that last man standing is just breathing in heavy, making sure that they get every single point, every single possibility true for the team. Geekay Esports so far have not yet acted in. Same goes for Thundertalk Gaming. They have also been super passive so throughout the action for now. So would love to see whenever they are going to pitch in a fight how effective they can be. But the Xavier's Levi's, last man standing. Oh my god, he strikes at the perfect time. Unfortunate for him that he's also getting completely flustered with a lot of bullets. But yes, with this entire play, he has made aware of his own positioning. Question is there a backup that is due? Casanova, look at him. Crypto goes down, and that's Loops. They're also in the mix now.
For now, you might expect some retaliation in play from the side of Loops. We have seen them do it. They can do it again. Now we do see some... Oh, really neat shots getting connected from the side of Nico Dive. Almost getting that knock though. But for now, next zone will close in less than 8 seconds. Look at the huge number of teams. Everybody just converging to the same spot. This is going to be a bloodbath in the next stage. Nade. Oh, just the damage. Bounces off the wall though. GK Esports, another one of those teams who are not able to set their footing right in the day one of the grand finale for Ruthless Invitational Showdown for PUBG Mobile. For the side of Casanova, he's just being ready. He definitely knows that somebody's trying to come up from the downstairs. Being ready on the staircase, possibly can connect 25 damage, getting tagged up more than 40 now. But in retaliation, that's going to be the shotgun getting connected. The rest goes down. Savji on the other hand, trying to provide the support play as well. But at this point of time, Dplus KIA takes up the fight with loops.
Dplus KIA is running very, very low with regards to the HP. The last man standing is still surviving. And it's got to be Osal, one of the most phenomenal lads, of course. Nolbu sitting on the backline says giving up the information. Virtuous Pro just making sure that their domination still remains intact. Grenades being cooked, utilities being tossed. Dplus KIA's Osal, last man standing, the last line, last confrontation line for the team. It also goes down, and that's it for Dplus KIA with 13 spot and 4 eliminations is all they are going to get. I8 Esports for now, they are also losing breath as Crypto becomes the last man, one of the last men surviving. There's Casanova, but he's rode across. He's far away from this fight. And Crypto, for him, it's a difficult equation to tally, but Casanova is fighting against another team. He shots 2 down from Geek, and Kevin is down. Kevin is finished off already. Oh my god, what is Casanova doing? His Crypto, his teammate is off fighting on another corner, but Crypto unfortunately will be a lost cause. Casanova on the other corner will be taking up this fight in a very different note. He has taken 2 down. Nirzet becomes the last man from Geekay Esports. He's cooking off a grenade. Casanova decides to depart.
For the time being in play, Casanova is going to be the lone player surviving. GK Esports definitely has the chance to take everybody out. One of the last guys remaining in, and they're not actually being a little bit over, giving that over commitment. There you have it. Casanova peeks in from the corner and gets eliminated with just 5 elimination pointers going their way. Now it's going to be the side of Thundertalk Gaming, who has set their eyes on the side of GK Esports. Ragnarok trying his level best to pass on that information. Over here it's going to be TTAJ posting down some burst fire and some, lone bullets over there to just get a little bit of more information on how they can assess this entire situation. But look at the overall scorecard as well, dude. Vampire is at 51, Virtus Pro is at 50. It was the side of another side of EArena as well, who have shown impeccable gameplay in map number 1, map number 2. But after that, they have just kind of like dismantled and gone on a downward trajectory. Apart from that, we do see GK at the bottom of the table, Alliance at the bottom of the table, Loops at the bottom of the table. And the benchmark is kind of like set from the side of, from the likes of Virtus Pro. 50 point is going to be that benchmark which has been set. And other teams are struggling to pass on 25 marker and 30 marker.
Interkill, they have survived a little longer this time. And now have started to act on by Papara Esports' positioning. But Vampire pushes back. They have a lot of room to play along with. But T2K's Aya has been taken down. One of the players has already knocked out. This is not looking promising for the sides of T2K. Oh, unfortunately, Ignis becomes the last man actually. That is not looking great at all. But EArena, they've taken the extreme northern western corner of the entire play zone. They have got a very good angle to play with. Alliance sit outside the circle. A lot of play zone confrontation will happen from the 6th play zone itself. But for now, in these compounded regions of Los Leones, a lot of things are happening. Thundertalk Gaming, Nikodai from that particular team will shot one down from T2K. And that finish is going to be another amazing addition in terms of their points so far. At 42 points on the leaderboard with 4th positioning, with 2 more with regards to the flash. I think there is a good chance that Thundertalk once again can reclaim the top spot. Of course, Vampire and Virtus Pro, they are not letting it go that easily. They are still surviving. Shadow Boy, he has been taken on, and Levi's from the sides of the Xavier, Dinzong Xavier is still surviving. Law, last man standing from Influence Rage. This could be another opening for him. You never know. But Lazarus, he'll be absolutely on point with his shot. He came out, peeked, shot 1 bullet, and that was it. That was the demise of Levi's. Oh, sorry, Law from Influence Rage. That's it.
For not talking about the side of Thundertalk Gaming, the split is there. King is holding up in another building. Other 2 guys are holding up in this compound. Right up against the proximity of I8 Esports, who are left out with 3 spots. Oh, look at the side of something. Woo. Alliance, one of the players from Alliance being very close. in the same building, being the same hangar location in the Los Leons, is giving no footing, no audio cues to his opponents. And he knows that somebody is just around. If he gets the precise audio cue, he can actually go for one. But on the other hand, All for One is going to take down somebody from the hands of EArena. And everybody from the side of Alliance are going on the opposite direction. Sanjeevo has the chance to actually take one guy out, and he gets Bikini. All for One can also go out. Sanjeevo takes both of them out. Yes, he does it. Now he has the chance to go for the side of Go 4. But the side of Thundertalk Gaming will take him out. This guy has done unthinkable. He gets 3.
Not the first time, honestly. Vampire Esports, Sung Jin Woo has been the top performers. One of the top performers, to be precise, for sure. The entire day. He has been promising with every single fight that he's taken. Oh, unfortunate. Sung Jin Woo for now has been taken down. He was pretty much pinned in that small container. And it's blessing in disguise for Levi's as he's just pinning down the players. But there are so many smokes that are coming through. Look at Levi's. He's like 200 meters away. Up on the northern territory. But he's still trying to shut the players down. Some more sprays maybe. He's running super thin with regards to the placement he's got. With regards to the angles that he has got. But he's still out there hunting for the players. But now his position is revealed. Loops. All the players from Loops have a clear idea of where this guy is. And they can land some serious shots on him.
Let's see how some of these situations can actually be utilized and capitalized from the likes of Geekay, from the likes of EArena, from the likes of Train to Kill as well. Loops on the other hand being in the very corner, trying to take somebody out from the hands of these areas. As we can see, the very slim bridge that they slim pavement that they can be gone. Oh, with the shotgun! Livizo connects. He has the opportunity to take down the second one as well, but not giving away any downward trajectory angles towards his opponent. And Nilzada will go down. 2 of the guys have been taken care of. 4 eliminations going to be the markup for the side of Loops Esports. Players are going to get restricted in the next 20 seconds, as we see in the HUD as well. And now it's going to be a bloodbath. There are way too many bodies, way too many teams, man. This very restricted compound. Alliance gets is going back to the lobby at the 10th spot with just 1 elimination point in the bag.
Utter retaliation indeed, and I can clearly see that the players are falling short of breath at this point, but Levi is still surviving from the Xavier. Is still there. Now that the circle is going to push him, it's going to be a trouble. He has to drop down. He has to come to the ground so that he can rotate, and Levi's positioning is made aware of, and there you go! Worston from Virtus Pro will be absolutely precise with the spray. He knew that the player has to rotate. He knew that he can't jump off the building. That's exactly why Worston was having his eyes set onto him. Thundertalk Gaming is still out there. EArena is still out there. And after seeing the first game, hopes are high that EArena might actually be back. But Gui, he had no idea that there's Igneous still spotting him. Still waiting patiently in a corner, tucked away, silently. But now Igneous has made his position made aware of, and Nilzada will push in. Loops will be fruitful. There's one more team down and dusted.
Let's see, at this point of time, it is going to be the side of Train to get eliminated at the 7th spot. Look at the zone, dude. This completely kind of shifting on towards where EArena is holding at. But I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to jinx it. I just want to wait for a while. For the side of APG as well, for the side of Ruthless Pro as well, this can be a chance where they can take the advantage of the entire positional play, do the unthinkable, and just get on with it. For the side of Turning and EArena, we do see 5 eliminations have been secured. And they are playing a super passive gameplay, in my opinion, Raider. And this is something that, again, they have to take care of as well. And this is something that they have in their mind. In terms of the height advantage, yes, we do have possibly that is going to be the side of Loops who are on a little bit of that height advantage. And one of the side from the EArena Joker as well. We are on the top of the building over there. For the time being, it's going to be a little bit of that very sneaky scenario for a lot of the teams who don't want to give away their position in the final 6 teams. Because if the first fight gets initiated, there will be the 3rd party, there will be the 4th party, and so on.
It will be basically all the teams falling down like bunch of cards. You never know how that is going to happen, but you know that it is definitely going to be there. It's inevitable. The loss of a lot of teams in a split second will be there for sure. It will be there in the near future, but we have to be patient for now. As every single team, they're eyeing for their comeback. Thundertalk, they want their consistency. EArena, they want themselves to be back on the leaderboard. Loops, they want to find their way back in the circle. Even for Virtus Pro, this is a very big game. I'm absolutely happy with the way Virtus Pro have turned out in this particular matchup, despite of the fact that it's a game where they had to be strategic. They started with the aggression by taking down Alpha 7, by going outside the circle and shutting them down. And then eventually, we got to see them taking the control of the circle, timing their attack in a better way, choosing the fights in a rightful manner, not being super aggressive with the entire equation. So that in itself justifies how crucial this team is.
Yep. For the moment, we do have Stratoby going up against one of the counterparts, laying down some cover fire for his teammates as well, but he takes the better of it. Going back to a cover, but on the other hand, it's going to be Geekay Esports to get eliminated at the 6th spot. Now we have top 5 teams now, Raider. And we do see, in terms of the percentage, 10% toward the side of Loops, almost 70 toward the side of APG. We do see the projectile remaining as well. 12 nades with the side of EArena. Virtus Pro with 18 nades, APG with 8, Thundertalk Gaming with 11. In terms of the secondary utility, I think Virtus Pro and EArena would have that certain advantage. But in terms of the cover fire, look where Loops is at. But the other problem is that if the stage 8 gets in play, they have to shift their counterparts towards the eastern direction.
Alpha Gaming sitting on top, patiently waiting to get all the information. I think Joker is out there. He also gets all the idea of where the opponents could be. But cutting down this rotation is going to be a very vital part. Thundertalk Gaming so far super close to their #1 spot in the leaderboard. Only contention will be with Virtus Pro, as Vampire is already out. That means that contention, that norm of them getting out of the equation is already done. But for Loops, oh, this could be it. This could be a Dragoon, could be caught off guard. But EArena knows that they also have to like enter the circle. They also have to like formulate a good rotation so that they can be a part of the next particular map, next particular circle. Sorry. So Loops holding off a decent compound, and then you have Team Thundertalk Gaming, who has got the center part of the entire area. Although the openings are going to be challenging. Sakura gets super low. A lot of bloodshed. A lot of utilities being tossed from both the corners, and sighting from a small gap that he was able to spot, he was able to pour lead onto a lot of players.
TT King takes the pick on Loop. We do see EArena converging on the same location as well. This can be a bloodbath for the side of Loop Esports. They just cannot survive. Virtus Pro is also converging on the same location from the western side, and this is huge. Nade getting thrown towards the side of Virtus Pro. Sakura, on the other hand, is marching on toward the same direction where everybody from the side of Virtus Pro is just converging at. Nade's getting cooked from the side of EArena. Going in this right direction, but doesn't connect actually. And it's going to be definitely the end of Loops. If there's going to be miraculous 1v3, 1v2, maybe that can be said, but that is a that is going to be a very minute chance from somebody from the side of Loops to pick it out. For the side of Virtus Pro, it's going to be 8 eliminations, 3 from a lawyer, 2 from Boston, 1 more from his third guy. But in terms of the man advantage, EArena will have a slight bit of advantage in this triple threat gauntlet.
Patience from all these lads, as this is the Los Leones circle. Of course, a lot of compounds are going to be played. And look at this, nobody's really making a move onto another team. Yes, they are moving around so that they can deny the audio cue to their opponents. But Virtus Pro, they have taken a good compound control. EArena, they have taken a good compound control. They have got the full 4 manpower to work with. Right now, Alpha Gaming, they are eyeing to take dig on the other opponents. Let's see if that's going to be a possibility. 5 teams, 16 players. EArena, Thundertalk, Virtus Pro, Alpha Gaming, and Loops. These are the teams that are still surviving. Now that the circle will be on the move in no time, trouble arises. Trouble will arise. It's the 9th circle, guys. Look at this. Joker goes down. Worst one from Virtus Pro will strike. Another grenade being tossed, and this could be it. This could be finding another opening, but no, that was not the case. As the circle is shrinking rapidly, a lot of teams will be facing up against each other. And Alpha Gaming, they are stepping up, they are fighting back. Oh my god, with this drone perspective, you can see a lot of things happening, a lot of circles, a lot of characters are being moved every now and then. 5 teams, 15 players still surviving. Virtus Pro, they're losing breath. EArena, they're pushing in hard. Ragoon goes down, Joker fights back. He got taken down with the grenade, but look at this. Ragoon, when his own molly gets taken down, Joker also gets succumbed in the molly. But the other two from the Virtus Pro, they are still fighting back. Look at this guy known as Malor. He's still fighting back. He's still pulling up the strings. Ooh! Fail. And then eventually, EArena has got their chance to survive once again. 9 circle is shrinking in fast. This is the new zone meta where you get to see the retaliation happening. Turney and Nosy, these are the 2 players surviving. Oh, Alpha Gaming goes down by the hands of Team Thundertalk Gaming, and this Thunderous team is talking heavy stuff. They are pulling up the songs which are harsh to hear, which are difficult to decipher. As we can see, EArena is on the verge of getting decimated.
Bro, anything can be said. EArena has to get this one. Thundertalk has already secured one of the chicken dinners. Oh, almost a close there. It can take all of them down, but not exactly. Inazu goes on, takes the first one out, takes the double in the same spray. There you have it. EArena securing the winner with a chicken dinner at the 5th map. Brilliantly done. Love the way how the nades were getting tossed around to just put up that narrow pressure situation on the Thundertalk Gaming team. And they have to just, they had nothing to go. They had nowhere to go apart from actually backing it out or, committing it to the same direction. Way too beautifully executed from the side of EArena. And like I said, there was a huge vacuum after the side of A7 was eliminated. That was going to be the big question when we see the overall scorecard. If it is going to be the side of EArena who has left out ASI8, likes of EX and likes of Thundertalk Gaming as well to claim the 3rd or 4th spot, or is going to be a huge surprise actually coming in from the side of Virtus Pro and Papara Esports.
Lastly, zone fight from EArena was amazing. It started with Joker getting taken down by the hands of Virtus Pro, and then there was a reset. And look at how beautifully Turney, Sakura, these guys were able to find. I think the last play zone fight, the survival, the reset, was all thanks to Turney and eventually Nosy. These 2 players were able to reset their teammates. Sakura was back in the fight, Joker was back in the fight, and then we got to see a completely different storyline being written from these lads. Phenomenal stuff, I would say, from the sides of EArena Esports, the way they were able to contain the entire fight in the final circle up against Team Thundertalk Gaming. I mean, to be honest, you see, Thundertalk Gaming is yet another team who have survived till the top 3 for 3 games. They secured a winner in the first ERANGEL today, and then in the last ERANGEL today they were able to get in the top 2, and now once again in the first Miramar itself you get to see that urge of being successful in terms of the survival points. I think Thundertalk definitely is the most consistent team so far today, but Team EArena, the bounce that they have got, the retaliation they have got is amazing. Alpha Gaming, for them everything was going right, but then instantaneously we got to see Thundertalk switching up the gear, and that's how they got taken on Virtus Pro. Definitely the top spot for them as they survived till the top 3, top 4 and have good decent finishes in their banner.
Yes, sir. And looking at the head-to-head stats, 1941 damage from the side of EArena, and almost a little bit more coming in from the side of Thundertalk Gaming. But in terms of eliminations, going to be the side of EArena to take up that lead. We talk about the side of eliminations as well. There's going to be 6 eliminations coming in from the side of Thundertalk Gaming. Now we have also seen 769 heals being deployed. On the opposite side is going to be EArena with deploying more than 1082. And that's going to be a huge number actually. Also talking about the fact that we have seen the likes of Thundertalk Gaming actually able to take the minimal chicken dinner map number 2. They were very close, so it comes down to the fact that Thundertalk Gaming will be a little bit more ahead, possibly locking their position at the 2nd place. We have to find that out, but for now, MVP of the game is going to be the side of Inanzui, coming in from the side of EArena. 643 damage, 10 utilities being deployed, survival time of more than 30 minutes, and to be precise, 30 minutes and 50 seconds, MVP points of 6.08, and 7 eliminations being taken from this lad.
To be honest, this was a big game. Miramar, again, a very big map. To be honest, the biggest one that you get in this entire action of PUBG Mobile, and then eventually this kind of survival, this kind of play zone where we went down to the last final moment of the circle, of the 9th circle to be precise. That was fun to watch. I believe the next next Miramar to be precise, could be one of those games where we are going to once again see a lot of retaliation from a lot of teams. You never know how the entire fight is going to go. And eventually, if you talk about Thundertalk Gaming, 12 points for them. But EArena, big, massive leap from where they were sitting at from the last 2 games. 23 points on the board. Code 1 from the sides of EArena, just hoping that this lead, that this retaliation that they were able to portray is going to be significant at the end of the day. And that's exactly what one needs. Like, even if you're struggling for a major part of the day, you need one good game that can find your momentum back in the action. That's exactly where I believe this team EA was able to be fruitful, I would say.
Yeah, definitely, man. And because this was going to be the one last game that we have to just, see, and all of these teams to play for the day 1 of the grand finale here at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown for PUBG Mobile. 69 total eliminations, 587 total healing. Total knocks have definitely taken a dip. But they have Virtus Pro still claiming the number 1 spot with 3 points right on their lead. Dude, this is massive. I mean, it is going to be the fact that they have a set number of big elimination also because of the placement pointers as well. Apart from that, it's going to be decided by Esports with 24 points on match number 4, with respective of the fact that they have 41 eliminations as well. But right off the chart, imagine the team who have taken 0 whenever chicken dinner after the 5 maps have been played and deployed. It's going to be like a huge trade coming in from Virtus Pro to actually be at the number 1 spot.
It's just the consistency that they are finding every now and then. Even in this particular match, they tried quite hard to get a winner chicken dinner. The previous ERANGEL that we got to see, again, similar storyline, but it just never really was. It just never really worked out for them. Vibo, I don't know what is happening to them. They have played 4 good games today. They have secured just 5 points. So yeah, a lot to be done from the sides of Vibo Gaming. And trust me, in the next last match, to be honest, not just the next match, but the last match for day number 1 of the grand finale, Vibo definitely has to buckle up. That's the only case scenario where maybe we are going to see them starting off on a good note tomorrow. But for now, guys, we'll take a short break and we'll be back shortly with the last match of the day. Stay tuned.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Hey folks, welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season number 13. Grand finale is underway. It's day number 1 already, and we are down to the last game of day number 1. That means these set of 18 teams will have to perform for one last time today and then eventually have such good score on the board, hopefully, that they can perform in a good way on day number 2, which is going to be the day of comeback. So far, Virtus Pro, they have done phenomenal stuff. Every single game that they come in, they have an average of around 10 plus points. So yeah, that's great. Super amazing so far. Every single match has given us a new face who have taken a winner-winner chicken dinner, but Virtus Pro, the table topper, are still yet to find a winner-winner chicken dinner. Let's see what happens next for Virtus Pro, but apart from that, for Alpha 7, things are not really working out lately. They have been struggling. Consistency is coming through in some matches, but in some matches, in Miramar specifically, in the previous one, Virtus Pro went ham on them. They just got taken down. But in the previous matchup, a 23-pointer winner chicken dinner for EArena was a grand comeback for them, as they struggled to do anything amazing from second game itself. First game was good, they secured around 20 points, but this particular matchup with Miramar having in their banner, they have boosted themselves quite a bit with regards to the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of time, when we talk about the predictions as well, I feel I will definitely go for the side of Virtus Pro. They have secured amazing. I did went in for them in the third or fourth game as well, but again, I will go for the side of Virtus Pro, and it's the reason because the fact that they have played 5 games. They are the number one. They are at the number 1 spot after the 4th map overall that we saw, and they have just yet to secure that win with chicken dinner. I think that they will definitely do it in the last game for the day.
Hoping so, but yeah, for me, I believe the team who is going to take the winner chicken dinner could be Thundertalk Gaming. They were good enough. They are consistent. They have every now and then made sure that they get a lot of points on their banner. Virtus Pro definitely sitting on top, no doubt in that, but their last line of defense has always been aggression, not being strategy. For Ragoon, he has been amazing from the sides of Virtus Pro, so I would like to see if Ragoon and the other guys from that exact team like Diana could be able to perform in this next particular match, maybe a winner chicken dinner as well. But production team has decided to go with Inner Circle. Pretty interesting, as Falak and the other guys have not yet really performed well with regards to Miramar, but maybe this last match for the day could be that particular match where Inner Circle can find their footing. You never know.
And for that, you have to just wait for a while to find out, because this is going to be just last game. We started off the day with the map of Rondo, then backed by 3 maps of ERANGEL, then one map of Miramar, and then we have the last map of Miramar. I feel like this will be a super aggressive game. I did call it out in the last map as well, but that was not the exact case. But for now, I feel like this is going to be the last map for the day. I will definitely go with the proposition of the fact that everybody will just play with the do or die scenario. Yes, with the bottom place teams like Dplus KIA, Skyforce, Alliance, Geekay Esports, there's not much to say, man, to be very frankly speaking. They take a couple of fights, they take a couple of eliminations later, but after that, there's not really a huge chunk of I would say retaliation in play from them. So yeah, I feel like the top place team will kind of like have a feast on the bottom place team in the last game.
The thing is, Bullet, it's not the last day as well, right? So there's 12 more matches left, so I don't think so a lot of teams are going to go for that aggressive strat. If they go for it, that might backfire onto them, because you really want to make that lead and then maintain that lead. These are two different things. Once you have a lead, that's not it. You have to maintain that lead till the end of the grand finale. That's exactly where I believe top teams are going to play a little passive. The bottom teams will try to go aggressive and get as many as points at the end of the day so that you can be at a comfortable spot. So all of this about to happen for me personally, I believe that. But yes, flight path is a little bit similar. It is once again starting from the back-end regions of Parthona and going all the way towards the northern area of Torre Amara with this flight path. Again, Los Angeles will be completely flooded with a lot of teams. Picardo, I want to see if there is a retaliation, if there is a drop fight once again happening over there or not. Other than that, towards Puerto, we'll get to see Dplus KIA going in. Snoo, Nolbu, Osal, a big split from their corner.
Yes, sir. At this point of time, look at the plane path. It is going to be a classic plane path, which is going to end up towards Saratoga Moda. Tuesday Val is going to be the region as well. But as you said, man, this is not going to be the last day. But respective of the fact that how do I put it? I mean, respective of the fact that we have seen that in a lot of these tournaments, especially in this region, a lot of these teams like to play very smart and aggressive. But for now, just hold on to that conversation. Yes, I8 will possibly go and take up the fight with the side of the Xaviers. Oh, dropping out towards like flies. Red Tie gets one though, but it's going to be a possible double knock coming in from the side of his side. But Casanova is going to be the lone player surviving, trying to carry his teammate inside towards the safe havens of this gunfire. But with the LMG is going to be the push. Oh, with this spray gets one, possibly can get the second as well, but not going to happen. And I8 is going to be the very first team to get eliminated at the 18th spot, right up with today's last match at Miramar.
Not just even Vibo has started good up against Loops. Vibo has performed. One of the last man standing from the other corner. Oh my god, Neil Zada, Strider Boy, Rafina, all of them have been taken down. But the question is Vibo going to move back, turn around, take a U-turn, shut down this last man standing from Loops, or just going to leave them away? It feels like that they're going to leave them away. Influence Rage also goes down. There you go. Nothing to really offer in this particular match. 0 points for them on the board. And that is absolutely stunning. The way Team Flash was able to fight back. Lovely stuff. Taking the crate towards the teammate. And yeah, so far I think even Inner Circle is fighting back every now and then with against Team Bye, but things are not really working out for Inner Circle as well. Falak, he takes one down. Lazarus is down. Let's see if oh my god, that's it. Is it done? I think Inner Circle is also out, guys.
I guess yes. Yep, Noki 2-4 OP. Yep, the Inner Circle has also been eliminated. So production, your entire, how do I put it, your entire prediction was kind of like going down in the baffle for this time around. But hey, look, this is what I was talking about. 18 teams, but now how many teams you have in the lobby? With after like 3 minutes getting played out, you have 14. In just 3 minutes, you have 4 teams getting decimated, gone up in smokes, gone back to the lobby. So I'm not saying that I'm completely correct, Rita. Yes, your prediction is, I call you the Dr. Professor for a reason of this game, but 4 teams going out in the very first 3 minutes. I mean, there you have it.
But small correction, 4 teams going out, I agree, but the middle teams, not the table toppers, not the bottom teams. That means all those teams who are on the extremities of the leaderboard, they're still playing very passive. They're still trying to figure out a passive battle. But Alpha 7, oh, there you go. Alliance, another big blow to them. Alpha 7, they have a knock on their face as well. And that's Karelia, who has been taken on for 1, gets picked off, Hamdullah. And then you have My Beginning and 6042 still out there. But what is Team Flash doing? Carrying this crate to the next spot. Oh my god, this is just another level of banter that is happening at this point. They're just having fun. They're just enjoying that they have taken down the drop class that they always have. Be it ERANGEL, be it Miramar, Influence Rage has always been against them. And they are now parading with the crates. Dude, this is something else. This is something different. For the first time, Team Flash, they went all in. They went all aggressive. They were committed to this fight, and now they are parading with the crates of their enemies. This is something devastating for Influence Rage for sure.
Yep. At this point of time, we have to wait and just also like find out whether these teams, whether this aggression being played from a lot of these teams was going to be carried away till the very last, of the circle. But at this point of time, oh, would you look at that? Hoorah, hoorah, hoorah parade in play from the side of Team Flash. And, rivalries, fun and banter aside, this takes up the entertainment notch to upper level for sure. For now, it's going to be the side of K7, getting very close to the side of Alliance. One of the guys going down. Ooh, a good one. It's going to be the side of Rawak Alpha 7 Esports. Sending their eyes toward the side of Alliance. Vigini. Vigini was the guy to actually take 2 clutches in the previous qualifying stages, where I was at possibly on the 13th or the 14th as well. But no! Rawak getting the guy out with the mash shit is going to get the confirmation. A little bit of that fun and baton is definitely going on, and Vigini is going to be the lone man surviving from the side of Alliance.
Alpha 7, their start in this particular match is looking quite good, but Team Thundertalk from La Cobreria to down south, they are slowly inching closer to the center part of the location of the particular circle. We'll have to see if this is going to like turn out in a good way. But apart from all these things, most important is to see how Virtus Pro is going to perform. This is one last rodeo for them today. And so far, Virtus Pro has performed quite well. They've got quite a few good finishes on the table. Problem is, winner winner chicken is not yet the part of their entire picture. So let's see if they're going to pull this off. Pull a winner winner chicken in this game, as they have again started in a very good way. So yeah, the first match has been great for Virtus Pro of Miramar, and then eventually if you talk about the first fight in the second game of Miramar, similar storyline. Once again, they are successful without losing even a bunch of players. They've gained a lot of amazing points. But Alpha 7, they are on the scavenge hunt to take down the last man standing. They have no clue where my beginning is. And once Obscure comes close, or anybody comes close, this wounded lion can roar hard enough to take down the player and send shivers down the spine of the others.
Let's see, at this point of time, I'm expecting a more aggressive gameplay from a lot of these teams. Dplus KIA taking one more guy out, and 3 of them are taking a rotation toward the side of Train to Kill as well. It's going to be side of Skips. It's trying to find out one of the last guy playing behind the boulder over there, but Fauna is going to be spray out in the open. One of the guys from the side of Train to Kill also goes down, and is going to be possibly the end of Train to Kill for today in this matchup. Fauna, taking a fight from the eastern angle, needs to go out up in a little bit of that cover on towards the right hand side. We do see that it's going to be side of Dplus KIA also in a little bit of that problematic situation, but nah, here comes up. Kip's gonna take on the assault rifle onto his face, and one more finish off coming in from the hands of Dplus KIA. It's possibly the last guy coming in from the side of Train to Kill. No, not the second last guy, apologies. It was OG tossing up the nade in the similar direction, but Nolbu almost getting that guy out. He's going in for the revival. As the zone is coming up, it's not gonna give a lot of damage, but a fair bit of damage. But you still need to be on towards the safer side. Buddha strafing in play behind the tree. Oh, Kippers goes down from the hands of Venom. He's very low on HP, can get eaten up by the zone. Needs to make sure he pop off the utility at the same time. Yes. And this has kind of like backfired on toward the side of Dplus KIA. It was a 4v2 situation, Raider.
Thanks to Venom and thanks to rules, things have changed quite a bit. Nolbu. Oh my god, he gets taken down. Brilliant stuff by Venom. Will save his teammate Rules. But Venom, what a grenade elimination he was able to get. And remember, it's stage 2. Damage definitely is significant, more significant than the previous play zone. That's why the play zone damage is something that they have to keep in mind with. Obscure is super close to where Vigini is. But the players are yet to find that opening. Now my Vigini has spotted the players. I think he's going to pitch in. Yeah, there you go. The first knockout, the second one. And with this, yes, Alpha 7 will be in shambles. He's not going to come out of the compounds, but actually play from a different angle. Players being spotted. Shots being taken. Kyuzao. He's giving up the information. Rev is giving up the information. But where are the backup? They're right here. Obscure. He's just waiting for the opponent to peek out of that small window. And once he does, Obscure is going to land shots onto him. That would be it. My Vigini has no idea where the player is. Oh, there you go. The bag's being shown. There you go. The spray goes into play. Super low. One good util. Grenade could be coming in. But my Vigini is going to patch a first aid first of all. And then push through. Oh, he pushes back. This is bad for the sides of Alpha 7. As they do not have the clear idea of where the opponent is. And the opponent is just pitching in to portray a lot of damage. A revival happening. But Gyuzao, unfortunate for him, he's not going to survive. It's Rev who's going to make the cut.
For now, we do see the domination coming in from side team. Alpha 7 setting their eyes onto the side of Alliance. But oh, what a nade! Oh, it's gonna be a self nade. It's gonna be own teammate nade. Very disappointing. Okay. Vigini on the other end, trying to stay alive. He has the opportunity to pull off a 1v2 now. He can almost do it. Jumping up or call across the entire area. It's going to be the side or walk to take down the last guy from the side of Alliance. At the number 11 spot, there you have it. 4 elimination getting secure from the side of Alpha 7 Esports in the very last game. And this is something that they wanted to continue. Because last time we saw they were at the 5th spot in the overall scorecard after the 4th map got ended. After the 5th map got ended. But talking about the likes of Geekay Esports from the perspective of Thundertalk Gaming, they are at 16th spot. now Geekay Esports can they actually have to show something of a very miraculous play, in my opinion, Raider. They have to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard, in my opinion.
I completely agree for all those teams who are stuck on the bottom of the leaderboard. They need to like really buckle up at this point because 6 good matches are done and dusted. Like on the verge of getting done and dusted at this point. This is the 6-1, which is already on the way. Third place zone is going to shrink. Last, should I say, 18 more minutes onto the table. But I feel Team Flash, they're pushing hard. Hado will take down Suncher. Skyforce, once again a bad start for Skyforce. They've lost Godless, they've lost Suncher. IC and Riley to be precise are the last 2 men standing. For them to pull off this 2v4 fight is going to be very difficult. IC goes down, that's unfortunate. Skyforce once again loses bunch of their own player. And Riley, he could be the next target. He is actually the next target, the last target. 9 good finishes for Team Flash. What a start for them. There has been games where Team Flash has been so under pressure, so undermined. Their performance was not really coming through, but this time look at them. On the other corner, between the two hills, Team Thundertalk versus Virtual is happening. Ragoon trying to tag off King. But King on the other corner is not giving the space. Carelio goes down. T2K Venom. He's poisonous enough to take one down. That's bad for the size of Alpha 7. They still want the circle control, and that's why they are going to leave this fight, leave this vengeance, leave this redemption, and go back into the circle. But Venom has spotted them. Is Venom going to come out of his vehicle and then spray down the opponent? No, not at all for now. Venom also takes a detour, goes into the circle. Rules OG have decided to do the same. Initially with Dplus KIA and now with Alpha 7. Team Train to Kill is fighting up against Giants and actually delivering.
Let's see, man. At this point of time, things can be a little bit different for a lot of these middle order place teams as well. Especially for the side Team Flash. Look at them. 9 eliminations being secured. There we're at the 17th. Oh, Lazarus goes down from the hands of Zeus. Okay. 10 eliminations on card. Now this is something that they need to do, and this is something that we all want to see from the side of Team Flash. But on the other hand, Vivo Gaming Pleasant Coast from the side of Empire. Red Bull, oh okay. It's going to be swift to actually take that one guy out, and I think that's going to be the end of Empire Esports for this particular map. Zone closing less than 8 seconds. Domination coming from the side of Vivo Gaming. Team Flash is also trying to converge on the same location, same vicinity, trying to just take this momentum onto their side. 2 of the guys from the side of Vivo taken out, and that's going to be the last guy upon the gun. And there you have it. Empire Esports goes down the 9th spot with 4 eliminations on card. And this is going to be the same scenario for almost, I can say, for the side of Vivo as well. 2 of the guys still remaining. One of the revival was done. One of the guys still knocked but not out at the moment. And Team Flash are trying to just march down onto the same location. Sook trying to connect the shotgun. And yes, connects. KD goes down. And now it's going to be Choppers trying to do a 1v2. And they get eliminated. Not a very right way to kind of like, do a third party. But on the other hand, it's going to be side of Alpha 7 as well to get eliminated. Okay.
Big losses indeed. As you can see, the players are falling short of breath. Vivo Gaming, Sook gets taken down. Alpha Gaming, they are stepping up a notch. They have secured 2 good frags, and now they are eyeing to get a complete elimination, complete wipe on Vivo. And trust me, in the last 2 games, Vivo has been so undermined. You cannot really see them as a team who is a probable contender for Alpha Gaming, but that need is great. Vivo connects. They're trying to put up a retaliation. Sook is knocked out. Order is out. The other one pushes onto the sack. And from this shack, there's a molly. With this molly, it will be problematic for the guy to like heal off. Okay, mollies and grenades. The player is burning, but he's still putting up the knocks. He's still putting up the fights. Alpha Gaming, what is happening to them? Look at this. Alpha Gaming are losing just a bunch of players. Sook will be getting finished off for sure. The finish comes to top. But there's Virtuous Pro on the back lines. They've also spotted this entire action happening. And now Virtuous Pro could be another aspect of this entire fight, and they could put up a lot of pressure onto them.
for the moment is going to be the side of Alpha Gaming. Surviving with just one alone man. It's going to be the side of W Top. He has set and fixed his focus onto the last guy remaining in from side of Vivo. Vivo has also secured up 11 eliminations, and my prediction this time around, Raider, is kind of like falling right. We knew I completely called it out. In not exactly less than some minute or marker, but I definitely called the fact that out that this will be a very, very high aggressive paced up game going in for a do or die situation from a lot of teams, and that is kind of happening in. So I'm happy, Raider. Can you give my brownie pounds now?
Yeah, sure, go for it, man, go for it. But I still believe that at the end, the prediction is something that has to go right as well. Virtus Pro is there, right? It's your prediction for this game.
Yeah, I did call it out. Yes, Virtus Pro will also take that winner chicken dinner in the prediction segment. I also call the fact that this will be a super aggressive gameplay being shown from a lot of teams, and that's
that
why
has been the case.
In less than 15-17 minutes, you have just 5 teams remaining in the side of Miramar.
Definitely the action, the aggression is definitely coming out, no doubt in that. Nothing to take away from that. But the thing is, Virtus Pro, they have maintained their manpower just as the previous matchup. They have no idea where the last man standing from Vibo is, and he's just patiently waiting. Is he going to spot anyone? Not at all. Melor is there, Rangoon is there. They have popped off smokes on their back. But his positioning is something which is a surprise for the players of Virtus Pro. This can hurt them bad. This can put down Rangoon. Rangoon is on the move. K1 is just going to hide. He's just going to play passive. Vibo Gaming, this is great for the sides of Vibo Gaming. 5 points in the last 5 games, and this one they already have 11 finishes and 3 points for the placement. What more can one have in a single game? After having such a bad day, one good game can turn the tides, and that's exactly what is happening to Vibo. They have made the cut. They're in the circle. Vibo's last man standing is out there in the circle, and there is no one who is really looking forward to him. Maybe this could be it. Yes, Rangoon has spotted him. Rangoon has spotted him, and he's going to spray him down. Virtus Spray gives no space to any other team. They are once again being super practical with their fight and absolutely efficient with the gun game.
Yep. For the time being now, we have the top 4 teams trained to kill with 2 guys. Virtus Pro have a pretty good advantage of the manpower in play. A bit of that hot pursuit being played from both the teams, the side of T2K Esports and as well as the side of Thundertalk Gaming as well. But for the side of Trying to Kill, just surviving with the 2 guys, Geekay Esports have secured up a good spot. I do think for a minute that this can be one more time from the side of Thundertalk Gaming. In terms of the positional play, they have a further share of the advantage. They're at the northern spot of this end circle. But in terms of the projectile and the smokes and nades left out, 19 smokes still in the inventory of Virtus Pro. GK with 21 smokes. So I mean, whole lot of anticipation shots will be played out. Look at the way killing getting deployed. Almost an upward safety being made. Right up on the gas. Narco dive goes down from the hands of Virtus Pro. This is not exactly what I was expecting. A fall damage being in play. Vapana will have to go down, but we do see his teammate actually reversing the gear, dropping down like a fly. He will go and revive his teammate as soon as possible because the zone is also closing in, and this ridge can be a deadly one. A deadly boulder right up in the pathway of Virtus Pro.
Oh, this definitely can be problematic stuff for sure. Thundertalk, they are also here to get this winner chicken dinner. So far, they have secured 1 winner chicken dinner today, but right now they want to maintain that tempo, that pressure onto their opponents. But Virtus Pro is so consistent. Absolutely love the way, but no, this ridge is causing a lot of trouble. Voston, he once again falls short of breath, has been knocked out. Circle is shrinking. Player has to be back in the circle and get the revival done. Let's see if that's going to be a possibility or not. Rangoon. Oh no. Revivals will not happen as this is the 5th circle. The zone damage is so much. The players have to push in deep into the circle. That will be a better approach. Melor, he has been supported by his teammate for a long period of time. Diana, he's giving him the backup. Geekay Esports, now they can actually backstab this entire team of Virtus Pro. But the next circle is going to be very important. Wherever the circle goes down, a lot of fights are bound to happen over there. Let's see if it is going to go towards Thundertalk, Team T2K, or is it going to come down south? Oh, it's a central circle. That means every single team have got their own fair shot.
For now, this is going to be an open circle. For now, this is going to be anyone's game at this point of time. I would love to see teams like Geekay Esports activating this out. I mean, a bottom place team doing what they are best at. But can be my prediction right on the card as well. But still, a few of the nades getting exchanged momentarily. But if Virtus Pro and Geekay Esports take up that gunfight, a team gunfight, initiate that gunfight at this point of time, this can be said in the same amount of time that other two teams will try to do up a third party and fourth party. So Raider, one last time, do you think, which team actually you think that this top 4 will take home with chicken dinner?
I still believe that Thundertalk has got that chance to get this winner chicken in home. For Virtus Pro, I think they have fanned out quite a bit. They have actually explored a lot of locations. That's exactly why they could be vulnerable with regards to their zone entry. And for Geekay as well, maintaining that manpower, big ups to that. But again, a big split that they are playing in. Train to Kill has got their eyes set onto them. So whenever they try to converge, that's exactly where it could actually cause them in a very lethal way. So for me, I do believe Thundertalks is that particular team who is still calm and composed, not being into the visions of any other particular team, and can fight back. Yeah, there you go. I talked about this, that Geekay, despite the fact that they have the manpower, they are completely spanning out their own rotation. That will cause them. There's a knock given by rules, but still finish is yet to come.
For now, it's going to be spray getting deployed. Oh, Ragoon, but no! Was standing a little bit in the open. It's just Pro. Ragoon will go out. On the other hand, Dyna is going to do the fire. Is going to fire some bullets in the different direction. So Virtus Pro is actually picking up 2 different fights in the 2 different direction, and this can actually backfire. On the other hand, Geekay Esports will come up very close, right up on the riddle on the edge. Nalor gets one, possibly gets the second one as well. Oh my god, did he get the third one? Savage also goes down.
It was Dyna.
The confirmation is almost coming up. Yes.
By the way, he was able to get a 1v2, but trust me, Virtus Pro, they have outdid themselves for sure in this entire fight. See, a team of 4 players pushing right on your face, and Miro still holding off his composure, and Dyna from the back end giving you the backup. That's pinnacle of esports. Pinnacle of esports fights, to be honest. And Nirzit now becomes the last man standing. There are grenades being tossed. That grenade is super close. Oh yeah, there you go. One good grenade and that's it. The end of story for Geekay Esports. The team with the highest manpower is now not even surviving, not even in the mix. That's how tables turn. That's how problematic things can be. For Train to Kill, they have taken the ridge control. Thundertalk, they are still not really pushing into the circle. They are still maintaining their own composure. They're still holding off their own angles. Dyna's angle is going to be even more important. But I would love to see if Dyna can really step in. Yes, in the previous fight, they were able to give the backup, but this one is going to be even more problematic as the circle is big and their space, their angles are not that big.
Oh boy, oh boy. That's still very hard to say and remain at the position if Virtus Pro can actually take this one out, but the potential, the almost that 1v2 that we saw from that lad was really, really neat and clean. Team Thunder trying to form up the same collateral damage line of fire that they can do, but they are actually getting close toward the side of T2K Venom and everybody towards the side of Train to Kill. They're trying to go towards the side, go towards the top of the ridge. This can be a little bit bad with all of the nades coming on from coming on towards the opposite direction, but for the side of Virtus Pro as well, they can actually do the same. Form up a line of sight, go for the fire, but on the other hand, King is going to take down the side one of the players from the side of Train to Kill. There you have it. Now it's not going to fall on the right. Mauler takes a confirmation. Oh, King actually sprays and goes ahead and takes the knock on Malure. Is it going to be a 1v1v1?
A 1v1v2 actually, because Thundertalk is still surviving. Oh my god, but Venom counters that instantaneously and Thundertalk goes down. It's just Virtus Pro and Team Train to Kill. This could be the first opening for Train to Kill. This could be a winner chicken dinner, a very good winner chicken dinner for the sides of Virtus Pro. You never know where the things are going to go. It definitely feels like that Virtus Pro have got this covered as they have been able to reset their teammate. The entire legacy, the entire survival is still coming through Malure. He's going to get the revival. Grenades are going in from Venom. Bit of exchange from both the sides. But who is going to get the last laugh? That's the big question at this moment. Another grenade. Yeah. Nothing with regards to the damage. Nothing with regards to the pressure being created. But Melor from Virtus Pro, they actually know. Virtus Pro knows that this is the perfect time. This is the moment where they can seal the deal with a winner-winner chicken dinner. They have been struggling to get a winner-winner chicken dinner, and they can actually elevate that gap between #1 and #2 if they get a winner-winner chicken dinner. That gap of 10 to 15 points tomorrow will be big to cover for every single team. So yeah, that's the case I believe in.
You have to just find it out. It's going to be a 1v2 for the side of Venom. He has done the miraculous play a couple of times in this map and a couple of times in map number 2 as well. Can he repeat the same? And if he does it, this could be a huge bummer coming in from the, coming onto the face of Virtus Pro. Let's see. In terms of the inventory as well, look at it. 14 smokes, just 2 nades though, and almost the same nades which the side of Venom has. At this point of time, it all kind of depends on Venom actually. Virtus Pro goes on to a different angle. The angles will get exposed, and yes, he will take the damage. And he's left out in the open. And this is going to be a winner chicken dinner for the side of Virtus Pro momentarily, anytime now. I know he has a couple of nades, but I'm so sorry. There's going to be a winner chicken dinner coming anytime soon for the side of Virtus Pro.
There's a strong possibility. I completely adhere to that. But let's see if Venom can pull this off. Rules will be sitting on the backlines, giving all the guidance that is required, giving all the information of how to take such fights. But we all know Venom is also a very calm and composed individual. Has done something magical in the past. But pulling off this 1v2 is not going to be a cakewalk for him for sure. It is a cakewalk for Virtus Pro at this point because of the fact that they have got 2 players and they are playing on 2 different fronts. That could be a very beneficial stance. But remember, there was a match where we got to see a 1v2 being done in such situations, just from buggy, just from different angles. ERANGEL was the game. So I would like to see if something similar is going to happen. Virtus Pro on the other corner have got more than 60% of the chance of the win prediction in their favor. So everything can go right for them. Let's wait and watch.
Yes, we have to see, man. At this point of time, things can be a little bit uncertain. Things can be... I mean, for me, I don't want to be on the diplomacy side as Raider. I'll just say it out. That's like what I've said previously. This is going to be a winner coming from side of Virtus Pro. Yes, they don't want to underestimate the side of Venom. They just want to play it out in a very cool and converging scenario. So they're just like trying to use up their utilities, just trying their timeout to just wait for Venom to come out in a very open spot, and both of these lads can just do an open fire on the same location. Look at them. They are just not also very close. They are in a very different direction. Venom on the other end possibly on the smokes, and from the side of Melor as well, we do see all of the utilities being deployed, with the smokes, with the mollies, everything is just being deployed and thrown in the same direction.
Melor, he's just creating a distraction at this point with those smokes. He's making Venom think that he is down the ridge, but that's not the case. He was right there on the ridge. And look at that, a rampage from Virtus Pro, a winner chicken dinner from Virtus Pro, which was missing from the very onset of this entire day. They were consistent, but the problem was winner chicken dinner, that quota was never to be filled. But this time, they managed to get the winner chicken dinner. Not an easy one, but then again, a dominating one to be honest, by taking down players from Vibo, by then shifting their focus on Thundertalk, and then eventually taking down the players of team T2K as well. That's a brilliant winner chicken dinner for the sides of Virtus Pro. The Russian giant will be absolutely happy as this evening is theirs.
They have Virtus Pro finally getting that one sweet victory at the #1 spot. I mean, this was a long time coming in for this teams. I mean, they're trying their level best. They had 41 eliminations after the 5th map ended. They had only 16 placement points though. Total damage of 7,562 when the entirety of the map number 5 ended. And now they finally have the best that they can show. Yes, in terms of the stats as well, we do see damage taken from the side of Dragoon. It's going to be 438. From the side of Melor, it was around 200 marker. Knockouts being done from the side of Melor is going to be 2. Dragoon is going to be 1. Dyna with 1. And Boston with 1 knockout. But again, man, Virtus Pro were fighting for this winner chicken dinner since the beginning of map number 1. I'm so happy to see them getting this victory upon toward the last day of today's game.
I completely agree. Like they definitely were struggling quite hard, and eventually they were trying their level best every now and then. Whenever we got to see them putting up a fight, we got to see them trying to idealize and eventually channel their entire strength to get a winner with the chicken, and it was just not happening for them. To be honest, it's not an easy route to go. There were so many contenders. Vivo in this particular match went all in. Team Flash went all in this particular game, the last match for the day. These 3-4 teams were able to cherish a lot. T2K, they came in super close. Venom being the last man standing, he tried his level best to perform. Unfortunate, but that's exactly what the case scenario is. A little bit more of a damage from T2K on the other opponents, and heals also being utilized is higher. Eliminations is a little bit on the lower corner. He could have gotten 10 finishes if he could have taken on the last two players of Team Virtus Pro, but it was just not an easy feat to achieve. And that's exactly how Virtus Pro will be claiming the victory even in this head-to-head.
Yeah. At this point of time, I would definitely say for the sort of Train to Kill coming in from the Nepal region, they definitely showed a really good gameplay in the other past games as well. If you talk about for the side of MVP of the game, that is going to be a name that I can unfortunately not pronounce. It's going to be one of the lads from the side of Vivo Gaming with 869 damage, 15 minutes of survival time, MVP points of 6.31. Utilities being used just one, but with 6 elimination, that is going to be your MVP. And actually, for the side of Vivo Gaming, after the 6th map has also kind of ended, I feel like they're in the bottom 3 or bottom 4 because almost this is the day 1 maps have all the maps have been already played. But for the side top performer, T2K at the 2nd spot, tops at the 3rd spot, Miller with 4 elimination at the 4th spot, damage being done with 773 damage of 461 from the side of Miller, Venom with 847, and a huge chunk of damage being also done from one of the players from the side of Vivo with 869 and 6 elimination on card.
Top performance indeed. Definitely this match was phenomenal for a lot of individuals. But let's talk about the match leaderboard. 20 good points on the board from the sides of Virtus Pro. T2K Esports down at the 2nd spot with 14 points. Vivo with 14 points of their own team. Flash with 12. Thundertalk, again, a lot of passive play from their corner. Same goes for Alpha 7, I would say. Even in this particular match, yes, they went a little bit aggressive by shutting down the players from a team which was supposed to perform in a very good way. That was Team Alliance. It was, I think, the Impala region where this entire action was happening. So again, phenomenal stuff from the sides of Alpha by taking those fights. But Alpha Gaming, for them, the game has not been that pleasing in this particular last few games. Match stats: longest finish is coming in from Zeus with 353 meters of a finish. Lovely stuff. 2 airdrops were looted in this game, and eventually 67 throwables were used because it's an open map. Grenades and utilities were not that much relevant. We got to see a lot of spray frags coming in, a lot of spray, a lot of DBS connections, shotgun connections coming through. But overall, a fun day. Overall, a very interesting day, to be honest, because the start of the entire grand finale was phenomenal with regards to the fragging potential of teams, with regards to the comebacks from a lot of teams. Everything was on par.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, talking about for the teams like Dplus KIA, Skyforce, Loops Esports, Influence Rays, D Xavier, Asset, Alpha Gaming, everybody who are from the 8th spot towards the 15th, or I would say towards the 14th spot as well, towards the teams who we like to call it as the middle order teams, can definitely, can do up a comeback on the second day of the grand finale. But that is something that they need to take care of and go back to the drawing board and see what are the problems that they can rectify and definitely do their level best in the upcoming days. But for now, folks, let's take a look at the MVP of the entire day, which is going to be the overall MVP. That's going to be Sung Jin Woo. Damage of 2,419, utilities being used 16, average survival time of 18 minutes and 44 seconds, MVP points of 3.41, 21 elimination done in the last 6 games, which means for the fact that there was almost an average of around 3 to 3.5 eliminations being done in every other game.
Phenomenal stuff from this lad. Absolutely amazing average, as you talked about it. And utility usage corner is a little bit low, but the team contribution and all the other corners have been ticked from his corner. Road to MVP. Highest one is with Sung Jin Woo, and then eventually you have a Voston. Oh, it's pretty interesting to talk about this, guys. 3 of the players from Virtus Pro have taken the top spot, top 5 spots. Lovely. Voston on the 2nd spot. 3rd one is going to go in favor of Ragoon. 4th one goes in favor of Nikodai from Team Thundertalk Gaming, and then you have Melior as well, who have taken the 5th spot. So that clearly tells us why this particular team has been so aggressive. They have 3 MVPs on the line to becoming the overall MVP. But of course, everybody has been beaten down by this single individual known as Sung Jin Woo. Overall top fraggers for the day: As you can see, Sungjin Woo is still on top. Virtus Pro, Moston, Ragoon, Milor following the list. Nicodive with 11, and now on the 5th spot in the list.
Yes, sir. And I gotta appreciate the fact that Neko Dai was also up on the list. I mean, 3 guys are from Virtus Pro, but we gotta appreciate the side of Sung Jin Woo from the side of Empire Esports, and also the side of Neko Dai. Both of these lads were the lone gunner coming in. Not exactly lone gunner, but definitely the top gunner from their team who were doing the impeccable at this point of time from their lads. But for now, first, let's take a look at the grand finale overall rankings after the 6th map has ended. Empire with 1 minute chicken dinner, Virtus Pro with 1, but look at the overall points that they have. It's going to be 77. The buffer is going to be around towards of 16 to 17 points. But from then up towards the side of the 7th spot is going to be what, just 4 or 3 points of difference from the 2nd position to the 3rd position up till towards the side of 7th position. And again, a huge, I would say, a comeback has been in play from the side of the Xavier's X and also from the side of Train to Kill, who are at the 6th spot. For now, as we talk about the side of EArena as well, yes, in the very first game and the 5th game, they did got 20-pointer bomber in match number 1, and then again it was the winner chicken dinner in play in map number 5. But as we talk about the side of 10th place to 18th place, there's only that one team who has kind of like paved their control in terms of the overall pointers, which is going to be the side of the influencer race and also the side of Skyforce. They have definitely shown some really good gameplay up in the starting of the grand finale.
A fun day indeed. 6 good matches, 3 different maps, 1 with the Rondo, 3 with the ERANGEL, 2 with the Miramar. We got to see a lot of stuff happening, and at the end, this is how the tables have turned out. Teams sitting on top will be Virtus Pro, team sitting on the bottom will be Team Alliance, Team Flash, Vibo. They made a comeback of their own. Definitely this particular match was one of the best for Vibo. They've secured double digits with regards to their overall points in this particular matchup. So yeah, fun day. Fun segments for a lot of teams. Yes, there is a lot to be done in the next 2 days in order to be the champions, and the tables can turn, trust me, the tables can turn pretty easily. But that's it, guys. That's it for day number 1 in the PUBG Mobile Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13 Grand Finale. It was me, Raider, along with me, my amazing friend, my amazing co-caster, Bullet, the Crazy Gamer, was also here. We'll take a bye for today. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully. Stay tuned, and bye-bye. Peace out. Thank you for joining us.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. ring.